Hello again.
Welcome back. We are hopefully now here at the 9th round of the Qatar Masters, the final round in Doha. My name is Alejandro Ramirez. I'm here with Grandmaster Peter Svidler.
Welcome back. This is the final show of the year, and the one that will settle everything. And the game you see on your screen is the central game of the round, but we'll get to that in a second.
Right. We are pretty much going to give you what the situation is right now going into round 9. Of course, a lot of interesting games, and let's see what are the players playing for exactly in this final round. So let's start with the standings after 8 rounds of chess here in Qatar, as we have world champion Magnus Carlsen half a point ahead of only 2 competitors, Vladimir Kramnik, who he is facing today, and Yu Yang-yi, who is facing Wesley So on board 2. Yeah, and a somewhat remarkable lineup. You expect Magnus at the top there, but the fact that both Vladimir Kramnik and Yu Yang-yi are once again very much in the running for first prize in this tournament after playing a dramatic last round in the 2014 edition is a great show of stability. An open of this strength to do consistently well is very, very difficult. So, kudos to both of them. Right, and nobody in the group that has 1 point less than Carlsen is vying for first place, but they are, of course, in the running for very top prizes, and they will be fighting chess, trying to stay away from the pack in this final round.
A win for people tied for 4th to eternity, so to speak. There's a huge tie there. Will quite possibly give you a tie for 2nd, I think.
Tie for 2nd,
potentially.
Potentially. In a bad day, you'll be tied for 3rd, and that's quite okay, I think.
Yeah. So a lot at stake for those games, and you see there are 8 games with people on 5.5, and one player on 5.5 plays Yu Yang-yi, who is on 6, and maybe there's more off screen.
No, that's actually
is it. Yeah,
for 5.5, right?
Would have been strange if there were more off screen. Yeah, we're a very professional outfit here.
And then and we have, of course, more boards after that with a lot of people actually on 5 points. They're fighting for some good prizes, not the top ones, but still trying to finish the tournament on a good note.
And there also there is a heated fight for the women prizes, which we could update you on as well.
Yeah.
There is an $8,000 prize for the winner in the women's group, and as you see, the situation, the pack tightened up considerably before the last round. There is a tie for first between 4 players.
At some point, we actually thought that Hou Yifan was just going to run away with it. She did have a point lead at some point during this tournament, but she lost 1 game, was unable to convert yesterday, and suddenly Kostenyuk, Sadvakasova, and Karjakin have been able to catch up with her. But I think even more pressingly, there's a lot of people only half a point behind.
Yeah, so if none of the leaders win there, we could have a huge pile up at the top there, because lots of women have a chance to catch up to the 4 leaders who are on +1 right now. And +1 in this Open is an excellent result for anyone, frankly, and lots of excitement there as well. But first and foremost, we will be covering, of course, the fight for the first overall prize, and there the situation is somewhat peculiar, and we were actually discussing this off air a little bit. Magnus is playing white against Vladimir Kramnik, who is very well known for his ultra solid repertoire, and Magnus was somewhat surprisingly, I would say, for him, a little bit apprehensive about a midday round yesterday on the show when I was talking to him. I asked him how he felt about playing 3 hours earlier than usual, and he said that he's not generally very comfortable with early rounds, and it's a good thing that he doesn't have to play for a win outright, because the tournament situation supports him playing somewhat safely.
Yes.
And also coupled with that, there is a situation that Yu Yang-yi, who is the only player who can catch Carlsen, if Carlsen makes a draw today with white against Vladimir Kramnik, is playing Wesley So on board 2. And Wesley is a rock.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those players that's well prepared. He's very solid with the black pieces. He's difficult to win. It is true that Wesley, to try to go for one of the top prizes, has to win himself with the black pieces.
That makes it slightly sharper, the overall situation. But still,
he's not one of those players that will go all out crazy just because the tournament situation demands it.
Yeah, we don't expect that. And all this leads to a conclusion that Magnus actually you know, you can never be sure of anything, but he sort of secures a very good chance of a clear first if he makes a draw today.
Right.
So we were wondering if he will opt for something offbeat to not play the Berlin against Vladimir, or if he will go for something that, you know, us puny mortals would go for.
And it seems like he chose the puny mortal approach.
Yeah, he chose a little bit of a puny mortal approach, because this is the position on the board. White still sometimes gets somewhere in this line, but frankly, the drawing tendencies are huge here. The position will become very symmetrical. I think black generally plays either knight e8 or knight f5 here, plays d7, d5 next move. This is, of course, the anti-Berlin. In this position, I thought already move 4 would have been very, very telling, because if Magnus goes d3, which he has used with very decent success in his career. I mean, he won a very nice game in Sochi against Vishayan, the second game of the match. And generally, he's been a d3 player consistently. If he goes d3, it means he wants a long game where stuff can happen. And if he goes castle and after knight takes e4, in particular, if he goes rook e1, it means that practical considerations, perhaps, are important even for him. Let's put it like this.
It's a variation that relatively risks-less, and it's hard to believe anybody really loses this with white. But on the other hand,
especially not him.
Yeah, but on the other hand, playing Kramnik with the white side of this structure.
I'm not at all critical. I'm just describing the dilemma Magnus must have felt when choosing an opening in this game, and he went for this variation, which. As I said earlier in one of the earlier broadcasts, I had an occasion to look at this recently, and it's not as harmless as it may look to you, but really not very much is going on here in most lines. And the position they have on the board right now is this. Black generally, I think, meets this by playing g6, followed by knight g7, bishop f5. Pieces come out, lots of pieces get exchanged. This is a very rare situation for me, because generally I think the words Magnus Carlsen and short draw don't really go hand in hand together too much.
And it's possible that we don't have anything close to a short draw. I mean,
yeah, it's still very much possible that this will be a protracted battle, but the opening choice does feel like Magnus just thought, I've done my job yesterday. I've beaten Shahryar Mamedov with black.
Yeah.
The worst that can happen if I don't win today is a tiebreak with Yu Yang-gi, in which I dare say he is a favorite anyway.
Yes.
He is a tremendous blitz and rapid player. Not that Yu Yang-gi is a poor one, but Magnus is. He won 3 out of 4 of those tournaments in the last 2 years, so that has to count for something.
Right.
And
we're just a reminder, there is actually no possibility to agree to a draw before move 30.
Yeah.
So they will have to actually at least play it out.
No, it's definitely will be played out.
Yes.
But it seems like Magnus opted for security over uncertainty.
Absolutely.
Let's put it like this. And we have on our screen Magnus played 4d3 21 times. 19 times he castled in a position after bishop b5, knight f6. But I think after castles, knight takes e4, many of those games would have been actual Berlins and not the rook e1 variations.
He played some rook e1 lines, but not the majority are still Berlins, Yeah,
and I think the position they have on the board right now, I have a feeling Magnus made a draw in this line against Anand.
Yeah, there was some minor pressure from white.
Yeah, but kind of curiously, he, after the match against Anand, I think they played in Zurich next year in the Zurich round robin, and they made the same draw there with Vishy. I have a feeling, if I'm not entirely mistaken, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on this.
Okay.
So Magnus has experience in this line in situations where draw suits him. So.
Well, let's take a look then at board 2, which is of course going to be the most important matchup, especially if they somehow end up in a draw on board 1. Yu Yang-gi would have the opportunity of catching Magnus Carlsen at the very top with a victory against Wesley So. And let's see what's going on in this Nimzo Indian.
Are you a specialist on this? I feel I'm not really up to scratch.
I
have some idea about theory in this position, but it's...
then it's all you, because after d5 I'm completely lost.
Okay. the old main line, which I feel still is the main line, probably is c takes d5, knight takes d5, queen b3, hitting this group of black pieces. For a while, I think queen b6 was considered to be equalizing here, and then I think Vadim Zvyagintsev came up with this striking idea of just giving up the g2 bishop and playing bishop d5, e5, bishop e3, and this is actually, I think, considered to be quite unpleasant for black. And black actually perhaps needs to go for this wildly unpleasant endgame. You could hold it, but it's just not a pleasant endgame, and it doesn't suit Wesley's situation whatsoever.
At all. Playing for 2 results is not something so can afford.
The main line, apart from knight b6, is the variation starting with knight c6, castle takes. I'm trying to remember the correct move order. I think it goes castles, queen a5, bishop d2, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, bishop a6, and a lot of theory starting from here. Lots and lots of theory starting from here. Right. It's a very sharp variation. White, I think, goes rook fd1, which looks weird because you sort of leave the pawn on e2 hanging, but you can't actually take it very well because white picks up the knight on d5. So they, I think, play queen c5, e4, bishop c4, queen a4, and I have a feeling people who actually know about this line will start thinking somewhere around move 25.
Yeah,
I will get lost earlier, but I do know up to here. And
but the interesting thing is that, as far as I know, this is also kind of a 2-result game. The symmetrical pawn structure is supposed to give black like an okay chance of equalizing, but the pair of bishops are always
white
annoying.
rarely loses this.
Yeah.
In general, black is in this line is attempting to give up something on the queen side to exchange the e3 bishop. They go knight b6, queen b4. I think the main move here is queen h5, and the bishop comes to e3, and then black tries to force white to take on b6 and to get some compensation for the sacrificed pawn on the queen side. So it's also a very forcing, very theory-heavy line, which is hard to play for a win with black, I would say.
Yeah, which is what surprises me most about this variation. Perhaps Yu Yang-Yi obviously still well in his preparation. Is wondering what exactly Wesley is planning to do against.
Well, the thing about the knight f3 Nimzo is that it's actually quite difficult to find a way to play this sharply for a win with black. You could go d5, but it transposes to Ragozin, and Ragozin is, I keep on switching between two pronunciations. There's a bit of a schizophrenia case there. I keep on doing it within one sentence even. The thing about the Ragozin is that it has tremendous drawing tendencies if white wants it, and you could maybe play b6. I think, considering the tournament situation, I would probably expect Wesley to play b6 here, to be honest.
And just play it out.
Yeah, because after b6, the positions after bishop g5 sometimes get very crazy, and I think bishop g5 is supposed to be the critical reply to b6. But he went for c5, and after c5 g3, I think this variation in general is considered to be ultra safe for white.
Yeah, the variations that you showed us didn't look like black was really creating much of fireworks.
Yeah, in most cases here, unless white suddenly wants it for some reason. For instance, in the current position, you can start with queen b3, and then I think black replies by taking, and going e5 and continuing with d4. And these positions, they do get sharp, but whether Yu Yang-Yi actually wants this is unclear, and we'll see in a minute, because
he might. I mean, after all, it's a big difference between drawing and winning.
For him, there is actually a lot at stake.
Yes.
A tie for first would, I mean, simply money-wise is very important. But also, if he ties for first, this will be, it's a bit weird to say that, but for many people, this would be kind of a crowning achievement. These are tremendously strong opens.
Yes,
doing well in one of them is fantastic. Finishing on top in 2 in a row, regardless of the result of the tiebreak against Magnus Carlsen, which we expect to happen, would be an unbelievable result for anybody, I think.
No, I agreed. I mean, I remember how unbelievable it was when Le Quang Lien won 2 Aeroflots in a row. To me, that was unbelievable. Yeah, and this blows it out of the water. Yeah, no, Aeroflot is a very, very strong open, but nothing compared to this.
Yeah. And stability in strong opens like this I have a personal example I generally like to use in this context is when the Chess 960 tournaments were still going on in Mainz. I had the fortune of winning the first Rapid Open, and then I played matches against the winners of the Open. This is how I came to be, I think, the 4-time world champion of Fischerendum, which was simply because playing matches is kind of easier than playing a huge Open and qualifying through that Open.
Sure.
But Levon Aronian actually won the Open twice to play against me, and that I felt kind of dwarfs my title.
Wow, Open, because that is such a strong Open too.
Those Opens were incredibly strong, and the 960 Open is a very, very difficult tournament to play. You get 5 minutes to look at the position, and then you need to find ways to develop your pieces with like 20. I think we were given 20 plus 10 then. So Lev's achievement in winning those Opens twice, I always felt was not very many people listed perhaps on his CV, but they should. This was tremendous. Anyway, back to the tournament. And yes, Yuengi also made it to the last 4
in Las Vegas.
In Las Vegas. So he generally does very, very well in these extremely strong Opens.
Yeah, no, quite some consistency there from Yuengi in tournaments that are difficult to play consistently well. As you were saying, in a match, okay, you play the same opponent, you can reasonably expect to do okay. But in the Opens, I've seen a lot of disasters happen, and I've never seen Yuengi have such a thing.
Yeah, he seems to, his style, I guess, is very well suited to this, and he's very, very solid. He also knows how to switch gears and how to play sharply for a win when it's required. So
yeah, like he did yesterday against Grandelius, a very important win.
Incredibly impressed by his performance, regardless of what happens today, to be honest. I think he's been playing tremendously well. So he, instead of all this, he went for the move knight c2, and Wesley is now thinking, and I would be thinking as well, because this is not something I'm extremely familiar with. It most probably forces black to take on c3, because
otherwise you give up pawn on d5.
Yeah, and you give up a lot if you don't do this. It's not even maybe immediately the pawn on d5, although that is also a consideration. But your position becomes passive, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But here it's already a choice. You can take on c4 even. But then white probably plays something like bishop a3 to win a tempo, rook e8, and perhaps I can even maybe go for a materialistic approach and win the c4 pawn, or at least attempt to win the c4 pawn back immediately. And this is very reminiscent of some Catalan lines where black will need to be careful. Yes, white has a slightly weakened pawn structure on the queen side, but the bishops are very strong.
Yeah, the bishops are very strong, and not only that, black's very far still from finishing development in some variations.
Yeah, you probably play something like knight c6, knight c4, knight d5, and hope you can get
b6. But then again, it's that hope factor that you have to make sure it actually works.
So that would be the option you check first, I guess, because if the pawn is hanging and you can actually take it, you generally consider taking it.
Yeah. On the other hand, you can just develop, right?
Yeah. Knight c6 probably is my next suggestion here.
Yeah.
But it will be similar, I guess, to the previous lines. White can play castles, start with bishop a3, rook e8, and consider some moves here.
Though in some positions, I would assume that if white ever were to take on d5, you want to take back with the pawn.
I think so, to make the life of the bishop on c8
much easier.
Yeah. So I think bishop takes c3 is reasonably obvious move Wesley will eventually make, I suspect. But after b takes c3, he has things to think about. It's not immediately obvious to me what.
Knight c2 poses some problems in the opening that makes me think that it should have been something to be considered. But I'm surprised that no more people have played it, or at least I'm not very familiar with it.
With knight c2, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop takes c3, as you can see on your screen, has been played by Wesley. So, and yeah, I'm fairly sure this move is known, but it hasn't gotten as much traction as the other choices. So probably there is sort of an accepted reaction which is supposed to be satisfactory for black here. But not being a serious Nimzo player myself, with either color, I don't really know what that reaction is.
Yeah,
and we can wait for Wesley to figure it out. He played takes queen c7. This is also, a very concrete continuation, trying to
force white into taking on d5, and as we mentioned earlier, taking back with the pawn.
Yeah,
it's probably very safe.
C takes d5. I mean, I would really prefer to go knight e3 here and continue offering this pawn sacrifice. I don't really like the look of the position you get after c takes d5. Let's say, actually both recaptures, but the simplest one is just take with the pawn, go perhaps bishop f5, e4 later on, and I think the biggest trump white currently has in this position is the bishop on c8 is very inactive, and we see on the top board, just very briefly, we'll return to all the other action, but on the top board right now the position looks like this, and they already exchanged the rooks as well. It does seem like this will not be a particularly long game.
No, this is heading straight into a draw, I would say.
Yeah. So Magnus taking a very practical approach to his last round, which we cannot blame him for. He won 5 games early in this tournament, so he provided plenty of excitement, and securing what is very likely to be an outright first prize cannot be criticized by anybody. But still, we've come to expect Magnus
to try to win every game,
fighting to win every game. So.
He's done quite a bit. I mean, he started with a draw on round 1. He had to go on a tear to recover, and not only did he recover, I mean, he's got to be clear first earlier in the tournament, just before the rest day. So he's kept up his pace. He comes into the final day half a point ahead of only 2 players. One of them gets knocked out with his draw, quite safe, and the other one, well, he has to face such a strong opponent that this makes a lot of sense, practically speaking.
Yeah, absolutely. The only reason we're discussing it with such mixture of expectation and surprise, is that it's Magnus.
Yes, that might be the only thing, because that really every other chess player, I think we would kind of expect something like this.
It's just that he's given us so much fighting chess, and I particularly remember I think it was the final game of the first match against Vichy, where he needed a draw with white, and he got a very pleasant position out of the opening, and he played it for 7 hours, coming close to winning it. When it was quite obvious that he could have taken a draw at more or less any point, perhaps could have just simply offered a draw. Although, I mean, accepting a draw when you need a win would be unpleasant for Vichy, but his position at some point became so passive that I think, regardless of the tournament situation, draw probably would have been agreed. And Magnus continued to play well past the second time control and almost won it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one we don't expect to provide too many fireworks today.
No, we might even come back to it relatively soon, I would say.
Yeah, and here you see it, which states the tournament situation very clearly. That this one is not particularly alive.
No, of course, these are not the only games that are going on in the tournament. They're definitely the most important ones, but we still have plenty of chess to cover. Sure, a lot of other prizes are being fought for. So perhaps we can take a look at the group of players with 5.5 facing against each other.
Sure.
We might as well start with the highest rated of them, Anish Giri playing black against Vladimir Kopian.
Another interesting choice in a game you probably want to win.
Yeah, it's and it's funny because Giri has come onto this tournament not really playing his solid repertoire he's known for. He's even thrown out some knight ors here and there with quite some success.
Yes.
But in this position, he's allowing the symmetrical fianchetto, which is not the most exciting of
this seems
variations.
This seems like his Vladimir, in his opening choice, he went g3 against the Grunfeld. Vladimir is kind of showing his hand very early here by saying, I feel +3 in the tournament, as strong as this is fine by me. I don't really want to play anything overly sharp today. And but the fact that Anish obliged and went into a symmetrical g3 c6 Grunfeld is a little bit curious in itself, because there are options available to black here. I actually, I play c6 myself. That is my repertoire opening, And I think it's by far the most solid and the correct approach to this position, so to speak. But in a situation where the difference between winning and drawing
is quite significant.
In purely financial terms, is very, very significant. You could perhaps consider, playing c5, or even playing some kind of less symmetrical Grunfelds, let's say after bishop g7, bishop g2, d5.
I mean, you could go straight up.
They are risky. I think one of the very first games I played against Vladimir Kopian in the round robin in '95, I did play g5 in this position and was routed very, very badly by Vladimir.
But there are choices, as you mentioned. C5 is one. Playing straight up King's Indian fianchetto variation is one.
You could actually switch to the. Perhaps this is actually the best solution from the practical side, because the Grunfelds, if white doesn't really want to play for a win, Grunfelds, regardless of which structure you choose, are difficult to somewhat difficult to play for a win against a well-prepared opponent. Whereas in the King's Indians, the position is more susceptible to it. So the position we have on the board right now, black shouldn't have any problems whatsoever, but white is prepared to even go bishop h6 next move and continue trading pieces. You could maybe argue black should even go knight e4 here, if it's possible, to at least maybe stop the immediate bishop h6, because the pawn on d4 is hanging. But in this position, white can play, first of all, you need to consider what's happening after knight c4, creating a threat of knight d6. Also, white could reinforce the d4 pawn and play bishop h6 next move.
Not to mention that, well, you are trading more pieces.
Playing this for a win will be
prove quite a challenge.
Will be a challenge for Anish, I think.
Right.
It's not impossible, but the position is so symmetrical and so solid that, especially if white manages to exchange the dark square bishops, which sometimes becomes a bit misplaced, it should be very, very easy to pilot this position safely.
And we're being told that in the top Arab price matchup, actually, we already have a result as Al Sayed with the with the black pieces drew Salem Saleh. So what's happening there? They split the top Arab price? I'm pretty sure the prices are split, and we can get confirmation from production if the prices goes by tiebreak. So if they're given out by tiebreak, I guess I have to actually check out which the tiebreaks are. But
okay, and we were too late to comment on that, but this strange, this is the screen we had on right now. This is the Kopian Giri game, even though you wouldn't be able to tell if we didn't show you the opening, because the players are perhaps
missing in action,
refilling their coffee cups, this being an early round, I guess.
It is an early round, let's not forget about that.
I guess getting some caffeine will be high on the agenda for many people in the playing hall right now.
So if prices are giving out by tie breaks, it looks very unlikely that this will change. Salem seems to clinch the top Arab price, but Al Sayed does clinch second.
Fair enough, and I think Salem's play in this tournament was perhaps slightly the more impressive, but a very, very good showing by Al Sayed.
Both of them, yeah. Al Sayed over a 2600 performance, Salem about 2670, so quite good for both players.
Very, very decent, and Salem at some point was playing quite high, and I remember a game where he pressured Nihua for the full 5 hours and was very unhappy when Nihua eventually escaped. So
he definitely
very ambitious player, and as I keep saying, the way he's absolutely destroyed me with the black pieces recently, I know better than many people just how dangerous he can be.
Yep. No, a lot of players in this tournament, even if they're only hovering around the 50% mark, I think that you could safely say they're incredibly dangerous.
Very true. Okay, moving down the list. On board 4, we have a game between Sergei Karjakin and Zhang Zhong, who is, perhaps it is important in the context of this game that he is no longer a Chinese player. Because Chinese players don't do well against Karjakin, as we well know.
Not at all.
And this is a line I know something about. This is a very, very topical line of the Zaitsev, which...
And we already actually have a result on the top board, sorry to interrupt you.
Let's switch to this,
As Magnus Carlsen has drawn Vladimir Kramnik.
We would, no camera views that people are not photobombing right now, but seems like this game is over. An understandable decision from Magnus.
Yes,
not something we're very used to seeing from him, but a very, very understandable practical decision. And Vladimir, who I know also doesn't really like early morning rounds as well. I mean, also a kind of understandable decision from him.
No, yeah, playing the top player in the world with black before 1 p.m. It's not the easiest task.
And also, frankly, against one e4, Vladimir's repertoire is very sharply divided into basically the Berlin and everything else. Everything else being these days, I think, the Perk.
Okay.
Which probably at 12 a.m. against Magnus did not feel like the best choice ever.
No, not so much.
So, and if you play the Berlin, the Castle's knight e4, rook e1 line, there's very, very little black can do here, to be honest, to avoid pretty much what happened in the game.
Yeah.
So we no longer have to return to this.
No, this game is done, and it's up to Yu Yang to see if he can win, because that's the only person left in the tournament that can catch Magnus Carlsen at the very top. If he does, he would be able to force a blitz tiebreak. Otherwise,
will be excellent for us. I really, really like commentating on the shorter formats, but let's see if he gets
he gets any chances. Because actually, the variation that he chose. It might not give so many chances of actually complicating
let's have a look at this again, because I actually quite like what he's doing there.
His knight b4 idea.
I'm somewhat surprised Wesley played knight takes d5 after c takes d5 so early, because as we were describing, e takes d5 is definitely a move you could consider here. But knight d5 is very concrete, c3 is hanging. And now, after a 2-minute think, Yu Yang goes knight b4 here, which looks like he's about to blunder a piece, but it actually isn't a blunder at all. Black can win a pawn on c3, but he will get tied up a little bit.
Yeah, we could probably show knight takes c3.
Yeah, first of all, if you take with the queen c3, white plays bishop d2, effectively protecting all of his pieces. Black will probably play something like queen e5. I think this is the best square. This actually also looks playable for black, to be honest. It doesn't look like it's a horrible position.
No, I mean, perhaps taking on...
I'm not sure if you want to take straight away. I'm kind of wondering if white can actually postpone this for a move and play castles here.
And the idea is that if I take on b4, you take on b4, rook e8.
Well, I think it's an improvement for me, because the bishop is still stuck and I will get some counterplay. Although without weaknesses, and white is never worse. But
I think this is the most important thing about black's position in this kind of variations, is that he doesn't really have any big weaknesses. And most things, it is true that white can't really be worse, but on not all variations he's just getting his material back and it goes back into equality.
I think it's very likely that black will put his knight on c6, and the best white will be able to hope for is to take on c6 and recapture this pawn, because black's plan here is play something like knight c6 followed perhaps by a plan of playing e5 and freeing his bishop and putting it somewhere around e6.
Yeah.
And if all this happens, black will be playing a position with an extra pawn, which is quite comfortable for him. So queen takes e3 is actually a reasonable try. And if you take on d5 here, as you were suggesting, the problem is you can't win the pawn back immediately because I have this annoying queen c3 check.
Yeah.
And if you start by castling, black can actually play bishop e6, and retrieving this pawn will turn out to be a bit of a task. Let's say bishop f4, I go queen, I don't know, f5.
Yeah, it's not so obvious how to get the pawn back.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think white could be worse, but...
Probably not, but let's say rook b1, b6, and if let's say, if the worst comes to pass and I do lose the d5 pawn, but the light square bishops come off and the knight comes via either a6 or d7, it comes to c5.
Yeah.
And we will have a guest in a second, and I think it's your turn, so I'll slink off.
We'll be right back after a very short break with world champion Magnus Carlsen with us here in the studio. Welcome back. We are with a very special guest here in our studio. World champion Magnus Carlsen has just finished his game against Vladimir Kramnik, probably the toughest game he had in the tournament. Magnus, tell me a little bit about what did you think was actually going to happen? Did you just think it was going to be a draw, or that Kramnik might actually surprise you with something sharp?
I wasn't really sure, but I had to prepare for that he would play something unusual, but I guess the situation is a little bit different from what it would be in a match when it's really all or nothing. While here for him, a draw today wasn't. It's not nothing. He'll probably, I don't know, be second or third on tiebreak and have a pretty good result. But of course, for me, it's good. I mean, in my tournament situation, I wasn't by any means obliged to.
All right, there's only one guy that can catch you right now, Yu Yang-yi.
Yeah.
Now, what do you? We could go over your game, but pretty much I think it was a repetition of one of your previous games against Anand, I believe. We don't really have to subject our viewers to that, but perhaps you can explain to us a little bit what's going on in the other games now that we have you here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's.
So the position is actually after night before and everything else. And everything else is just conjecture from us.
No, this is very interesting. I don't know if this is new or not, but it looks.
Does knight before move specifically?
Yeah, I mean knight c2 is already very unusual, but it's not new. But this knight before, I think I've seen this before, but I mean. Clearly, if black takes the pawn, white is running no risk. As black, I would be very tempted to do something like knight b6 here and try and play for the light squares on the queen side.
Now, for Wesley, so I mean, and what we thought would be very interesting is that for Kramnik, drawing is kind of okay, as you mentioned, second or third by tiebreak in a bad situation. But for Wesley, if he draws, he's not getting very far. There will be a lot of people that potentially pass him.
Yeah. So no, I mean, there's probably going to be a bit of a logjam at 6.5. But 6 points naturally will get you nowhere.
Nowhere. So you're black in this position, and you're faced with the move knight b4. What would be your approach saying, I want to at least keep some chances in the position?
Well, I would not play queen c3, that's for sure. I mean, as someone who doesn't really want Yu Yang-yi to win, I would say I would hope for queen c3 because that looks. I mean, nothing can go very wrong for black. At most, he'll be slightly worse, and he'll probably hold it. But if I had to win with black, I would seriously consider knight b6 or knight f6, something like this, and later try to keep the knight away or something.
So keep the pieces, keep some imbalance.
Yeah.
But of course, that comes at a greater risk.
Yeah, but the white position is not looking particularly threatening right now. But yeah, I think from Wesley's point of view, he cannot be too unhappy with the opening. He's not been put under any great pressure, and now he should. Look for a way to play.
No.
Or maybe Wesley is just very disappointed. He felt that he missed his chance yesterday, and now he just wants to make a draw, finish the tournament on a decent note, and just
draw. That would be so nice for you, wouldn't it be?
It would be. It would be nice for me. I mean, I don't particularly mind playing a tiebreak, but you know, it's always good to take the easy way out.
Fair enough. Now, when the pairings came out, we actually were talking about this briefly before we came on air. Out of all the opponents that Yu Yang-yi could have gotten with 5.5 points, do you feel like So was actually a good pairing for you, him being such a solid player?
Yeah, it was very clear though that he would have to play so since he was he couldn't play Anish, so he had to play Wesley instead.
So while we have you here, one of the games that actually caught my eye is the player that you beat yesterday is apparently trying to win very hard. So if we could just take a look at that game very quickly. Let me just close this one out so the viewers can look at the game. Now this is the game between Mamedyarov, and I'm sure you're familiar with the you're familiar with the term on tilt. Do you think that G5 is a little bit of that? Let's just go back from the beginning since we haven't actually looked at this position. Mamedyarov is playing against Anand Sugirov, who lost to Kramnik yesterday. And in a relatively normal Spanish position, even after the move c4, still quite normal, he decided to play g5.
I mean, after c4, the d4 square is extremely weakened, so it makes a bit of sense. I mean, this is by far not the worst g5 I've seen.
Okay, so there have actually been really bad g5s you've seen on the board.
I mean, this one I kind of like.
Okay.
Here it seems that maybe bishop c6 is playable.
He's taken c6, yeah.
With the
bishop. No, but with black, I think both bishop c6 and bc6. bc6 sort of looks safer, and then after d4, I guess f6 is a little bit too much, so he'll go g4, knight e1, maybe ed, queen d4, queen f6.
Okay.
I don't see why this is so bad.
Just risky, but actually more visually than anything else. All right.
No, I think after c4, yeah, the move g5 makes a bit of sense. I like it.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it.
All right, well, you had a fantastic performance here in Qatar.
Let's just see if there's something else, because, I mean, I didn't play today, so I should at least...
Yeah, you can give us some entertainment.
I can take Peter's job instead, yeah?
Should have taken my job. But all right, we can look at any game that you want. We have all these. We have anything that you saw perhaps on the playing side that you thought it was interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so in Giri's game, there ain't much happening.
We actually were surprised that Giri chose this opening because, again, with the black pieces, we felt he might have to try harder for a win. You already mentioned that there's going to be a lot of players.
What are you to play?
We thought King's Indian.
We thought
King's Indian. Yeah, King's Indian.
Okay, that was one solution. Anything but this, pretty much, we thought. A little too symmetrical.
Yeah, so we have Ponomaryov against you.
I think it's Su, but yeah.
Su.
Yeah, Su. We can of course look at that game. You can just close this one out. Now, Su was actually one of the most interesting players we had in this tournament. He doesn't have a title.
Where is this guy?
Let me.
Ponomaryov.
Maybe I'll write there out.
Right there. Yeah, because I remember I saw a very nice game in this line many years ago. I think it was Svidler against Lothier. But that was queen d4. I think he played queen d4 maybe in this position.
Sure I did.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was an impactful game.
Yeah.
How did that game go after the ones that do not have the chess knowledge?
I won that one. That was the Olympiad in Calvi. I went there straight after Brissago, and after Brissago everything seemed like a breeze. I won a lot of games then.
All right, and apparently it made some impressions on the world champion.
It's interesting. I mean, I've seen some of Su's games here, and the impression is sort of the usual one, with many of the Chinese players that I don't understand how he plays, but he seems to play very well.
No, by when you mean you don't understand how he plays, you mean like you're not familiar enough with him, or the moves that he makes make no sense to you?
Well, I mean, many of the moves that he makes, I understand that they are good, but I don't understand why they are good.
Yeah, he actually had a fantastic move yesterday. I don't know if you saw this e5 break he made against Howell.
E5, that's... it's very nice, but it's sort of a normal theme.
So you feel this actually moves that perhaps are not flashy, but that they seem okay, but it's hard for you to comprehend how he got to that conclusion?
But, No, I mean, he seems to play very decently.
Yeah, pretty decently. He actually, I read, came to Qatar to obtain his first international master norm. And he's leaving right now with a 28-11 performance in the tournament. So, you know, a little bit of an overachiever.
Yeah, it's, I guess that's what people who play in the Chinese league say. I'm lucky enough never to have played in the Chinese league.
And to quantify that, that's not because the Chinese league is bad or anything else, but because of the strength of the players, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you have people rated 2,200, 2,300, and basically all of them are IM strength or more.
If you want,
I mean, from this guy, I cannot understand his play, but it's obvious that he's Grandmaster strength by the way he's playing. So.
Yeah, we've been talking about this over and over again over the broadcast, that we have had a lot of players from China that completely under the radar, but showing here that they have great potential and a great deal of strength. And actually some of the forerunners that we thought from China were coming into this tournament, such as Wei Yi or even Ho Yifan, they're not doing so well, actually.
Yeah, it's true, but people are more familiar with them, but I think that Wei Yi is, at this point, already a very, very good player. He just had a bad tournament here.
Happens to everybody, right?
Yeah, it does. So he hasn't had many bad tournaments, but it had to come at some point, probably.
Okay, let me see.
I'm really curious about this Mamedyarov game, because again, it looks like he might be. He's just playing G5 because he's, as you say, on tilt or something. No, I mean, I really.
You really think it's decent?
I really don't think it's too bad. I mean, I was talking about BC6 earlier, but also Bishop C6,
D4,
G4.
Yeah, 91 is not actually a particularly pleasant move to make.
I mean, any move here, even H5. Maybe?
Yeah, perhaps not so bad.
Yeah.
Well, Mamedyarov choosing G5 at some point. Being told there's some developments in the USO game. Let's see if you're happy about that one.
Oh, that was wrong.
Please don't mess up with my setup. That's okay.
Okay, so I messed up, obviously.
I'll fix it real quick. I should do this one and this one.
Yeah.
There you go. You're welcome, production. All right, so he took on B4.
So he did something that I didn't expect at all. Knight B4 and Rook D8.
So he safeguarded. Yeah, he safeguarded white structure. Now he's playing against the pair of bishops. It's in this.
So now he's now Black is in serious strategic danger. So he needs to now he needs to get Knight C6, Knight D4 as soon as possible. Otherwise, his play will make no sense whatsoever.
Not what you want to hear, right? That Wesley's playing senselessly.
No, but I think it's still probably quite decent for Black.
So how would this continue? Let's say Knight C6.
Knight C6, maybe A5 also. Maybe
A5 in this position directly.
But there has to be something. There has to be something concrete, I think. Otherwise, Black is just worse.
We've been talking about this a lot on the broadcast also, and a lot of positions where one side has to very concretely play in order to prove the way that they're played a couple of moves. For example, after Knight takes B4, C takes B4, strategically it feels like White is already has the upper hand, so Black has to do something very, very fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's very typical. White has a strategic advantage, but he's sacrificed a bit of development for that. So it's clear that Black must use the slight lead he has in development to do something immediately, because otherwise he's just lost the strategic battle.
Yeah. Well, it'll be a long game. I'm sure you'll be watching.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit. You're going. What are your plans for the audience after Qatar?
Well, I'm staying a couple of days for football match tomorrow, and then for New Year's. and then I'll be going home to rest and prepare for Vacancy.
For Vacancy. So that's the next big tournament. A lot of the players that are actually playing here will be playing in Vacancy, I believe. Yeah. So
quite a few.
Now, this was your first open tournament in quite a while. What do you think? Did you like the format?
I mean, as long as you score 7 points, usually pretty happy. It's been very pleasant overall, and my play has been decent enough, and my family has been very happy as far as I know. So it's all been good.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, your whole family is here. I'm glad that you guys had a good time. And as normal in this broadcast, a decent play means an over 2,900 performance. Congratulations, you had a fantastic showing. You brought us great games and some great attacking games too. And thanks for joining us in the studio. We'll be back with Peter Svidler in just a second as we continue the coverage of the last round here in the Qatar Masters.
Chess.com is about playing. At any moment, there are thousands of people from around the world playing on Chess.com. So whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster, you'll find a game quickly with someone at your level. You can play at any pace, from 1-minute bullet to 5-minute blitz to 60-minute games. Or you can play more relaxed games where you have several days to make your move. There are tournaments starting every few minutes, or you can play against our customizable coaching computer. Chess.com is for learning. Chess isn't just about playing, it's about getting better. Chess.com puts the best training tools at your fingertips. Sharpen your game with over 50,000 tactics puzzles. Improve your strategy with training videos by top grandmasters. Get instant feedback after your games with real-time computer analysis. Regardless of where you're at now, you can take your game to the next level. Chess.com is for sharing. Join the community where you can discuss chess ideas in the forums and follow the latest chess news. Or join a club with friends and play in a league against other clubs. You can find all this in your browser at home and at work, or on the go with your phone or tablet. Signing up is free and easy. So what are you waiting for? Enjoy your game.
Welcome back. We're here at the 9th round of the Qatar Masters. We have one big result of the round as Magnus Carlsen pretty quickly drew Vladimir Kramnik. He secures himself at least a share of first, probably forcing the tiebreaks, but that would only happen if Yang Yi wins his game against Wesley So. For now, we're going to go into other games while we wait for the game to heat up.
Other stuff to cover, and we wanted to start with a position you will probably like visually.
Yes.
And actually a variation I can say something about because I played it with white, and it also is a direct demonstration. It's an answer to a question I get asked sometimes in various settings. Is there bluffing in chess? Which, I mean, yes and no, but you can try in some cases. And this is a line which starts with white going c4, knight f6, knight c3. There you see people trying their hand at the dunk memes and
yes, the dunkest.
Yeah, the dunkest, and well played, sir. And after e6, the point of this move order is to try and avoid the queen's gambits and the Rogozins by playing e4 on move 3. But this does allow black to play d5, and here. White has been struggling a little bit recently, and one of the tries which gained some traction was cd5, ed5, e5, and after knight e4, the main move used to be knight f3, but there I think black generally does quite well, without going too much into specifics because I don't really remember them anymore, but I think bishop f5 is
You mean not the reveal preparation?
No, it's not that, it's just me being...
bluffing, we're bluffing the audience here.
Sort of, yeah. But I think the main move is bishop f5 here, and it's supposed to be quite safe for black.
Yes.
Instead of this, you can go d4 with the idea of developing the bishop to either d3 or b5, and then playing knight g2. And this, if this comes off, is a much better and a much more harmonious way of white developing. And I played this earlier this year in the Gibraltar Open with white against Ho Yifan. In a game I really needed to win, this actually was a bit of a bluff, and you'll see in a moment why. The game continued. Ho Yifan very quickly played bishop b4, which is the correct move here, and the only way to justify previous play for white is to give this check on a4, knight 6 is the only move, and play bishop b5. And here, I think Ho Yifan maybe even started with bishop d7, or perhaps she played, I think she played castles, but it kind of leads to the same if black plays bishop d7 later on. One very curious variation you kind of need to know for black here. Can you guess the move after bishop takes c6? Asking my co-host. The question is a bit of a giveaway in itself.
I'm gonna guess it's not take the bishop, something along the lines of defending b4.
Yeah, a5 is incredibly strong here. It's a very cute little idea which refutes bishop takes c6 completely, because the bishop is now hanging. The c3 knight will be hanging, and after knight g2, b takes c6, for instance, bishop a6 comes very strongly later. So you play knight g2 here. Possibly this is actually how our game progressed. And if black plays bishop d7 here, white takes on c6, forces black to take on c3, goes bc3, bishop takes c6, and queen c2. In this position, you can definitely play for a win with white, or maybe you can even afford to start with castles, quite possibly, and wait for black to take on c3 and play a6, and only now you take on c6. Actually, I think this is how the game went. But the problem with this line is that you need to have a pretty decent poker face at this particular moment in the game, because I knew going in that knight takes d4, knight takes d4, c5 solves black's problems completely. And it was sort of important not to give that impression to my opponent, because, if she doesn't know, she probably won't enter this variation, because it gets complicated. But this closes the line altogether, and it has actually been played since, so I'm slightly surprised that Piron allowed this. But the main line goes exactly as they are playing right now. Knight d2 is almost the only move. d4, castles, d takes c3. Here there's a bit of a branching out, because you can play queen c2 here. But I think the main move is still a3, using the fact that currently the queen on a4 is attacking sort of two pieces along the fourth. You cannot really retreat with the bishop, because the knight on a4 will fall. But black plays knight d2, takes, knight takes f1. If you take with the king, a6 is incredibly strong here, because you can black actually creates a huge threat of a takes b5 and queen g1 mate on the next move. So the main move is b takes c3.
And just very quickly, maybe show the audience. Okay, maybe show me. After knight d2, what happens if you take the knight?
If you take the knight, I think the problem is this move.
That's kind of cute.
It's possible to miss this, but I think this explains it. Because now suddenly white is a piece up right now, but both the rook and the bishop are hanging. And if you go rook a g1, bishop takes d2, and queen c2, there is b1 queen. There's also queen a5 though. Yeah, I didn't really need this.
Queen a5,
Queen a5 is probably cleaner. So this doesn't work. This doesn't work. And you need to enter into this position. And after bc3, I have stuff written down about this position, but I don't remember it. But I have a feeling that Radek does, and I'm pretty sure a6 is the main move. And here it becomes somewhat complicated, but Radek is still playing very, very fast, so we'll trust him. Queen c2, renewing the pin, so to speak, but controlling the d1 square. After ab5, I will take on a8 with the rook, which is important. To which Radek in 10 seconds flat replied by bishop f5, queen takes f5, and queen d1. And after bishop b2, which looks by far the most natural move here, he goes rook f d8. This is now somewhat confusing to me, because I'm fairly sure I haven't seen this position before, or maybe I haven't forgotten. Both things are entirely possible.
Okay, so let's try to see what's going on. I guess black's threatening to win.
Yeah, so you threaten mate in a couple by just discover check anywhere. So let's start by the most obvious, takes, and once again the threat is both knight e3 check and knight g3 check, which is currently mate. But if white makes some space for the king, black will just pick up the queen on f5 with those discover checks. The first important variation you see is that if white goes queen c2, he is currently up material, but both of his bishops are hanging, so he's probably losing.
Yes, agreed. So perhaps instead of this,
you can try bishop a4, but actually,
after rook e1, you can't actually attack the rook.
Yeah, the rook is, but you can play
f4.
No, but then this. And very importantly, rook takes c2 once again wins material for black.
Wow, okay.
So yeah, I'm a bit confused, because white, generally speaking, should not be losing in this line. but I don't see how to extricate himself from this particular predicament. We'll maybe start earlier?
All right, so it's not like we're forced to take the queen. I mean...
What about bishop a4, queen e2? Yeah, I wanted to do this, but after queen e2...
You're hitting the bishop on b2.
Yeah, the bishop on b2 is hanging. So this doesn't work. What about this?
What's the current material balance? I have
two pieces for the rook.
I know it's kind of weird, but can I go like queen b1?
Let's have queen b1.
No, but you take a knight d2.
Yeah, taking knight d2 picks up material. This doesn't work.
I mean, there's no pin on the a file.
No, knight d4 it's my early front runner. But then I guess black just goes knight e3 check, rook d1, knight f5,
and everything's hanging again.
And everything is pinned. But what?
Bishop d3
takes, and black is winning.
Black is winning again. Yeah.
Because the first rank is constantly the bane of white's existence, so to speak.
So that didn't work.
Yeah, none of this seems to actually work. I'm very, very curious because once again we're doing this.
Let me get some coffee.
Solo, so to speak. There's two of us, but no computers, which amounts to solo, I think, these days. Yeah, we don't know the answer, but I remember this position. All the computer lines ended in a draw.
Okay.
I don't remember the lines, but I do remember the assessment, and. Currently, I am struggling a little bit to locate this draw that we're speaking of.
We're just assuming it exists.
Yeah, we kind of operate under this assumption that white is not worse because he generally isn't. But yeah, I don't see it yet. What are we missing? There's a threat of immediate mate. We looked at knight d4. And there are people suggesting to give the answer to us, but I think this is a fine position.
Which makes it seem like there is an answer, which in itself is a cheat already.
It is, yeah. Actually, sort of on a slight tangent. Actually, I'll just ignore this subject altogether because let's not give people ideas.
All right.
No, we don't want to cheat just yet. It's probably the nicest. In terms of craziness position we have so far in the round, so let's have some fun and try to figure out what's going on here for another minute, and then you can tell us. What candidates are we missing? Bishop d3 makes no sense to my eyes.
No,
we looked at bishop h2.
Bishop d3 and bishop d7 don't make any sense, so just take with the rook.
Yeah, just take with the rook, and it's the same position, only we've taken a piece.
Yes.
Shouldn't be the answer. I'm very confused.
I feel like one of us should actually be able to solve this. Knight d4 we refuted pretty cleanly.
Well, we think we refuted. We don't actually know for sure this is this position, but yeah, I don't see how this can be good for white.
No, everything's hanging.
Yeah, there's too much stuff which is hanging here.
No, that doesn't look right.
The problem, I mean, we are having fun solving this, but I understand that the viewers probably already checked. So maybe tell us what's going on. We'll just accept defeat here and
move on with our lives.
Move on, because we can't really subject the viewers to.
Knight d4.
So we're being told knight d4 is the correct solution, but then we kind of need additional help, because how is this not bad for white? Is it really knight takes f5? I refuse to believe knight takes f5 can be good here.
No way. And they're not telling us now that we asked. I guess you have to, right?
No, I mean, if you have to go into this position, I mean, with the bishop on b2 as bad as it is, I refuse to understand this sort of flat out. I mean, just even rook b1, bishop a3, rook b3, bishop c1, rook takes c3 looks like this should not be good for white.
No, it
although maybe you can continue by doing something like this, but it just looks.
It looks wrong.
Frankly, it looks wrong. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll even with the help of our production team,
we seem to be pretty useless.
Yeah,
okay, knight d4, knight d3 check. Yeah, what do we get a thumbs up for that?
They've got a big check mark from the production team when Alejandro admitted we're completely useless. So I think they've been waiting for this for 9 days.
9 days.
Finally, it's out in the open. Their opinion about us.
So queen d1, knight d4, bishop b2, rook f8, knight d4, knight e3 check.
Rook takes.
You have to.
Yeah, you have to take.
Take, right? Yeah.
Knight takes f1.
This part is forced.
Yeah. And maybe something like bishop d3, cd4, cd4. Maybe the machine thinks this position is
okay for white.
Is okay for white. But is it?
No.
Knight e7. I would take black here
in a heartbeat. We're being told some kind of bishop c4 instead of taking the knight, or bishop d3.
So the machine actually thinks this.
Okay, this is okay, and
this then we didn't miss anything
major.
Because
we just kind of misevaluated the position, because you have the pair of bishops, d5's coming. No entry squares for the rook on the c5.
I was operating under the assumption that there is a forced draw of some kind. This is not a forced draw. It's just that the machine thinks this is fine for white, and maybe it's right because all the entrance squares on the c file are now covered.
Yeah, you could see why white has at least plenty of compensation in this position.
Yeah, this looks okay, but you need to find all these moves, and you also need to correctly assess them. So
yeah, considering how much time he's spending, he might not know the move.
Yeah, it's interesting that he entered this whole line without
knowing the answer,
sort of direct knowledge of the answer, because it's a very forcing line, and you're also playing Radoslav Wojtaszek, who is one of the premier theoreticians of our time, on his own and also as part of Team Anand.
Team Anand, yeah.
So a bit of a curious development there, and I think we've spent enough time on one game. We sort of promised ourselves before day one that we won't be doing this, but this was such a crazy position that we couldn't restrain ourselves.
It was fun. All right, let's see what else we can look at.
Let's look at the most important game of the day, because there has been some developments. When Magnus was in the studio, he thought that after knight c6, white should start by playing bishop b2 and snapping this knight off the moment it appears on d4. And I thought this was a right approach, to be honest. Because here, let's say after bishop d7, maybe you can even think about starting with b5. And generally, if white is able to restrict this bishop on d7 somehow and stop it from reaching c6, he should be better. But Yuan went for a different approach. He simply castled, allowed knight d4 and d5, and went bishop b3 here. But now after bishop g4, it looks like this shouldn't be that bad for black, to be honest.
No, with the knight on d4, that looks so strong, and the fact that the bishop on g4 is already out of the pawn chain.
Yeah,
and
once black plays e5 and develops the c8 bishop comfortably, he generally seems to. His position, even optically, looks much better than it used to. So
yeah, no, for sure. And if you snap on d4 in this position with the bishop already out, it feels like queen b2 was nothing but a waste of tempo.
First that, and secondly,
taking on d4
simply
with
taking
the pawn.
on it's like a bit of a Tarash position of sorts, but with such limited material, and generally the weakness of the pawn on d4 compensated by the weakness of the pawn on e2. Black should be fine.
You play the move rook ac1, which wins at tempo.
Yeah, well, you can play queen e7. It's a very natural square for the queen, and it seems like Wesley actually solved most of his opening problems. Yeah, that would be my impression.
Yeah.
We don't really know if white could have done more after knight c6. There were some moves you could consider. For instance, queen c3 was interesting, I felt. Pinning the knight for now, creating like a semi-threat of before b5, because it can be met by queen a5. You can actually play e5 here, and after b5 you have this tactical resource of playing queen a5. So maybe Yuengi didn't really like it all that much, although you could continue this line. You can play, for instance, bishop d2, force black to take, and look for something here, but maybe it's just not available, because,
Well, b5 is hanging as well as
I was kind of wondering if I can play castles, but...
Yeah, but it looks a little bit artificial.
The whole line doesn't inspire great confidence.
But
it's worth considering. I'm not sure about knight e2. I think you need to move the bishop somewhere, bishop b6 or bishop g4. Because if you take on e2 and after king b2, this I actually kind of like.
Because bishop b5 is coming.
Yeah, because bishop b5 is coming, you can't play the c8 bishop, because bishop b7 will become very threatening.
Okay. So instead of that, perhaps bishop b6 right away.
Something here like bishop e6, but I can take on b7, take on d4, place the bishop on c6 or a6 and pretend I'm better. Probably it's just pretense though.
Yeah, I think so, because you're still dropping a pawn, right?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe start with king b2. It was a curious idea to start with queen c3, but Yuengi did not spend too much time on castling in this position. So,
though perhaps I don't know, perhaps it was a better try. As I look at the position that we have currently on the board,
this is what Wesley is thinking about right now, and
it doesn't seem like the most threatening. As you said, queen e7 is super natural move. I don't even know where else to move the queen right now.
Yeah, it feels very normal. Queen d7 looks very artificial. I don't like queen b6.
Yeah, knight e2 is impossible because, of course, queen takes e2 wins material, but...
Yeah, because you cannot play queen takes c1, queen takes g4, picks up the bishop anyway. So.
A big difference, by the way, of putting the rook on ac1 than rook fc1.
Yeah, that actually is a nice point. Rook f c1 would actually lose the exchange to the same tactic because queen c1 is now a check. So we expect queen e7, and we think Wesley is in no serious danger as of right now.
Not right now, but on the other hand, no winning chances. He does need to create some. We'll see if later on in the game he decides to make me go for some risk. But we have plenty of games to cover. Let's see what else is going on.
I think Karjakin Zhang has become very, very sharp recently, so I think we should go there.
Somehow the production team managed to make a huge list of names. But okay, let's start with this Karjakin game.
We were so long in one game. This is now very, very exciting. So let's.
What is going on here?
I started speaking about this actually, and then Magnus came in, and everything had to be put on hold, understandably.
Just for him. All right.
That's how life is. A garlic shrug, I think this is called.
A garlic shrug.
Yeah. I don't know why necessarily garlic, but I think it's called a garlic shrug. Gals are famous for their shrugging, I suppose. So this is a Zaitsev line which has become very, very popular recently.
And you were telling us that you are quite familiar with it.
Yeah, I used it myself to beat Anish Giri in the World Cup semi-finals, going through, I think, a very suspect position, which was so rich in options for him that he basically burnt up all his time choosing one of the promising options he had, and then chose something which was, in his own annotations in New in Chess, he was the first one to say that what he chose was sort of neither here nor there. And at some point I did realize my position was very good and started playing it for a win and did win. The line we're talking about is rook e8 and after knight bd2, not h6, which used to be the absolute industry standard for many, many years.
Many years, yes.
But taking and knight d7. And this is becoming more and more popular recently. I played it a number of times. Pavel Ilyanov played it a number of times by now, also a very, very strong player. Some 2,600 players played it already. The variation first came to my notice personally when somebody played it against me with black in the Gibraltar Open, and I got nowhere at all with white. And play tends to get very, very sharp, but I think white is starting to figure out what to do about all this. And
so enlighten us, what does white do?
But actually, I'm actually a bit surprised here because they followed my game against Anish all the way up to here. Rook b1 is probably the main line right now, although other moves are of course possible. There's plenty of opportunities here for white. c5, d5, knight c4 is almost forced because if white is in time to play b2, b3 here and lock out the knight on c5, black's position becomes very, very difficult to play. So you need to bring this knight over to the center somehow. b3, knight c5, knight h2. And in this position, an article in the New Chess magazine, I believe, advises black to play knight b6 here.
Okay.
Written by Eric Kislik, who suggested the whole thing is called the Kislik variation, which I think is a bit early to say that the whole thing should be called the Kislik variation, but why not? You kind of need to stake a claim. If you don't stake a claim, nobody will do it for you. So it's understandable that he wanted to do that. Although I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's sort of it should be settled as early as right now what the name of the variation should be. Anyway, knight g6, knight g3, bishop c8 is exactly what I played against Anish.
Yeah.
And here, in a bit of a interesting development for me, Sergei spent 11.5 minutes here and deviated from what Anish was doing, which is, well, okay on one level because you're not absolutely forced to repeat Anish's game in every game, but
especially the ones that he loses.
Here I thought his decision was very, very decent. I quite liked it, or on sort of looking at it from the other perspective, I really, really disliked it during the game. He played rook f1 here, which I thought was a very, very clever move, precisely because you sidestep the ideas black is showing in the game we will be about to continue observing. Black's play here is very much connected with moving the bishop from f6 somewhere and activating his d7 knight via either f6 or e5. And by playing rook f1, you make sure that bishop c3 is not a tempo.
Yeah.
And you make black's next move incredibly uncomfortable. At least it was very, very uncomfortable for me, because you can't place anything on e5 right now, because f4 will be a huge tempo. And I actually ended up playing knight b6, and after knight g4 just giving up the light square bishop altogether and playing h6 here. And my feeling, at least during the game, was that I must be seriously worse here. I mean, within 10 moves I was close to winning, but that was because Anish spent all his time looking for mate, couldn't find any direct mate, and then misplayed his position quite badly, I think.
Yeah.
But the objective assessment, at least to my eyes here, was that I must be in a serious amount of trouble. Instead of which, Sergei opted to play knight g4 straight away, and then black gets this.
Trying to trade off.
Trying to trade
differently.
Trade the g4 knight for a knight, not the bishop. Although it is connected with a very, very sharp variation starting with knight e2. So perhaps Sergei actually considered all this and decided that this is fine. And here you can play bishop a5, but it's a bit of a concession. It's actually not a bit; it's a huge concession, because allowing white to
bishop g5
to assume control. Yeah, bishop g5 as well, but bishop g5,
bishop.
You could perhaps take on g4 and play h6, and you're not so unhappy about this. But bishop taking control of over the long diagonal is a very, very big deal in these variations. Even if, in this particular position after queen h4, I wouldn't say black is entirely lost already, but you want to keep the bishop on the long diagonal generally. And after a longish thing, Zhang Zhong comes up with a very interesting tactical attempt at a solution of his problems. He took on g4 with the bishop, h takes g4, and he took on g4. Now if you take on c3 immediately, queen h4 just wins, I think. Because you cannot play bishop f4, and if you have to play rook e1, I will collect everything with checks, it's just dead. So white plays f3, and here once again, he played queen h4, forcing white to take, and he played bishop b5. And another very interesting position for us to discuss, actually. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Sergei has been thinking for a while here, so he is also unsure.
Yeah, one of the major points, of course, is that you would love to just interpose with the knight, but you can't.
Yeah, this is bad, and the same applies to bishop f4, knight f4, and you will have to take with the rook, because knight f4, bishop d4 is completely lost.
Which, if you take with the rook, is it really?
It's not horrible. It's not horrible. No, it's an option you need to consider very seriously here, actually.
Yeah, you have a lot of problems because the dark squares are so weak, and your bishop on c2 is not particularly good. But
you will end up
with two pieces against the rook. Yeah.
And I don't think g5 can be made to work here, so I have a feeling black will need to take.
Yeah, unfortunately for black, after g5, I think the g3 in Ramirez might be good enough.
Even the simple rook f3.
Yeah, even that.
Seems to me to be keeping everything under control nicely. So, yeah, g5 I don't particularly believe in, so you probably will end up taking, and in this position...
You need to find something.
Yeah. White's structure seems very ugly, and the bishop on c2 is currently very passive, but white has a material advantage, and if he consolidates, he will be quite happy about all this.
Yeah, black has some ideas. He could even swing the rook on the 5th rank with rook e5.
I'm wondering...
I was wondering, but f5, you just leave e6 so weak.
Yeah, e6, it's not giving up the pawn, it's just the square, the e6 square is so important that the second rook will never rejoin the attack.
Well, some things to think of for Karjakin. I mean, we're being told to look at some other stuff, but before we do that, I wanted to look at bishop e5 and maybe other alternatives that are
you can
more...
also go rook f3 and rook f5, which becomes very difficult to assess as well.
Yeah, because now you have to somehow give a check, I think, on h2 and try to bring the knight in.
Probably, but it also it feels a bit vague, because I think I'm going to start with king f2, and if you go knight h4 here, I have a feeling this should be quite good for white. Simply knight f3, king f3.
This queen is somehow trapped.
And the queen is, it will have to retreat, and even simply g3 followed by king g2. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I think, Sergei has been deep in thought for a while in this position, but I have a feeling it's not an unhappy tank, because he has a number of decent options.
Yeah, even the one we looked at that forces the two pieces against the rook is not so terrible, but he could be more ambitious.
Yeah. I think the reason he is thinking is that he doesn't want to sell his position short, so to speak. It feels like he should be better, and he wants to maximize that. It's an important round. If he wins, he he gets himself to 6.5 points and a potential tie for second, which is good.
It's excellent. Yeah. So let's take a look then at other games. Madlakov against Bok, two players that we've covered in previous rounds.
Yeah, it's just that the position was very, very sharp up for a while, but
kind of.
It still is, but it's also heavily theoretical. This is
seems to be pretty often the case with your homeboy.
He works.
He works. Yeah.
This has been a sort of a switch between. I think this is right now. This is the English with c4, c5. But I think these positions are commonly reached via reti move, more or less. I want to say.
More commonly, yes.
Yeah, I think this is by now. This is sort of the pure reti opening, and I'm pretty sure I've seen all this before. And normally, I think after Queen b6, they play Queen b3 here, don't they? I have a feeling this is. So. I have a feeling this is what sort of normal theory says here. But
yes.
I think it goes Queen b3. Black plays Knight h5, and it becomes very concrete and very. I think Black generally equalizes here, and instead of this, Maxim went for Rook e1, which seemed to have surprised his opponent somewhat. Benjamin spent 22 minutes on taking on b2, 92, Knight takes e5, and here Maxim went for another intermediary move, Rook b1, Queen a3, and Bishop takes e5. And the position on the board right now is looks like this. White is currently down a pawn, but you have a feeling he will win back something, either b7 or d4, or
very, very soon.
Maybe in ideal case, both of them. And you know, if you're allowed to dream. And
well, Black's finished development, even though he's currently not that harmonious.
Yeah.
And I would say that he still has to solve a couple of problems to say that he's
equalized. I quite like White's
equalized.
position even after the simple Queen b3.
Queen
for
b3
instance,
looks very normal. Yeah.
b7 is very weak, and if b7 falls, generally in these positions, White is favored to some kind of a degree.
And even if you take, I think even taking with the Rook, I think.
Yeah, that was what I was going with. Yeah, take with the Rook. Make d3 harder to play. b7 will be hanging with tempo. d4 is currently hanging. So it seems like a nice position for White. I mean, exactly how nice is difficult to assess. In the limited time we have, but
it's definite that White's the one with the better chances.
A very sharp sort of quote unquote ending. It's not really an ending.
Not really, but yeah.
Okay, so one to keep an eye on, but there's a lot of top games we haven't touched. And
let's look at a very theoretical one. We had the game between Tomaszewski and Sethuraman, as I cannot go down lists. This one, well, we saw Tomaszewski actually play a very heavily theoretical Botvinnik earlier in the tournament,
against Liu Shanglei, but that was a different Botvinnik. When they reached this position, I remember we discussed the fact that Liu Shanglei consistently plays Bishop b7 here, when the main line is still Knight bd7.
Yes.
And another variation I know next to nothing about, apart from watching it with great interest from a safe distance, so to speak, as people play it.
Cuddle up in a room with an engine running is probably the only way I would play this variation.
Yeah.
But c5, d5, okay.
This is still very much mainline theory. After b4, I think for a very long time, Rook b1 was considered to be the main move here.
Yeah, but Knight a4 is also.
But Knight a4 is also this is still theory. Weird looking Knight b8 is still theory. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Tomaszewski taking 42 minutes to take on b4 here, which is curious. I met him at breakfast. It seemed like he woke up. So.
Yeah, but it's curious that he's thinking in this position, because I'm 100% sure this is theory.
Yeah, I mean he reached already after Knight a4, Queen b5. He spent 15 minutes on a3. So he has been burning up time quite seriously here.
Weird, because it's a position that has been seen kind of a lot.
Yeah, but once again, he is known to think in positions he knows a lot about. So it's not a giveaway as to whether he is out of book yet or not. So the position they have on the board right now is in this position. White played a thematic move, Queen g4. Bishop takes d5 and Rook fc1, trying to put pressure on the Black queen side. Because if Black consolidates and loses nothing on the queen side at all, he will be much better, obviously.
Yeah,
but generally it's quite hard to.
We're being told this is actually still following the draw between Vladimir Kramnik and Vishy Anand from London Classic last year, and it's. I actually not the only game I can count more than.
This is this crazy line.
But I can count over 100 games being played still in this position, so we're well in theory.
This is this really crazy line.
You take on c4, take on g5.
Rook c6, black plays queen b8, and for some reason you don't take on c6 for whatever reason. There must be a reason. I guess queen b7 is very strong. You play queen d4 first, black plays king b8, and now you take on c6 using the fact that this loses the rook yet again.
Yeah.
To which black replies by taking on g3 first and taking on c6 here. Yeah, this is heavily theoretical, and probably, as with most cases in the botanic, I think these days, it's close to equality. And apparently during the press conference in London, both Kramnik and Anand said that they hadn't seen the hundreds and hundreds of correspondence games, which these days means basically games between machines.
Yes.
And we don't know whether we need to take it with a pinch of salt or not. The claim that they don't have the correspondence database. Even I have some kind of correspondence database. It's completely outdated. But
even you?
Yeah, and I never actually actively sought them. So there are people who sort of troll the forums looking for newer correspondence games. I never did that, but one eventually fell into my possession. Let's put it like that. It fell off a truck somewhere. It's hard to believe that people as serious as Vishy and Vlad hadn't seen those, but maybe they hadn't.
Maybe. All right, this is still very theoretical, and there's very little we can actually discuss because this has been seen after the position with Rook fc1. Yeah. It's been seen so many times that you kind of expect the players to know what's going on, especially with such a prominent game.
Well, Seturaman, there is still, I think there's one move where Seturaman spent more than a minute leading up to move 20. So I think it's a very safe assumption that Seturaman is quite booked up here.
All right, we can take a look at other games. Apparently the Naroditsky game is still...
Just briefly, let's update our viewers on the standings in the women's category, because...
we're being told we made a slight error. By a slight error, I mean we made a big error, as we forgot Karavade is also on 4.5.
And there's now a slight error again on your screen because it's a tie from 1st to 5th, not the 1st to 4th. But
that one's a slight error.
That is a very slight error, and there is a bit of a pile up at the top there, as you can see, and
it's pretty much the winner takes all in this position. And I think Hou Yifan should have the top tiebreak, as a tiebreak I'm being told for most things is performance rating.
And she's been playing in the high up at the else.
Yeah.
So, yeah, although actually Kostenyuk also.
Yeah, but I think Hou Yifan has had a tougher event.
Yeah. So this is a situation with sort of everything to play for in the women's category, and
we'll update you on those games very shortly. We're actually going to start by looking at a game of Naroditsky that apparently is quite interesting, and then we'll go plunge into some of the women games and see how they're doing with their fight for first place in the women's section.
Sure.
To all of our American fans that are currently awake, which I'm assuming is nobody. And this is actually the most awkward spot for Americans. And we're being told that
Kostenyuk actually has the highest performance rating.
Really?
So she will win the tiebreak if she ties with Hou Yifan.
Well, it shows me what I know. All right. So
this is something I should know about but don't.
That is a lot. This is a lot of theory.
Yeah, this is not this particular position, but the line in general is what I mean. And I'm curious. Yeah, okay, they had spent some time reaching this position, because if they hadn't, it would really mean that they work on chess very seriously. But this is once again the f3 Grunfeld. This I could recognize straight away. And black goes for one line we hadn't actually seen on screen very much, although there was one game I have seen in the tournament with this position recently. And it's the move e5 here instead of knight c6. Knight c6 has been played by both Li Chao against Carlsen, the game black lost, and in the game between Korbov and Svirts, which Svirch won.
Yes.
But e5 we hadn't really seen on the top board so far. d5, c6, h4 is by far the most principled reply. And this is all still very much theoretical. King b1, rook c8, and d6 I think is the forefront of theory in this line right now. Black does normally reply by e4, and white plays king a1 here, and I think maybe I can't remember if this was on stream or off air, but I think we discussed this position with you in some of the earlier games, in which black did not actually play knight a4 here, and I mentioned that.
I'm trying to remember which game it was, but
it was many rounds ago, so we can't really remember. But knight a4 is a very important idea in this position.
Yeah, somebody played knight a4, didn't play knight a4, and they kind of got killed. But I'm trying to remember who it was.
Can't remember, but not that important because it was not on one of the top boards anyway, and we didn't, I think, cover that game particularly closely.
No, not that much.
So knight a4 it immediately challenges the knight on c3, which kind of cements the white queenside position. It also makes it possible for black to perhaps play queen a5 later, which is a very important move, allowing black to activate his pieces. And generally black plays knight a4 as soon as he can.
So knight
takes
a4,
rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1.
Seems I'm not sure if they play knight g2 instead of this, but this also looks theoretical. And as you said, Daniel is quite well booked up here.
Yeah.
So if he played this,
he knows what he's doing. At least he has an idea.
And people are commanding us on analyzing the Piron Wojtaszek position without the machine, but
even if we failed somewhat,
even if we kind of even after 5 minutes could not come to the conclusion we could have come to in 5 seconds flat by using it. Takes, and here bishop c4 check is such a huge threat that Vladimir played b5, and he spent 11 seconds on this move. So I think it's safe to assume both of them are still repeating their analysis.
Which is funny because the move that he took the longest in this, from what I can see, getting to this position by Fedoseev, was knight takes a4, and he spent like 6 minutes on bishop takes a4.
It's probably off having
some tea.
Yeah, some tea or whatever. Knight e2 here, aiming for c3 or just generally developing a piece. Rook e8 also looks like a very natural move, occupying an open file, putting some pressure on the white position in the future. Bishop c5, queen a5. Both players actually playing incredibly fast up to here. None of these moves are necessarily the only moves in the position, to be honest.
Not by a long shot, actually.
But on the other hand, if you look at this, you would like to take on d6, but currently you cannot do this because bishop c5 wins material. So rook e8 actually creates a threat of queen takes d6. This explains bishop c5, and now queen a5 creates, a threat of bishop b3, which you really don't want to allow.
Right. So
which is why Daniel plays king b1.
Okay.
Sorry, e3, g3, knight d7, also very normal because you block the depot and you include the g7 bishop in the game. And now bishop d4. If white didn't have this move, I would probably pick black. But white apparently can play this, despite the fact that after rook takes e2, he needs to take on e2 and allow black to pick up this bishop on d4. I guess after bishop takes g7, well, simply
rook e1, right?
Rook e1, bishop c4 check. But I think you probably start by playing bishop c2 check, then you play probably bishop b3. I think I can do this.
a3?
And after a3, I will now play rook e1. No, I still cannot do this after bishop c4 check, because there's rook e7 in the end. Once again, a position, no, maybe queen e1. Queen e1. No, bishop takes e2. Sorry, I'm going crazy.
But it's okay. Let's go back a little bit. Instead of bishop b3, perhaps I have some ideas.
Rook d2. No, rook d2, bishop c3.
I can't actually even swing my rook
knight
to the
c5.
Knight c5, yeah.
Knight c5 is very nice. Knight c5 creating a somewhat difficult to parry threat of knight b3 mate, actually. Looks very favorable for black.
Yes, incredibly so. Yeah, this was supposed to be
So bishop takes e2, bishop takes d4, check, and knight f8.
And now the point of white's play, I would say, is the following.
I guess. What's wrong with d7? Let's first figure out why you cannot push your...
Queen d2
will be met by queen takes f8, and white will at least have a perpetual and maybe more. I think the point is simply
bishop f6, I guess.
To play biship f6 maybe.
Yeah, since d1 is still under control.
And queen d2 is now a very big threat.
Very big threat.
Which is why Naroditsky played bishop c4 check. You cannot ignore this because after king g7, queen b7, you'll probably get mated.
Yeah, even queen c7 just wins the game.
That's a very cute line. Well played. Queen c7 takes, and the pawn suddenly queens with an immediate victory. So b takes c4, queen takes c4, king h8, Queen takes d4, king g8. And it would not be out of the question to suggest that maybe they both know this.
Maybe.
I don't think you can completely rule out both of them knowing this position and just checking and rechecking stuff before reaching it, because this variation is you need to very, very heavily analyze it before playing it with either side, because well, it's very difficult to comprehend without concrete knowledge. It's very easy to go quite badly astray if playing on your own. And
quite a piece of work actually, this variation. It's very long.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, but it's possible that both players are still well within. And we're being told that knight takes a4 is a novelty, but
the rest of the moves, as you've said, made so much sense for both players.
I thought I saw knight g2 before. I was actually going to say that I think knight g2 is more common here. But the speed with which they replied to knight takes a4, all the next moves up to a certain point were made more or less instantly. So young people today, I think I feel justified by starting a sentence with young people today and continuing it by saying they work on chess, which is a good thing.
Those youngsters definitely work a lot.
They work on chess, and it shows.
I agree.
But in the final position we have on the screen right now, white has a perpetual because you even absolutely have to go king h8, because once again, queen g7, queen c7 looks risky to say the least. Probably loses. So you go king h8, and we're being told that this actually has ended in a draw. With this perpetual. So seemingly sort of good homework by both sides.
Right. And to expand a little bit on the position, white actually can't play for the win if black keeps the king on h8. I think that the two pieces might end up coordinating pretty well. So,
if in this position you could somehow transfer the rook, even not to c7, but particularly to e7, that would be very threatening. But the e1 square is under control. And rook c1, if black goes bishop d7, the rook on c7 doesn't really do that much.
No.
And once the h-pawn starts running, if you play rook c7, I play something like queen f5 check, king a1, and just start pushing
h5,
Yeah, black's position is very solid. He coordinated. You can't really, the rook will never cross from c7 to e7. And black's trumps on the king side should not be discounted.
All right.
So that game is over. Very nice, interesting theoretical Grunfeld, and Grunfeld once again survives the test, which is good. And let's check the top women.
We can start with the game of Alexandra Kosteniuk, since she is currently at the top of the standings in the women's section. She is tied with other players, but her performance rating is the highest. And
she is black against Victor Bologan, and she seems to be in rather deep trouble here, I would say.
Well,
how did this come about? Isn't this? Hang on a second. I know something about this line. This is the 5 bishop c5 Spanish, to which I actually had a mixed bag of, in terms of results, I had very good results here. This is the variation which I used to beat Antonetta Stefanova in one of those Gibraltars, one of the two games I talked about. d4, d takes e4, and in my game against Antonetta, I took on e5 with a pawn. But that was more or less refuted by Veselin Topalov later in his World Cup game against me, which I was basically in deep trouble by move 15. And I was roundly criticized for sort of repeating my own games without actually checking them further, because what he did to me in that game was really a kind of childhood trap. He went for a variation he doesn't play regularly, kind of trusting me to stupidly just repeat my own stuff without rechecking. And after d5, I think it went takes, and now I can't remember how the game went, which is really, really embarrassing. Hang on a second. Can you help?
Yeah, I can help. I wasn't going to do it, but yeah.
No. Antonetta took on f6 here, and this position is incredibly dangerous for black. But instead of this, I have a feeling he just took on d1 in some position and then played gf. Yeah, I think it goes like queen takes d1, rook takes d1, ef, gf, bishop e4, and bishop b7. I think this is how it goes, but once again, if I'm wrong, no, again.
Bishop d7.
Yeah, bishop d7, not bishop b7, of course, because you need to castle long. And here I even decided to go completely crazy. You're still not worse here with white, but I thought, okay, what's going on here? Why can't I open the A file? And yeah, this position is almost completely lost for white. Because after rook takes a6, you run into a slight problem of bishop c6. Yeah.
Ouch.
I ended up winning this game, which really should not have happened because Veselin was not in particularly good shape in that tournament. But yeah, going for this entire line without really trying to ask myself, why is Veselin repeating a game I won convincingly against his compatriot, was a feat of remarkable stupidity, I have to say.
Rewarded very well by a win.
Yeah, rewarded, you...
as chess always works out. All right, what happened in the game? Knight bd2 was played?
Knight bd2, yeah, I should know something about this move, but I have a feeling I don't, which is weird.
Okay, so let's see what happened in the game. Pawn takes f3, queen takes f3.
Pawn takes f3 has been played instantly, more or less instantly in reply. Queen takes f3, both of black's light pieces are hanging, so she goes bishop d6, giving one of them up, but sort of finishing her development. But in this position, yeah, it feels like she should be somewhat uncomfortable. I would like to castle here if I were black, but I guess knight e4 is very uncomfortable here.
It's not so easy to actually parry this this rest, but okay.
Takes.
I was gonna take with the queen.
If you take with the queen, I have a feeling maybe g6 is not so bad, followed by bishop f5.
Ah, bishop
f5. That was my plan. Or, you know, in some fashion. Maybe d rook e8 first and then bishop f5. I'm not sure. But bishop takes, followed by the very simple tactic of just doing this.
Oh yeah, that would work.
Ends up just being a pawn up for white to illustrate why.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop d6 we're being told is a novelty, and normal is bishop e7, as for instance has been played by Vishwanathan Anand in his game against Veselin Topalov in Waiko 1. I had a feeling I've seen this before, but I couldn't remember what the theory says. And bishop e7 does look
more
safer, because in the same positions, the e file will be closed.
Yeah, and let's see how that affected the game.
This looks much healthier, to be honest.
Yeah, much healthier.
In the game, in the same position, white went knight e4, and now you're kind of deeply regretting not having a bishop on e7, because knight f6 is a threat. If you take on e4, the queen e4 is a check, bishop e6, and white continues to playing with tempi, bishop g5, bishop e7, already a very uncomfortable choice for black.
Yeah.
If you play something like queen c8 and even c takes d4, you cannot castle right now because queen h7 is made. It's just not a particularly pleasant position to be playing. So bishop e7 takes, rook fe1, making sure black doesn't play queen d5. I think this is the biggest idea of this move, to stop black from developing his queen to a good position on d5.
Well, it also adds pressure on the e file, which is quite normal.
Yeah. Rook king f8, rook a d1.
King f8 though.
Yeah, this is the point. If you end up in a position like this, which is what Alexandra is now faced with, you're not doing very well.
No, not well at all.
The king on f8 will take some time getting out. The rook on h8 is therefore completely locked out.
It's tactically a problem to have this king on f8 in so many variations.
And after bishop d5, bishop e4, even if pieces come off, your position doesn't really improve.
Yeah.
Because white has all three pieces very much in play on very, very nice central positions where you are trying to meet those threats with only two of your pieces. Generally, I think this is grim, is the word I would use here. This is not a nice position to have.
No, Kostenik definitely in some trouble.
Yeah, and as is one of her direct competitors, Dinara Sadvakasova from Kazakhstan, who is playing Alexander Ipatov. And her position is also very, very bad, I think, and probably lost.
Probably just lost, right?
Probably lost. You generally don't hold bishop endings like this.
No, and you're down a pawn and you're going to be forced. I mean, even your structure is not that good.
Yeah, some plan will still need to be found from white, because black's for now established some sort of I wouldn't call this a fortress, but some kind of control of her position. But yeah, shouldn't be a particularly difficult technical task, I would even say.
Yeah.
It was some kind of a Nimzo which went badly wrong for her at some point. She went h6, here bishop h4, c5, rook c1, takes, and d5, all seemingly logical. But after c takes d5, she felt obliged to take with the queen. And, and this position, gf a3, and she didn't even take on c3 here. Perhaps she felt, sort of going for this, that she could maybe do this, and the pin along the d file would count for something. But even the simple rook d3, I think, is quite unpleasant. there's possibly something else as well. But even just simply playing rook d3 and sort of illustrating just how difficult it will be to trade stuff for black along the d file, apart from the rooks.
Yeah.
But the position she went for, she instead played knight c6. Knight c6 she took on c3.
Oh, but this is
on d1 and on c6.
You're gonna lose a pawn very quickly.
I think more or less anything would have been better than this. You need to avoid this type of position.
No, in this position, it's not so much that white's taking on c6 immediately.
No, white will wait, finish development
at some point.
Yeah, but black has such a horrible structure everywhere, and the king is already on c1.
Sometimes c5 immediately.
Yeah, sometimes it works out for black fine. Actually, Levon Aronian won a similar structure against Radek Wojtaszek in the European teams just now. But the white king was nowhere near the c1 square, and then black were like 5 tempi up compared to this position, and also the king was somewhere around g1. Okay. And then the b2 pawn is a target, and you can create very decent counterplay against the b2 pawn. But when the king is already on c1, you have zero counterplay and a great deal of weaknesses to play against. And already here, black is already a full pawn down and struggling. So we expect that game to finish in Ipatov winning.
Yeah, and bishop d3 has a really cute point. Ipatov's not the most subtle of players at the very end. I think he wants to go e4, e5.
And then the pawn ending.
Pawn ending should be winning.
She went f6 to maybe stop this.
But I don't think it stops it.
I think you can still do it.
Yeah, e4, e5.
I think you can still do it, and after king takes e5, the same thing wins, because this pawn ending is hopeless. Should be completely hopeless, because I will just pass along the. I will play king c4, king b4 until you let me play king c5, basically.
Yes, basically. And you can't create anything with your pawns.
Yeah, there are no passers ever on the. And just to illustrate the point, this is kind of what will always happen if the king stays on the e file too long. So yeah, seems like a very, very easy technical win for Ipatov there. Briefly back to the old Polish clash, because there has been developments there. He found all those moves.
Yeah, good for him.
But it seems like maybe, I don't know what's going on here. Just to update you, he did find eventually, after spending half an hour here and then blitzing out the remaining sequence, he did find knight g4, knight e3, rook g1, knight f5, and bishop c4. Radek is still playing instantly. Takes, rook c8, bishop b3, knight e7. You can't really allow the blockade, so white plays d5. And now Radek took, and this requires some explaining. If you take with the rook, black has at least a draw here and should probably win, I would think. Yeah, rook d2 wins, because after bishop f3 I will play rook a2 and pick up this bishop. So you have to take with the bishop. And here I suspect the idea is to play rook c2 anyway. But this is less clear to me, because I can maybe start by playing bishop a3.
Rook a2 anyway?
I can still play rook a2, I forgot about that. Yeah. So the point is, if after rook c2, white takes on f7, king f7, rook d7, rook takes b2, because white still hasn't created any, what's the word? Luft for his king. Black will pick up on b4 next move.
But even there, after f4, f5...
Yeah, let's play f4, rook b4, f5. Curious. I mean, black pawns are further away from the white king, but white pawns are much, much more advanced.
Yeah.
Very, very curious, actually. I'm not sure what I think about all this. Because up to here, I think it's completely forced. I don't think black can do anything else. I mean, if you give white a tempo, you probably will not win this material back simply. Maybe you can play king f8, but it's kind of hard to believe.
No, but here I can start considering just going g4, h4, or whatever.
And then rook c2?
Bishop a1 at the very least.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. No, it's very hard to imagine you can actually waste a full tempo like this.
Right.
So I have a feeling it has to be rook c2, but then white definitely has this option. And rook b4, f5 probably is still a draw somehow, but
it's probably a draw, but
like rook f4.
I'm sure that black's not worse with correct play, but I think it gets to be a little bit riskier.
I'm still somewhat unclear on this actually. E6 check. I will force you to play king e7 in some fashion, and then I will start picking up all those pawns. Like king e8, I can take many of them.
Yeah, you can take all of them.
I'm not so sure this is so clearly drawn at all, to be honest. A very, very curious decision to play knight takes d5, and Radek is still playing very fast. He spent 5 minutes on knight e7.
Maybe he has this calculated out somehow.
Yeah, it's unclear. It was very obvious that up to here he was still very much in his preparation, and then he must know that knight d4 is the only move.
Yeah,
and he must know that bishop c4 is the only move. So you would assume he had actually looked at this endgame, but yes.
Well, he played knight takes d5 in like 7 seconds. So
yes, but that was prepared by knight e7, and knight e7 he thought about for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a situation right now. Do you see anything apart from this endgame I've shown?
No.
Yeah,
because bishop d5 I was trying to play something like rook c7 or rook d7, but it never works. Rook d7 I have e6.
And actually even here you also have e6, I think.
Well, I also have bishop f7.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, bishop f7, of course. Sure.
Yeah,
I'm going crazy. So, somewhat
curious.
Yeah, curious turn of events. But I guess Radek just thought that this is somehow a forced draw, which we don't see as of.
Well, actually, I don't have to allow you to play f5, right? I don't have to take on b4, or do I?
Well,
no, I do.
You kind of do, I think,
yeah.
because.
Yeah, king e6, rook
well,
d6.
you could maybe no, but rook d4 is just very strong.
No, you're just a
no.
pawn.
You can't really play for a win like this, you know? Or even a draw. Really, it seems riskier. No, I guess in this position, some kind of a precise move still holds, like maybe rook b5, e6 check, king e7, rook d7 check, and the somewhat weird-looking king f8 might hold. Rook f7, king g8. But yeah, I don't know. This you kind of need to absolutely know this is a draw because it doesn't look like one.
No, he might know it, but it looks like.
Yeah.
It looks like white has some chances.
Yeah, it's. I'd be suddenly very excited as a white player because I would feel that there's no way I can lose this, and you know, maybe once in a blue moon I might be better. Okay, so we'll keep you updated on that as things unfold. In the game between Matlakov and Bok, Benjamin went for something very sharp there. No, actually, it was Maxim's decision. They both went. I completely ignored this. I don't know why. There is this option which we completely sidestepped.
Okay, just giving up the queen. Bishop takes f6. Takes
Queen
d1.
Queen g1 is absolutely forced. And in this position, Benjamin had a choice between playing queen takes a2 and allowing, I guess, bishop takes f8 followed by something takes d1, or playing rook f8, which he chose. Takes, knight f1. And now bishop b4 is a great big threat from white, so he played a5. But this looks artificial. This looks like it shouldn't work somehow, doesn't it?
Looks difficult to believe in some ways.
How do you
make progress here?
Maybe rook d8 is his plan, but because once the rook is kicked off from its perch on e1, it's going to be very good for white. One thing you cannot do right now is to play bishop f3 because this is well met by rook takes f1. But
yeah, but let's say bishop b2, you still have rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8. I thought bishop b2 was just winning, but rook d8 is annoying.
It seems like I'm down a tempo to just win.
A bit of a curious position, which once again, it would require us some time to figure out exactly what's what. So
yeah, it almost feels like black doesn't have enough, but it's not so easy to push back his pieces.
Yeah, but also maybe from the white's standpoint, you don't need to look for an immediate win. You could maybe just start picking up material, place it on d7 so that the d-pawn doesn't run, and ask black the question what his immediate plans are.
I have to be careful sometimes of playing bishop e2, rook moves somewhere, rook moves somewhere.
Well, currently here I would say that, yeah, I don't know, rook e7 for instance.
And I'm not.
Rook b8, bishop d6.
Well, although rook d8,
here no.
I didn't think it worked because you take and
yeah, rook 8 is threatened. Yeah, rook d8 maybe. It's a messy position which I mean requires some careful handling from white. But your first impression here, I think, universally, is that white should be doing quite well.
No, I agreed.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. Our
game of the day.
Yeah, most important clash is the Yu Yang-Yi against Wesley So, and it seems like black is okay.
It seems like, and now that he's managed to trade off a couple of bishops, the b7 pawn feels pretty happy about this. Knight on d4 is still quite strong, and if you ever trade it off, the e2 pawn is even weaker now that white's been coerced into playing f3. I don't think black has any real problems.
Not anymore. I would say that this is actually quite comfortable for black, probably. Rook d7, rook a d8 to follow, perhaps play a7, a6 at some point to forget about the queen side altogether. The knight could return to c6, the knight could also go to f5 in some positions. Actually, if black is allowed to play knight f5 followed by e4 after bishop f2, he could start some kind of an initiative on the king side, potentially later on. So yeah, I think
this looks quite good for
it worked out fine for black, unless maybe we can do something starting with bishop d4.
But even after pawn takes d4, I mean...
I wanted to go rook c2 and try and create something there. But probably won't work. But this is maybe slightly uncomfortable.
Because you're going to play rook
c2, and also you need to spend the whole tempo protecting it immediately, which is regrettable, I think, from the black's perspective. Perhaps, you would like to play rook d7, rook a d8, but you don't have time for that right now. You need to maybe move your queen somewhere, and then rook c2 becomes interesting.
Yeah, it feels like by one tempo. But
so perhaps take with the rook is what I was going to say.
Takes.
And now I will play rook d8 next move, but rook c7 maybe.
Still hard to believe that white can have very much in this position.
No, very much, probably not, but there we have a tweet from your friend, I think.
Yeah, Christian Kirilla, my friend from a long time ago. As the world champion predicted, Yu is building a serious strategic edge based on the superiority of bishop versus knight in open center positions. I'm not sure I agree completely with that.
He could be, you know, speaking from the advantageous position of knowing the answer, so to speak. We are...
being asked if actually we have at least one viewer from America since he lives in California. Unfortunately, he's visiting his family in Romania, so no.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling this shouldn't be a huge problem for black, especially if he sort of survives this kind of immediate tactical operations. If black is given a tempo here to do to make a useful move, in particular rook d7, I think would count as a very useful move here. He is definitely fine. If bishop takes d4 right now, or perhaps rook c7 right now, creates actual serious problems, which could be the case. It's a different story. But strategically, if you imagine the black rook on d7, black is just fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see. And briefly, an update on the Karjakin game, Karjakin Zhang game, where black basically switched to sort of positional compensation for the piece. In the position we described, Sergei, after a lengthy think, went for rook f5, and black didn't even try giving all those checks. He just took on g4 and played rook a7, and well, white is a piece up simply. There is positional compensation in the form of very strong bishop on e5.
It's hard to say. It's
very
enough.
Very safe structure, and potentially maybe some counterplay against the e4 pawn. But black kind of lacks pieces to attack the e4 pawn, and it's only 2 pawns for the piece.
No, so it doesn't feel like it's quite enough.
Sergei is doing well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sergei is doing quite well, and one more game to touch on before we go on our first proper break of the day, which I think will happen sort of straight after that update, is a game Sugirov-Mamedyarov, which is, I mean, this looks quite nice for black, I would say. Let's see how they got here.
2 bishops, those are 2 bishops, right?
Yeah, after g5, Shah did recapture with the bishop, which I thought was the likeliest. And if you want to try and refute this with white, I think you need to play d4 and then find some kind of a solution here. But after knight e1, Magnus was suggesting h5, but even a very un-Shah approach, so to speak, of playing bishop takes e4, d5, d5, queen g4, knight f6 is also, I think, worthy of attention. But h5, yes, h5 is also a very decent move, followed by, let's say, bishop g7, and seems like a decent King's Indian to me.
Yeah, actually quite a good one.
Yeah, and instead of this, Hanan went for a quieter structure, so to speak. He went knight c3 and d3, black played h6, bishop e3, knight e7, and once again, it's very hard to dislike black's position here. He wants to play f5. He can actually, you know, he can definitely castle kingside in most positions, and if white is very slow, he could maybe consider castling queenside later on.
Right.
But kingside, I think, is the more likely.
Well, the way I see it in this position is if you put the pawns back on g6 and h7 and you compare this position to a normal roue, this looks great because you had to play d3 and then you play d4 on 2 moves.
Yeah.
So it makes me wonder how bad is g5 and h6? Not bad at all.
No,
Actually controls a lot of squares and
Yeah.
allows your knight to go to g6.
Yeah, the next move shows why you know, this idea of playing h6 and g5, or with white h4, h3 and g4 in some sort of positions you wouldn't suspect this of being a major plan is not stupid at all. This is a very useful square for this knight. And Sanan went for sort of immediate well, clarification in the center. And here I'm somewhat surprised he didn't go knight d5 here and went for a slightly slower looking knight d2. Because I think knight d5 looks very, very natural here. I'm not sure what prevented him from making this move. I'm not sure what knight d2 is necessarily aimed against, but
even the move knight e1, knight d3 look more logical to me.
Black played knight f4, which is very, very natural. It's difficult to tolerate this knight for very long, and also sometimes it will go to e6 and then to g4 in some positions. So Sanan took and went knight g5, but now if black plays, let's say,
rook e8 looks very logical.
Yeah. If black somehow manages to bring the queen out from c8 without taking on d5 and goes rook a d8, his position is lovely. But white probably will play something like knight b3 or knight f3, but I like
he needs to start harassing the black pieces. He might be on time though, as well. The knight on d4 is coming to f5. Not only that, but you cannot actually activate the queen that easily.
Actually, here there's a move bishop a4, so I think possibly it's actually more precise to go via this side. The idea is exactly the same, but I don't want to allow any kind of a pin. Yeah, maybe I was a bit overly critical. Maybe knight d2, the point of knight d2 was to tempt black into doing all this.
And then go back.
Now the knight will triumphantly return to the fray via f3 and...
Problem is kicking out the knight from d5 is not easy at all.
No, I like bishops so much that my first reaction in a position like this will always be black is doing very well. But actually, once this knight on d2 acquires a purpose, it becomes very decent for white, maybe. And the biggest issue is that the queen is not on g6. The queen is on c8, sort of stuck, hindering your own development. The rook on a8 is very unhappy about all this. And with the queen on g6, I would still, I think, like black quite a great deal. Okay, so perhaps, even though I promised we will disappear off your screens and let you rest, a brief update of the Tomaszewski game. Apparently, this is still theory. Bishop e3 is not the move we discussed. Rook takes c4 was this very, very forcing line that Kramnik and Anand played in London in 2014. But bishop e3, knight e5, queen e4, queen c6, king g2. We're being told this is still known. And for instance, a player named Cordes beat Gary Kasparov in Hamburg in 85, starting from this position. I assume it's a simul.
I assume so.
Has to be a simul, which and people calling Tomaszewski the high priest of theory, with only 8 minutes left in the theoretical position.
It's kind of strange because, okay, I understand reviewing your lines, but 8 minutes is not an amount of time you want to give yourself.
It's very sad that he is not hearing this because he would enjoy this, but he is more of a high paladin of theory, if you know what I mean. He doesn't really play too much priest. Sorry about that, but we had this discussion at breakfast actually with him about all things.
Secret paladin.
No, he's playing an aggro rush. He's anyway. Sorry.
Rant over. Let's go to the chess.
Yeah, we don't know the assessment of this position. It's very difficult. But winning positions are particularly famous for being impossible to assess from the outside without spending a great deal of time on them.
And the problem is that he doesn't actually have a great deal of time. He only has 8 minutes.
He doesn't. I mean, the question whether this is good or not is the one which is impossible to answer in a limited time. When you have 8 minutes, you just make it move by move, and you don't really care about the assessment. You care about making as good a move at every single turn as possible. It's slightly simpler in that respect. You don't really mind the assessment being whatever it is.
It is a very sharp position, and it requires a lot of calculation and precise moves in some cases not to be worse. Yeah. So he has to be careful. King b7 was played by Svidler, and it's already Tomaszewski's time to think.
Yeah, this is not a comfortable situation. I mean, I wasn't trying to diminish the point that this position on 8 minutes is not ideal. Far from it. It clearly isn't. But you can still play it because you're just basically taking it one move at a time. You don't really care about the objective assessment of anything. You're just trying to do your best and
trying to make moves in this position.
Yeah, come what may. And once again, we'll keep an eye on this. And there you see Evgeny thinking about this. Yeah, 8 minutes for 16 moves here. Yeah, I wouldn't really like to be him right now.
No, not so much.
Yeah.
All right.
So and once again, no break yet, because I want to show the old Polish clash and sort of brag about us being correct about this.
Wow.
This is the position on the board. It wasn't a very difficult line to calculate, but still,
yeah.
Finally getting something right is a useful feeling. And Radek is now thinking, so
he has to find at least some accurate moves if he wants to make a draw. We felt like it might be in range, but already he has to be a little careful, maybe a lot careful.
Yeah, the feeling is, in particular, because it is Radek, and he's being sort of aiming straight for this for a while, that it has to be a draw. But we'll wait for him to show us how it's done here.
We're going to go on our first break of the day, and as usual for the first break, we will have a summary of the previous round, round 8. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to round 8 of the Qatar Masters Open. The main news of the day is of course Magnus Carlsen's crushing victory against Shahryar Mamedyanov in only 25 moves with the black pieces. Let's hear what the world champion had to say about this game.
Well, I made some natural moves and his position collapsed basically, so I think he just chose the wrong plan, and when it didn't work out, it just deteriorated very quickly.
Before this game, you had 3 consecutive wins against Shahryar. Do you think you had a psychological edge in this game?
Yeah, I think I had a bit of a psychological advantage. I've beaten him a few times before, also with black, and probably that doesn't help him when he feels that it's going a bit wrong. Then it's very easy to just collapse.
On board 2, Vladimir Kramnik also won his game against his countryman Sanan Syugirov. It was a very interesting game where both players castled on opposite sides. Let's hear what Kramnik had to say about the game.
Well, fortunately, somehow I had a good preparation. I mean, I managed to get him into the unknown territory. He was taking a lot of time in the opening. And I think I had some slight advantage out of the opening. Then I thought maybe it was this kind of attack a6, b5 was a bit too much, because it's clear he's not going to mate me, and it's more likely that I'm going to do it. So then clearly it was not funny to castle on side for him, because I guess it was not what he wanted, but I guess he just was afraid to get mated if he castles short side. Then I had a bigger positional advantage, but somehow, I don't know, maybe I missed something more clear cut. But at some point, in any case, I'm much better, but his position was about to collapse. I mean, tactically, couldn't find any clear-cut way. But what I played was probably good enough. I don't know, I have to be checked with the computer, because I could have just gone into a much better endgame with queen e5 instead of bishop takes b5. But I calculated some lines and thought it was more interesting to take on b5 and knight f3, especially considering his time trouble. And then he found this trick with rook h8, and fortunately I had enough time to calculate, okay, I guess there is not just one win, but knight c6 check I calculated I think till the end more or less when I played it a few minutes. And I thought, yeah, I saw this knight c3 is the only chance, and then I saw this variation with king c3, and it seemed that everything works at the end, and okay, the game was just technical.
Then on board 3, we had a rather balanced draw between Anish Giri and Ruslan Ponomaryov. On board 4, Wesley So was pushing as he was a pawn up in a rook endgame, but it was a theoretical draw, and his opponent Lin Chen defended perfectly. Finally, out of all the other players who were on 5 out of 7, the only player who managed to win his games was last year's champion Yu Yangyi, who defeated Niels Grandelius with the black pieces, taking advantage of a blunder by the Swedish player. This means that after 8 rounds, Magnus Carlsen is still the sole leader on 6.5 points out of 8. He is now followed by 2 players, Vladimir Kramnik and Yu Yangyi, who both have 6 points. Elsewhere in the playing hall, you can now find the norm chances and the norms which have already been achieved on our official website. And now let's have a look at the special prizes of this tournament. So for the women prize, going into the last round, we have 4 players who are in equal first. Hu Yifan, Alexandra Kostenyuk, Dinara Sadukasova and Alexandra Goryachkina. As for the prize of Best Arab Player, 2 players are in contention, Salem Saleh from UAE and the local player Mohamed Al Sayed. Finally, for the junior prize, the sole leader in this category is Xu Yinglun from China. Tomorrow's 9th and final round will start 3 hours earlier than usual at noon local time. And the top board encounter is the one we've all been waiting for. Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces against Vladimir Kramnik. Kramnik is in a must-win situation if he wants to have any chances of winning this tournament. On board 2, the title defender Yu Yangyi will have the white pieces against Wesley So. Make sure you don't miss the final round, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the last round here on the Qatar Masters. Quick recap of what's going on. Magnus Carlsen, who entered the last round half a point ahead of 2 players, drew against one of his closest competitors, Vladimir Kramnik, in a relatively non-game. And now it's up to Yu Yangyi to try to catch him. He's the only player in the field that can actually catch Magnus Carlsen. He needs to defeat Wesley So let's jump straight into that game.
Yeah, that's the position on the board. And as we were discussing, we started off by saying this position, which was the current position the last time we were talking about the game, should be quite comfortable for black. But that was under the assumption that he will have enough time to play rook d8, rook d8 d7, followed by rook a d8. And he hasn't been, because Yu Yangyi assumed control of the 7th for now by playing rook c7 himself. And after b6, a4, this is now a little bit awkward for black.
Yeah, actually finding moves is not the easiest, because again, rook d7 just kind of...
Yeah, there is no immediate threat. I would perhaps start by playing h6 or maybe even h5. It might
create a loft, and perhaps in some cases some counterplay against the king side.
I think you need to start thinking about eventualities where maybe you will need to play knight f5, giving up on a7 after the trade of rooks, and then you need to start doing something in the center. And h5 will be useful in that respect.
Yeah, it seems like a useful move, and there's no real drawback to putting the pawn on h5, I think, as opposed to h6.
Not that I can see, at least. Yeah. So. One of those 2 moves, or perhaps you could consider playing maybe a6 so that it doesn't hang, and maybe rook c8 will at some point become possible. There's a lot of options here for black, because, as we mentioned, nothing is really threatened right now.
But it is a little awkward for the black pieces the more we looked at the position to actually make moves and coordinate all of the forces that he has that are still not participating, especially that rook on a8. It's not so easy to bring it into the game just yet.
Yes, and Yu Yangyi is once again, well, not in as spectacular a fashion as last year, because last year I think he was almost winning by move 20 against Vladimir Kramnik. Also, a player you would not really bet against, drawing his last round game easily when he needed to.
Right.
Yu Yangyi absolutely destroyed him on the white side of an anti-Berlin. Today, this will not be a destruction.
No, not by any means.
But it's a nice position to have, considering the tournament situation, because Wesley needs to be careful here. You can no longer just play as not a pilot and assume you're fine.
And in a bad case scenario, Yu Yangyi, will have a draw, I think, from this position. Yeah. It's hard to really go too wrong here, which, it's not fantastic, but at least will guarantee him a really nice place in the final standings.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we're definitely keeping a constant eye on this for you, and we will update you with more developments in a board 4 clash between Sergei Karjakin and Zhang Zhong. Well, Sergei is still a piece up. He was the last time we looked, and
that part hasn't changed. His king on f1 is a little bit awkward, but it is getting to be safer and safer. Black still hasn't really shown, at least in my eyes, much of any activity.
No, I think black is just basically content to harass the white pieces and make it harder for him to consolidate. But his pieces will start to get
They will slowly start to get out. And I like this idea of playing g3. Gains a little bit more space for...
Limits the g6 knight.
Limits the g6 knight, which is kind of important. Queen probably has to go to g4, I think. I don't really see any more choices. If you go to h3, it just gives me a free tempo.
Yeah, no, queen g4 is normal, but then I can maybe even go queen g2 followed by queen f3.
Yeah.
Because if you put it on h3, I will eventually exchange it by playing queen h5 if nothing else.
If you don't get just trapped, right? Yeah.
So I think...
the moment that you trade queens,
it becomes a technical task, which should not really be that hard, despite black having no weaknesses. And
despite the control of the dark squares and the fact that he might even get a good knight on e5, a piece is a piece, and in the long run, it's going to be impossible to think that he can hold.
Yeah. It's going to tell. So, interestingly, Sergei's 20th move, knight g4, which I remember I felt was not the most critical during my game against Anish, and Anish also played rook f1 incredibly quickly, feeling it was the strongest. Perhaps it's a subtlety which is not as required as we both felt in Baku. So an interesting game for the theory of this variation.
Yeah, something that will be checked. Well, in a variation, as we said, both the Breyer and the Zaitsev kind of at the forefront of all these A6 non-martial related Spanish variations.
Yeah, on board 3 players you can see right now on your screen. This is a game between Kopian and Kiri, and well, it's been continuing sort of in the same fashion that it started, with Vladimir playing a very safe position quietly. For instance, just now there's been a lot of moves since we last touched on this, but a position like this should be, relatively safe for black. But Anish tried to create something by opening up the H file, but the fact that he constantly has to watch over the C file, and he doesn't really want to trade all 4 rooks. Of course, black can play rook c8 here with more or less immediate complete equality. But instead, he was forced to place his rook on a somewhat awkward position on d7. And Vladimir already here started offering black a repetition. It has been turned down here by Anish. But once again, Vladimir, after king g7 here, he is very content to just shuffle these pieces around, suggesting to black that yes, the H-file is open, but with the rook on d7, which is very, very far away from the H-file, and no real way of swinging it over to your preferred theater of action, there's really nothing much black can do. But it's kind of curious, because let's say on move 30 here, he could have played queen f4, creating a threat of knight e5 check, and after king g7, he could have played queen b8.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem in line with the
but
with the previous moves that he played.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was making, because I'd actually be somewhat interested by this if I were white.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it starts asking very concrete questions. a7 is hanging, you cannot really give it up, I feel. And if you have to play something like a5, suddenly white actually has targets he can perhaps try to play against.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how. I'm fairly certain black's position is not bad here, but
what is your move against bishop a6 instead of
bishop a6? Is there a threat?
Your knight, and then where do you go with the queen? Rook d8.
I wanted to go to
d8.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe g5 is good
first,
though,
yeah.
but it becomes slightly curious, because there are all those exciting ideas of, I don't know, playing rook c8 here and going for mate. It probably doesn't work.
But at least something to play.
Yeah, but I mean, what I wanted to say is that all of this wasn't really even, I think, very high on Vladimir's radar.
No.
I think would be fair to say, because he just continues playing queen f3, queen g4, and saying to Anish, you seem to think this game should not end in a draw. Show me why.
It's hard to believe, actually, that if white does nothing, that black has any real plans.
Yeah.
Even if somehow you manage to get a queen all the way to h2. I mean, okay, maybe that's a little much. But if you get the queen to h7, I still don't know what you're doing.
No, not really. So will be interesting to see if Anish continues, if he plays something like g6, g5 here, just to sort of annoy white and give white options, because g5 might actually lead to black being worse, but it also would require for white to start playing.
Which he doesn't seem that he's that interested in doing.
But so far, it has been a quiet game.
In other games on the 5.5 point group, we still could update the game between Sugirov and Mamedyarov.
Well, actually, there are 2 games there which we hadn't touched at all, so let's do this. And again, between Vityugov and Ganguly, I think this will be our probably one and only time we discuss this game. Because this is the position on the board right now. It was some kind of a nimzo with knight f3, b6, and now Nikita played queen b3 and bishop g5. But very, very soon pieces started coming off. After cd4, he took with the queen on b4, allowing this very typical maneuver, and the knight got to e4, and more pieces started coming off. And it does seem, I'm going very fast, but basically seems like white did not really get anywhere at all in this game, and
no, not at all.
Yeah.
And this is the game between Vityugov and Ganguly. Yeah, there we go. I just fixed it there.
And a win would get one of these players to a potential tie for second, or at the very least we think third.
Yeah.
But draw, as you can see, I mean, just looking at this position, should be by far the likeliest result, because it's a very solid position for both sides. Playing d7, d5
is not
equalizes immediately. But if black wants to sort of continue as he's move g7, g5 would seem to indicate that he's not content to just immediately trade everything down the d file. He wants to probably play f5, maybe, I don't know, consider playing d6 and f4. But all this really is not making that much progress. So
it doesn't seem like a great impression exactly for either side.
Yeah, it seems like this should be fairly equal. And another game in the same point group we should have touched at some point is Hare Krishna against the Vietnamese player Nguyen. And this one is sharper. This one is sharper, and
what is going on in this position? He can play the move rook c8. He doesn't actually have to take.
Yeah, it seems like he will.
But he will be taking. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering why rook c8 is wrong. But yeah, it seems like Hare Krishna has just, as you've seen on your screen, he has taken on f3. But if black takes on f3, then rook c8 I think is an issue. Although
rook f8,
rook f8 is still possible. Yeah, rook f8, rook f8. Whoops, sorry. Queen f3, not rook d5. Rook c8, rook f8, rook f8, rook f8, rook c8. It's very important that the queen on d7 stops every single check, but here black can play just something like g6. Although, you know, an endgame like this could get sharp, but generally speaking, drawing tendencies in queen endgames are very high, and once black starts actually giving checks, he should be able to give a great deal of them.
Yeah, and can I pick up the pawn, or is there like a perpetual instead of playing?
Oh yeah, there's queen d6. Yeah. Queen d6. You can actually do it with check. No, this is a problem then.
Yeah.
So perhaps queen takes f3 is not at all safe, and then Hare has every reason to feel optimistic about this, because lots and lots of heavy pieces are coming off soon.
Well, there's something a little.
Yeah, and black just plays h6 instead.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you can play rook c8 here, but I guess the point is, in this position, queen g6 check just solves all of black's problems straight away. Because king f1, queen b1 check.
Yeah, if you go ever to g2, you just keep checking, right?
Yeah, king g2, queen g6, and because the rook on c8 is still there, you cannot play queen g4, and this is a perpetual, and if you in this position head towards the other side, queen takes b2, takes a pawn with check, and black will still continue checking. So
yeah.
Rook c8 is not really a move, f3 is still hanging, and yeah, in these positions...
And the a2 is also
yeah, and a2 will be hanging if white moves the queen away from d7. So proving this is
any kind of an advantage.
Well, a serious advantage for white will be not that easy. You need to be very precise here for white.
Yeah, somehow he needs to keep his king relatively safe while advancing his pawns on the queen side.
I mean,
but
you could start by king g2, but even rook e d8 is slightly annoying, and also just queen g6 check.
Queen g6 is what
because
I was thinking.
if you play queen g4, I will take on a2 in the end of that variation. That should be a draw.
Yes.
So no, this game is definitely much more alive than the Vichugov Ganguly game, but it feels like black should not be in any kind of fatal trouble here.
No. I was actually a little curious that he went h6 instead of h5. I thought that.
Yeah, h5 seemed
more natural, just to cover the g4 square.
Yeah, taking away the g4 square from the queen, and also in some positions maybe h4, h3 might not be a stupid idea.
Maybe he felt like some cases perhaps the king went to h3 and he wanted to reserve a queen h5 type check.
Possibly, yeah. It's a choice which it will be very hard to judge
from this position
from the outset which one is better. h6 is a tidier choice.
Tighter, yeah.
And in a game between Sugirov and Mamedyarov, lots of development there. It went sort of along the lines that we described.
Yeah, somehow a knight got to d4 pretty quickly as we expected. And knight f3, yeah.
Yeah, Shah played rook b8, which is an ugly move to make, but at least now he can perhaps in some positions free up his queen without knight takes e7 being a huge fork.
Well, there's still...
Knight d4, bishop d7, c5 to... Well, it creates a threat of c5, c6 maybe in some positions, although I would, heavily consider starting with knight f5 straight away. But if black has to do what he's done, which is bishop b6 and then take on f5 next move, c5 is a very useful move because black basically gave white an extra move on move 20. And now after rook e5, Sanan is deep in thought.
Yeah, the f5 pawn's actually not under attack, but white has to try to do something useful in this position.
Yeah, I think the threat is c6.
Yeah.
and then once knight goes anywhere, black will take on f5. So the choices here, you can play f6 or you can play rook f1. I think those are the two major choices white can opt for.
Yeah, those look pretty natural.
There's also c5, c6, but it feels a bit artificial to me.
To open the rook on b8?
Yeah, you basically spend 2 moves improving black's position, and queen takes f5
it looks strange.
So
but rook f1 looks pretty natural here in this position.
Rook f1, maybe black can play queen e8 though, yeah. Maybe this is the reason Sanan hasn't played it yet, because otherwise it's a very, very natural move to make, trying to assume control over the open files. No, despite the fact that white's position here, I think, looks optically to be the more comfortable, the structure is very sharp. You know, all the strange placed pawns on the king side and the queen side might eventually start hanging, and
yeah,
it's an interesting position. And also, Sanan is down to 13 minutes for the remaining 18 moves, and when you have fewer minutes than moves to make, at least, you know, for me, this is always a situation in which I become somewhat nervous. I'm not sure young people are in the same boat with me in this, but
I don't know what young people think nowadays.
Yeah,
no clue. But still, I mean, I feel like Mamedyarov's position is not as bad as I thought, just overlooking at the game.
Yeah, my initial impression was also more optimistic for Sanan's chances. You know, it's a difficult position to assess correctly, I think.
We can update some of the other 5.5 games we may not have seen. We haven't even touched upon this Wirtz game against Ivanchuk.
Okay.
I don't think that game is really going much, but perhaps worth looking at.
Yeah, this looks very solid for both sides. If anyone is better, maybe it's black, because bishop against knight on 2 flanks is supposed to favor the bishop slightly, but yeah, it's not a particularly exciting position. It was Vasily actually played the perk,
yeah,
because it's a kind of a must-win game for both of them. But after castles, I mean, the classical variation against the perk is very, very solid. And he also opted for a line which allows white to trade a lot of pieces, which is what happened. I'm not sure about this knight b5 move, but
it looks pretty artificial.
Yeah, it was connected with this idea of transferring it from c3 to c4, spending 3 moves to do so. But c4 is a decent square for a knight. And not really very much has been happening in this game.
Yeah,
you have to say. And the position they have on the board right now is should be very level.
Yeah, and just a quick idea that you can't actually play bishop b2 and take on c2, which you would love to do. But yeah, that's one thing. You can also... Actually, that might be the only thing.
Yeah, but rook e1...
I was thinking knight d4, but I think, yeah.
But rook e1 is a very efficient way of trading everything off, and yeah, it shouldn't be difficult to hold. And a game we were kind of excited before the round, and then things kind of got in the way of that, was a game between Ruslan Ponomarev and the Chinese player Su Yinglun, who is 24-70.
I would say out of all the positions with 5.5, this is the most unbalanced one.
Yes, and Magnus briefly mentioned on stream that I played this with white once, and I think I did take with the queen here, but I remember almost nothing at all, and taking with the bishop is also fine. But after knight d7, bishop f3, it's interesting that the Chinese player played b5 here, but maybe it's also a very normal way of continuing. And I remember at some point it came as a shock to me that black can actually do this, but
so show us the point. He goes b5 and then goes e5?
Yeah, the point is that if white plays e5 here, black just plays d5, switching the game over to kind of French territory. And my first impression is always that in positions like this, white should be better because it's the French.
Yeah.
But actually this might be untrue. Also, I'm trying to figure out if this is the position in which Ruslan himself once did this against Sergei Movsisyan. Could very well be, although I am not 100% clear on this. It's a position which suddenly offers a lot of tactical opportunities for white, but today Ruslan opted for a slow approach. He went queen f2 before knight a4, rook b8, king b1, rook e8, and switched to this French type structure here by playing e5, d5 and f5. Black went queen a5, perhaps sort of prompting white to take on e6, because maybe black would want to take on f5 now that he has, with the queen on a5, he's protected the d5 pawn, and after b3 you can actually
consider
consider at least taking here, and after bishop a7, rook b5, you still haven't won this pawn for white.
Which is rather important. Black's a couple of moves away from consolidating. You can play knight f8, bishop e6, and well, you're up a pawn.
Which is perhaps why Ruslan took on a6 and played b3, and we now have a very sharp, very interesting position on the board. I'm not at all sure who should be better here, to be honest.
Yeah, and Ruslan just played queen e3, defending, among other things, the pawn on e5.
Yeah, Black's general plan starts, I think, with playing bishop b7, bishop c6.
Can you harass this knight on out of a4 somehow?
Yeah, but in some cases it allows knight c5, which is not something you want to allow, because knight on d7 is a very important piece.
Yeah, and the problem with bishop b7 in many cases is that the pawn on e6 now lacks a little bit of defense.
Also bishop g4 becomes very annoying.
Yeah.
So perhaps this particular position should actually favor white.
It looks a little more comfortable for white, definitely, especially with the inclusion of the moves b4, b3.
Yes, because it's not even that easy to chase the knight away from a4, and white has a reasonably clear-cut plan of perhaps pushing the h-pawn up the board, playing bishop g4, rook f1, trying to ask some questions along the f-file. Let's perhaps, and also, something I didn't notice at first, the Chinese player has 6 minutes left, which is...
For a lot of moves, actually.
For a great number of moves. So, this will become an issue at some point.
Pretty soon, yeah.
Yeah, and...
we didn't even mention, but Svirt's in that kind of dry game that he has against Ivanchuk. He only has a minute left. It shouldn't matter that much in that game as much.
In that game, the position is so safe that using the time advantage will be very difficult for Vasily.
In this one, that's a completely different issue.
Here, having 20 minutes against 6 is actually something you bank on, so to speak, a little bit. Back to the Yuan So game, I think, because
some things have happened.
Yeah, this is the one we need to be returning to over and over again, because it is by far the most important in the context of the tournament.
So let's go back to that game, and after the move queen c2, we have the position on the board. What exactly happened to get
after a4? Wesley took some time and went for a concrete operation, starting with knight f5, takes, bishop f2, and e4. A plan I think we briefly discussed off-air. I thought it was better to prepare all this stuff by playing h5, but I guess Wesley felt that he can wait no longer, so to speak.
Okay, so he plays here queen c2 with actually probably already the idea of taking that pawn on e4.
Absolutely, because with rook on c7, any endgame will be very advantageous to him. But now, Black has two options which seem decent. One is simply doing this, because now that the e-pawns are gone, and with the white king sort of softened, the position of the white king softened by the exchange of the e-pawns, and Black perfectly ready to meet rook c8 with something like queen e8. It seems to me that, although there is this move.
And queen e8? Take on
I was
a7.
planning to take on a7, to go the greedy route and to take on a7 and hope nothing bad will happen to me on...
In this case, I mean, of course it's a very general feeling, but with the pawns already on f3 and the king so exposed, even though you do have an extra pawn, I mean, what are the winning chances? I go h5, what do you play?
I'm not sure. I probably would actually favor Black's chances to draw this position. And you've seen there a tweet from Grandmaster Lena Demba, who feels that Yuengi is quite a great deal better and has great chances to tie for first and play a playoff against Magnus.
But I'm not entirely sure about some of those assessments, because remember, the computer always gives a nice advantage to white, especially if you get a rook endgame up a pawn, which might just be a dead draw.
Yeah, so it's clearly white who is playing for a win here, no doubt about that, but I still feel that Black hasn't really, gone past the point of no return. And the other option, of course, is to play e3. The bishop probably goes to e1, I would suggest, and then try and play against the white king. Perhaps start by playing something like h5 to make sure you don't have to worry about the
the
back rank, and if you take on a7, I wanted to try something like knight d4 maybe. Try and play against the white structure on the queen side. But it's very, very committal. Yeah. Because if this doesn't come off, you will end up creating weaknesses for yourself more than anything else. So an important decision here for Wesley, who has less than 15 minutes left, and perhaps we could wait for this one move.
It's a big decision in the sense that tournament-wise, Wesley would like to keep the game sharp, but he needs to retain some objectivity in the position. If he plays e3 and goes for this kind of positions, he is again playing kind of for any weird result that could happen, especially with time pressure coming in. And he is sacrificing a pawn, I think, pretty much after e3.
Probably, very, very likely.
Very likely.
He will have to give up something after making that move. So, yeah, it's an important decision in the context of both this game and the entire tournament. And I think we will be, we could be justified in staying with this game for a bit longer.
I have the feeling that if he wanted to more or less grovel for a draw, takes knight e3 is much more.
Although rook d7 is annoying because it also is a pawn sacrifice of sorts. You know, it doesn't look like it, but
in those variations, I'm wondering if I can maybe try to transpose into some kind of queen endgame, rook endgame. Like if I go rook e8, rook takes, h5.
Yeah, but the black activity is so large.
Big.
It's not that easy to imagine white getting too far. I think I need to create a threat of rook c8 here. And yeah, I'm not sure you're happy playing queen e2 check though, especially in the last round where, you know.
I'm not saying you're happy about it, but objectively that should be close to a draw, right?
Takes. I probably play queen. Yeah, I don't know. Queen h3 is awkward, and something like rook a2. But you don't even get all the pawns off immediately. I can play rook a7, b5. And then maybe, you know, at least as a plan, try to give up my entire queen side to try to take on b6. Yeah, it's not a decision that comes naturally to you because you just know that you will be trying to hold a position which is, you know, quite possibly holdable, but you're definitely playing for only two results.
Yeah,
and
you're groveling for one of them. Yeah.
Yes. So
it's
a choice here for Wesley, and Wesley is also somewhat behind on the clock, although the clock situation is fairly level in this game.
Yeah, it's not a position where both sides can think forever, but this is a major decision, as we said, for Wesley. So, and yeah, he probably will take it in the next minute or so, I would guess.
Yes, because it is move 25, and you can't afford to spend like 80% of your time on this one decision. Important though that it is.
Yeah, important for the tournament.
A slight update while we wait on the situation in the fight for the women's prize. Janara Survakasova did lose to Ipatov as we expected. Karjakin is still worse. I guess Alexander Kostyanyuk is also still very much worse. So perhaps this game is maybe even over already. Both Hoifine and Karavade are round equal, so it seems like if results go according to form, so to speak, according to evaluations right now, actually Karavade's position is
not sure what's going on in that position. Once we see a game move by Wesley, we might be able to take a look at it. We might actually
want to take a look at that.
Yeah.
And Kostyanyuk, we're being told, is defending a rook down.
A pawn down.
Rook down pawn endgame would be difficult to defend, but she's defending a worse rook ending. But that actually, I think, is an improvement in a way compared to what her position looked like. It looked like she might not actually get out of the corner.
Yeah, actually against.
So if she managed to somehow simplify into a rook endgame of some sort, it's already a big achievement, I feel, for her.
Yeah,
and she might hold there.
The duel between the Polish players ended in a draw, as actually he didn't have that many problems holding the rook endgame.
So he just started running with the pawns on the other side. And there was a repetition. So we'll show you the conclusion of that game once a decision has been taken by Wesley here, because
it looks like Kostyanyuk's just lost, I think.
Yeah, this doesn't look particularly favorable. And once again, we'll come back to that briefly.
We're just waiting for Wesley to make a decision.
Yeah, I still feel, just to get back the analysis position to what the position on the board is. I still feel that, in terms of tournament situation, you kind of badly want to go e3.
Yeah.
But you need to convince yourself you will not be in two situations. It's not very comfortable.
No, never.
So Wesley is down to 9 minutes, and
he spent quite a bit on this decision.
Yeah, it is a big decision.
It's a big decision.
It is a big decision.
See what else we can update meanwhile we look at this.
Yeah, Sugirev Mamedjarov, and we've been told that Seturaman in his game against Tomaszewski has been thinking for 43 minutes straight in the position. We actually had this on the board, and Tomaszewski played b2, b3 reasonably fast. And this is now his opponent in the tank for 3/4 of an hour.
It's the kind of positions that actually deserve this kind of thought.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, it's not a surprise at all.
My guess is if he plays c3, white will take. And we'll try to justify this by, I don't know, playing rook ca1 and creating some threats. There's always bishop f4.
It's a weird position.
Rook 1 a6. It's a very, very difficult position to assess. And but if not for knight takes c3, I think c4, c3 would have been played already.
No, it's the only move that makes
and actually
we
can actually sort of definitively update another game here, because Hare Krishna did play rook c8 against to win, so I think this game will be a draw in a moment. And Wesley does play e3.
Okay, so he goes for it pretty much.
Yeah, let's switch back to
the Wesley game. They follow pretty much what we expected after bishop e1, which is an absolutely forced move. Yeah, it's pretty much forced.
Yeah, e3, bishop e1, and he has played h5. This is precisely what we thought was the critical approach here. Push the bishop back, create at least a very serious potential trump for you in the form of weakness on e2.
Although in some ways, I mean, after rook takes a7, just for example, it would be interesting to see what Black's next move is.
Well, I think it's knight d4, because queen d3, knight c6 is no. This is, I think, the tactical justification for what
the
you're doing.
variation, okay.
Yeah, because if you play knight d4 straight away here, after queen d3, there is no good way to jump with this knight anywhere.
Okay, yeah.
And if you wait until white takes on a7, after knight d4, queen d3 is by far the most attractive move you can make here, but you cannot, because knight c6 picks up material. Yeah. If you have to play something like queen b2, then queen c4 suddenly becomes a very large idea.
Yeah, same thing with... I
was wondering about queen e4 here, though. There was a major concern for me.
I wasn't sure. I mean, you could take on e2 even immediately. Or could play queen c4 also.
Queen c4, I thought I can take on e3.
Knight c...
Knight c2, queen f2. I understand it's awkward, but although maybe it's more than awkward, actually.
Yeah, it starts getting very scary here. The bishop on e1 suddenly trapped.
So I guess this is why Wesley gambled on this, because he evaluated all of these things and decided that this is double-edged enough and unclear enough for him to continue like this. White could also limit Black's options severely by starting with bishop c3, maybe.
Well, you cannot actually play knight d4.
Yeah, you cannot play knight d4 because rook c8 is mate. Well, sort of mate. But you can perhaps play h4 with the idea of meeting g4 with h3 check. And if you take, I want to play queen h6 check, I want to play knight h4 check, and I want to think that I'm creating serious threats here. Queen g3 is impossible because of this check.
Right.
And if I have to go backwards somewhere like g1, once again queen f4 with a tempo, maybe knight takes f3 will even be working next move. That becomes very exciting for Black. I'm not sure if it's correct, but it becomes very exciting.
It's exciting, but I'm not entirely sure that you're...
I haven't sold you on this idea?
I mean, bishop
e1. Yeah, bishop e1 is what is troubling me.
Yeah.
Knight f3, ef. And here I would very much like to have a threat of rook d1 mate, but it's not there, and we can maybe play queen g2 or something. Queen f5.
Queen f5, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's very important that rook d1 is not check.
Not check, yeah.
And white is probably just winning because...
You have to trade queens.
Yeah, queens get traded off. So bishop c3 is definitely an option, but it also is somewhat counterintuitive because you spend the move not taking anything, you break the connection between your queen and your rook on c7, which was kind of important. And yeah, it's But from a positional viewpoint, you make your bishop much more active, and this is a good thing. And you also probably now threaten queen e4. I have a feeling that queen e4 becomes a very valid option here, although black might hold after taking in knight d4.
Yeah, but again, that's on the unpleasant
side. More
side
importantly, what move do you make as black here? I think this is the biggest question. Queen d6 maybe, trying to use the fact that the rook on c7 is now unprotected, but I thought rook c4 covers it quite well.
You wanted to do something against rook takes a7?
I just dislike this, sort of break in communication, but I'm not sure white can actually use it. Yeah, but maybe, I don't know. Queen g6 is always met by queen e4. There's this cute idea of queen g2, but it probably doesn't work. Yeah, hang on, why?
Why doesn't it work?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Queen f5 and the king runs probably just, sadly in a very prosaic fashion. Queen
that was
c4,
unfortunate, yeah.
Queen c4, e4, and f4, and it seems like, you can play e2 and sort of continue on, but it doesn't feel like you're getting too much of anywhere.
No.
Because there was a very beautiful variation I calculated there, and I thought this was the refutation. Takes, rook d7, and a nice geometric idea. I take.
But at the end.
Yeah, but then the end, black actually picks this up.
Actually, you can also take with the bishop, take the knight. Just
what?
Instead of.
Just queen f5. Yeah, sorry, queen f5 just wins on the spot. Yeah. No, queen d2 is never a move. And
wow. Rook a7, so we got some fireworks.
Yeah, he goes rook a7, to which Wesley immediately goes knight d4, as we expected.
And okay, I expect you, Yang Yi, to pretty quickly answer that, as it does seem like the only move.
It's interesting because this actually seemed like it's giving black a lot of freedom suddenly. I'm very, very surprised by rook a7, and there was a question we were asked if we think Magnus down by the pool in the hotel is, watching this with, increasing uneasiness.
Well,
but I think right now he should be relaxing a bit.
Well, there's 3 results possible. 2 of them favor him, so I think he likes the fact that Yu Yang Yi is not pressing for free.
Yeah. Also, I don't think he generally is too worried about too many things.
No, not so much. Especially not at the pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what the pool is for. But still, it's curious that he so quickly played rook takes a7, because I don't see an obvious solution here for him. While we're waiting, let's update that game. Siturman actually spent 45 minutes
and 33 seconds to play bishop d6, which it's a developing move. And in any other opening, I would say you can play a move like bishop d6 within seconds, but not in the Botvinnik Slav.
And Tomaszewski is now under 2 minutes, so
almost under a minute, actually.
Yeah, if we didn't have the game between Yu Yang Yi and So, which is so hugely important in the context of the tournament, I would very much like to stay with this, because
but b takes c4 was already played.
bc4, I guess rook a5 is the idea.
I mean, that's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, you can't really abandon the c4 pawn and then also abandon the a file as well. It just seems like you're
no. And sometimes in the Botvinnik you let go of a lot of material, but here, the rook's under attack. You really need to do something about it.
Yeah, I think rook a5 must be what he wants to do here, but this is not a move. I wanted to go knight c3, but he can actually take, and the knight is just in time to come back and defend the rook on a5. Because otherwise knight c3 would have been a very nice move to make.
Yeah, but it doesn't quite work. And if you take on c6, knight takes c6 again.
Probably I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, actually.
Maybe even the king. Both are possible, but I guess the knight with the idea of bishop
e5. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It becomes horribly messy position.
Really? Because after
rook g1 maybe?
Bishop e5, rook c5.
I wanted to go knight c5 check, but I'm not sure I'm doing so well there. What would you play here?
No, I mean I'm struggling because the knight on a4 is kind of ugly.
Yeah, maybe there's an argument to be made for f4.
That's what I was just thinking. f4 maybe to keep the bishop out.
Yeah, to make sure nothing comes to e5. And you actually want to start pushing your own pawns, not because they're likely to queen soon, but because
they tie down black's pieces.
Yeah, you want to remind black that there is this group of pawns on the king side, which once it actually starts, once it crosses the fifth, if one of them even, or especially if G and H cross the fifth, the variation drops dramatically for black.
Yeah, no matter if you're up a rook.
Yeah, and Setoraman does play rook a5, so curious. Let's.
We can stay with this until Wesley plays. Yeah. Oh, sorry, until Yu Yang Yi plays a move. I'll inform you when that happens.
Yeah, I wonder if we have. We should have some kind of video for that for that game, I guess. Queen takes c6 has been played. If not, it's not that critical, but.
Yeah, Queen c6 was played.
It's always nice to watch people squirm with under a minute left on the clock, as long as that person is not you, actually. So, Queen c6. We think knight c6 is the more logical one but
it's not the only one. I mean, you also reserved some threats of knight g4 in some positions. So.
No, but this is kind of awkward because the rook gets hit, and you kind of probably need to play rook a3. But this halves your pawns on the queen side if it works, which it doesn't. Then maybe king takes c6 is not so stupid.
Not so stupid. Yeah, knight b2, rook a3 is nice.
Yeah. Because otherwise, I mean, if you don't have rook a3, then I definitely don't want to take with the king, because giving up on the a file is not something you want to do here. But if you can meet knight b2 with rook a3, then it's definitely a playable candidate.
Yeah, I'm not so sure why it doesn't work. And the knight on e5 is actually a little active. You're threatening knight g4 in certain variations. Yeah, that was a very good
point. Knight g4 is an annoying little move you constantly need to pay attention to. You can't. I'm not sure it's an actual threat, but because
sometimes you just pick up the f6 pawn and nothing else, right?
But I mean, black would probably like to and prefer to make a lot of progress on the queen side rather than the king side. But it's also something that, as a white player, you feel you need to pay constant attention to, and that's annoying.
No, it's not ideal.
More than anything else. And. Yeah, a minute and a half for Yevgeny here against 13 minutes for his Indian opponent. A very, very sharp position.
Yeah, sharp positions in a few time trouble games that are actually quite important. But this one, I believe that it's probably the key game, I would say, with... Tomaszewski doesn't actually have 5.5.
No, that is lower down in the table, which is why this game is not of a huge importance. It's just a very interesting position to observe. Right. And many people in the tournament also feel this is a very interesting game, because we are being told that we can't show you the video of the game because of other players actually watching it very actively and blocking the view, which is sad but very understandable. It's an exciting time trouble. Everybody likes an exciting time trouble, including other chess players.
And he did take with the king.
He did take with the king. So. Yeah, interesting. And Yevgeny needs to start making decisions promptly here. You can actually spend the tempo on h3 or f3. I like h3 better than f3, but because I thought knight d3 was a threat, but it's not really. Rook d1 is a comfortable, I think, way of dealing with it. Although bishop e5, maybe not as comfortable as I originally thought.
Yeah, there's all kinds of tactics and weird things going on in this kind of positions.
Yeah, not a position you want to have a minute in, to be honest. Even though, I mean, if you just go by the old let's count the pawn route, white is a pawn up currently.
Which is not entirely relevant, and unfortunately, for Tomaszewski.
He plays bishop d4, which is kind of understandable. Sidestepping the knight g4 idea is also covering the diagonal on which we constantly had to cover the bishop e5 threat. So a decent all-purpose move, I would say, but still it gives a full tempo for black to do something. I'm not sure what that something is, though.
Right, and it's still such an unclear position. I'm even tempted to sometimes sacrifice the exchange for both the h pawn and having a powerful knight on d4. But
let's have a look at this. This is a cute idea, actually.
Because the knight on a4 I felt was not great, but I'm not so sure if I'm just asking to get killed here.
Could actually be playable, but.
Well, you have a threat. I mean, knight b3 is an annoying threat. I'm
not so sure. is a threat, but
I'm not so sure you can.
But take. maybe I can actually do this, and if I can do this as white, I'm probably doing okay. And Ganguly drew with Vitugov, so that game is over. And it was also, we are told, somewhat in the way of this camp. So we can now show you. We can now show you the, well, sort of the game between Tomaszewski and Setoraman. Although, yeah, I'm not sure how educational this camera is, so perhaps it's...
We can actually stick the camera, I would say, in the Yu Yang-Yi game, because he's down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds, which is not much. Apparently, we've made a couple of moves, but
yeah, let's go back to that. That is really...
They just made this...
so they actually followed the line we described. Queen e4, queen c4, queen e3, knight c2. And he's thinking now. And...
wait, what? Queen c3?
Yeah. We are being tempted to use some.
I refuse.
Yeah, we're not going down that road now.
No, Queen c3 just loses.
Queen c3 loses, I think, by force after this in rook d2.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
It's incredibly curious to me that he played rook a7 so fast.
No, but what is he playing? Because we have this position on the board after knight c2.
No, this is a draw. Wait, no, it's not even. It's probably a draw after king h6. I've changed my opinion about this position about 3 times in the space of 5 seconds, but.
But okay, you have.
And queen e4 check even. But he plays queen e7. I considered it, but it didn't seem to me like this should be working.
So after I take and go rook d1.
He takes. I wonder where the king goes. He wanted to make a move instantly, and then he
realized he had a choice.
Dragged his hand back. King f2.
King f2. Let's say rook d1.
First of all, there's queen d4 check here, which forces king f1, and it also protects the rook. But it leaves the f7 pawn unpraised. So it's a very double-edged idea to start with queen d4 check, which needs to be assessed properly. But what happens if he seems like he wants to play queen d4 check, king f1, but what's his idea here? Because if you allow queen takes f7, it's just a draw by perpetual. Black is not losing, but he's also not winning.
Well, I mean, where does the knight go if you want to do that?
5, maybe?
But what is your move if you want to allow the perpetual, if you will?
Not sure.
I don't really like h4 or something.
Well, I don't know. You can start even maybe with king h8. I don't know what this gives you, but it's a move. But after queen takes f7, you need to find a way to not give up the knight and not give up the perpetual on the h5 f7 squares. Very curious position.
Very strange, yeah.
4 minutes for Yu Yang-Yi and 10 minutes for Wesley. So Wesley actually has time to consider. I'm also somewhat curious why he so rapidly rejected rook d1 here. Can you tell me why this is not a move? That was actually the more interesting part for me. He played queen d4 in just about 5 seconds flat. When this...
I mean, you're just protecting the knight, right?
I don't know. It looked to me like white has 2 checks. Or maybe even 1 check.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, and we're getting confirmation there. We will not keep you in too much tension that rook d1 does work and black is better. That was actually the stunning thing for me, that queen d4 check followed in seriously no time at all.
Perhaps he thought queen d4 was more of a clever move than it was.
Could he actually miss king f1?
Just thinking about e3?
I don't think so.
so.
No, it's impossible to miss king f1. I think it's sort of...
I think he missed how awkward his position is after queen d4. He just thought he would have something. I don't know. Because rook d1 was just...
I'm not even sure what the options are, because if you allow queen d4 checks here, it's not check,
down,
it's mate.
That's mate, yeah.
So I feel like, maybe you need to play something like this.
No, but...
And hope you can maybe hold it somehow, but after knight c2, it really doesn't feel holdable.
But if you see this position, you just go for it immediately with black, right?
Yeah, it's a snap decision. Just to illustrate, if you go for something like this, first of all, there's still no threat, but secondly, queen d4 check, queen e3, and knight d3 check, followed by rook d2, picks up the entire caboodle.
That's it, yeah.
Caboodle is the word I want to use for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Not even sure that's a word.
It is a word. I'm not sure it means what I'm wanting it to mean, but it definitely is a word.
Okay.
Generally prefaced by the adjective damn. The whole damn caboodle. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
It's bizarre, yeah.
It's weird. I mean, the whole sequence from both sides is incredibly weird, I have to say, because first of all, in this position, Yu Yang-Yi had like maybe 12 minutes left?
Yes, something like that, and he took on a7.
So he took 5 minutes is actually it's a serious amount of time to spend, but it's a strange decision to come to be honest, because it allows so much activity. Bishop c3, frankly, looks better. And even something like queen e4, just sort of limit your damage. Takes, knight d4, and you can, for instance, take on a7 here, and knight takes e2 runs into king f3. Let's say you play queen e4 here. I think you more or less completely safeguard yourself from ever being worse. Yeah. Whereas after rook a7, knight d4, you really cannot claim for sure you're not worse.
And actually, he ended up worse. We feel after rook d1.
Yeah. And also here, for instance, we were not able to refute queen c3, at least in the limited time that we spent in this position. Oh, no, knight d3.
No, knight d3, just take it,
Yeah, so,
This looked like a draw, right?
Kind of a draw, but actually it's white perhaps playing here, because you can transfer into this endgame, which might not be a draw, because we already took one pawn on the queen side and b6 is hanging. So, no, the whole sequence, I think, shows that these players are perhaps somewhat nervous.
Or tired also. I mean, it's been 9 rounds of long chess.
Apparently, Caboodle has Dutch origins.
Yeah, but if you ask them, everything has a Dutch origin.
Yeah, got a large check mark there. Yeah. So
surprising. And then after king f1, it's a strange time for Wesley to be thinking. I'm pretty sure that he missed something. I'm just wondering what that was.
Yeah. As I said already, very, very strange set of decisions. Queen e7 maybe even the most surprising of them, because queen c3, queen e2, bishop f2 is the first thing you generally consider, I think.
Absolutely.
And if you see that it's not losing, which it doesn't seem to be, because queen c8 check will be a very, very strong reaction to anything black can play. Well, and I thought maybe king h7, but actually rook takes f7 creates a bit of a threat. So it's also not a winning attempt. So once you notice that you can actually play this, you play this, I think. Maybe he was afraid of h4, but we will just take on h4, I think.
I don't think it changes much in the checks.
Rook d6, g6, but I mean, this is a very, very specific thing to be afraid of.
Yeah.
I can play h5.
Yes, you can.
I can actually play h5 and continue in the same fashion, creating the same kinds of threats, maybe rook f6. But once again, you should at least take some time to consider this, because if this works for white,
I think at this point he didn't have that much time. He really needed to start making moves.
Yeah, maybe h4 could at least partially explain why he didn't go for this, because at least here I understand the threats.
But besides h3, do you have any other threat?
H3 is a large threat.
It's a large threat.
It's a large threat. You don't really want to ignore h3, and gh4, rook d6. It gets slightly awkward, because the rook on g6 will actually interpose itself if you try checking.
I was wondering if you could play rook c7 instead of taking on h4, perhaps.
Maybe. Let's say h3, king h3, check, maybe. Yeah, but this what takes, take on f3. But looks like I can actually play rook c8 here, because f5 is controlled.
Everything is controlled, I think.
Yeah, so very, very strange that Yuengi spent as little time as he had on the move queen e7, because...
But even stranger that Wesley, given the choice of playing queen d4 check, which he played really quickly, and rook d1, which are really strong choices, I would say. It's a difficult choice to make in time pressure. He just chose one very fast, and now he's thinking in a position where perhaps he let go of his chances, because after queen d4 we don't find much.
Yeah, it happens to me a lot as well. And then you're left bemoaning the fact that basically you play a whole game thinking very deeply about every single variation.
Yeah.
And then you make one move per game instantly, and it turns out to be the one move which blew the game for you. It's
and it might be the case after king f1. We haven't seen much. I mean, let's go back to the position, see if we can find anything.
This is a situation on the board. Wesley now caught up and actually had overtaken Yuengi on the clock. He has 3.5 against 4.5 for Yuengi. And I still don't see how you sidestep the checks. I mean, you can play something like rook d5 maybe, queen f7, king, I don't know, h7. But even this is a draw.
That's enough, yeah.
No, is it? Not sure. And okay, he played knight c2, so the game will finish in a draw. Okay, so we can wrap this up more or less. Wesley played knight c2 here, as you could see on the screen, and now white
queen takes f7, king h8.
Yeah, and now white cannot play for a win because knight e3.
Oh, he's getting mated, right?
So we can more or less announce the results of the tournament now, because I don't think white can afford to sidestep this perpetual. And Magnus Carlsen, with 7 points out of 9, will be the outright winner of the Qatar Open 2015. Congratulations to the world champion.
Yeah, we're not even going to wait for the handshake. Right, we're that short, right?
Well, white is not better, and allowing knight e3 check seems like insanity. I mean,
yes.
I am that sure.
Okay, so congratulations to Magnus Carlsen, who's probably somewhere in the pool right now. He wins.
Although we are being told that you can actually continue by giving a check and going king g2. If Yuangi does this,
why not?
Yeah, I'd be somewhat speechless, to be honest. But he is a very fighting player,
and he's got a bunch of pawns.
Yeah, it is. Well, 4 right now, although b4 can be taken immediately. Yeah. But I mean, it's a kind of an idea where, you know, you feel you have a draw in hand with a tie for second in a major tournament, good prizes.
I think Wesley's realizing that he lost some chances, and actually, I think that he thinks the game is over. He really doesn't expect any of this to happen.
Yeah, no, I think you generally expect white to give a perpetual here, even though it is perhaps possible to play like this, because the perpetual will almost always be still available on later moves.
Right.
But it will be a striking decision from Yuangi. I mean, it's queen f7, king h8, and I think he needs to do it probably now, because if he repeats one more time, he will no longer have the option due to the threefold rules.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to do it.
Let's stick with this. After all, it's you know, the decisive game of the tournament, and he's checking and rechecking the number of repetitions. You saw him glancing at the score sheet there. So,
but the human thing to do here is to take the draw. But the tournament situation really wants him to win.
It dictates that if you see a continuation, which is not an immediate draw and which doesn't lead to a much worse position for you, you probably should take it. I forgot about king g2. I just thought that if you avoid the perpetual, your king is actually sort of in mortal danger.
Right.
But king g2, driving it all the way up to h3. On h3, it is quite safe from checks right now, because of the queen on f7, which covers everything. So, yeah. Queen h5, king g8.
And this one
seems like it's very likely that he will take the.
No claim for the draw, though.
No claim yet. So maybe
maybe
they counted correctly. Yeah, because there was a pawn on f7. So the position is not repeated.
Yeah.
The position is not repeated yet, and yeah, this is if he goes queen h5, now,
then it's a draw. Yeah.
Then it will be a draw. But he can play king g2 here. This is the last time. Hang on, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a pawn on h5 as well.
There was a pawn on h5.
Hang on,
one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so he needs to play queen h5.
So queen h5, Wesley can sign the score sheets.
Otherwise, well, king g2 and the game continues.
Yeah, so a very big decision here for Yuangi in the context of the tournament, and I should not have spoken so soon. And
it's interesting, as this is probably the most important decision that we have right now, but a lot of the games on the other boards are heating up.
Yeah, we'll still stick with this, because I feel I should be punished for saying I am that sure. I feel you should never say that as a commentator, and life should bite you immediately for it.
Some good karma, wash it off, maybe buy us dinner, something like that. It'll be okay.
Well, I haven't really done anything bad to you, so why should I?
I don't know. Karma works in mysterious ways. Anyways, king g2. Yeah, it seems like the only way to continue, because everything else does look suicidal.
Yeah. Leaving it on the first is really asking for trouble. He has 2.5 minutes, but it's no longer very relevant, because king g2, after that, white's play will become reasonably simple. And you can probably also switch to giving checks again. Yes. So, two moves to go after king g2 and 2 minutes in a position where your one big decision has been taken.
Right.
And yeah, very curious, and could lead to excitement later on in the day, because if King G2 is as good as seemingly the engines are now suggesting,
which is a little strange to me. I can understand a slight advantage, but...
Well, Rook E7, E4 maybe is a very decent plan later on. The Black King doesn't really feel very safe, and endgames, many of them will be quite green with the amount of connected pawns White has. You know, these are not pawns grouped together. These are very well connected pawns, which will be hard to deal with. So, yeah.
Let's hope he makes a decision soon.
Well, he has to. A decision of some kind has to be made, yeah. And we don't know what the world champion is doing right now. I have a feeling he might be, keeping one eye on this, as I see England take their first wicket against South Africa. So I'm slightly cheered up by that. I was hoping. Well played, sir. Well played, sir. Way to put me in my place, so to speak. There.
So they have a couple of moves to actually make time control. I think that just because of the situation of other boards, we might want to take a look. Some other people have 1 minute left.
Sure.
Tomaszewski is down to 30 seconds, so perhaps our game, which
Whoa.
has that's why I was like...
I think he's lost.
I think he's getting mated.
I think he's completely lost. Yeah, that one did not go according to plan at all.
Actually, how is he getting mated?
He's not getting mated, but B2 will
hanging,
fall.
Yeah.
Let's briefly update the viewers. After bishop g4, your move knight g4 has been played, followed by e5. He went to b2. Black restored material balance, and this now looks very, very good for Black, to be honest. Equal pawns, better coordination.
Knight on a4 is really
h4
bad.
bishop c7. The rook rejoins the action via the d file. I don't know why king e3 and not king e2, to be honest.
Yeah, but this just asked for it, actually.
Yeah, and now the rook comes to f5. All of this just looks like things got badly out of control for Evgeny here. Rook f5, bishop b3, bishop b5, knight b2, rook takes e3. I think it's resignable.
Yeah, and
after f3, rook f2. I think king e1 is mate, and king d1 is not mate, but simply bishop takes b2 is completely winning, I think.
Yeah, completely winning.
Followed by
whatever,
anything,
really.
Yeah. Rook a2, knight e3, for instance.
So Sethuraman wins against Tomaszewski, and finishing off a brilliant tournament, I would say.
A very nice tweet there on the screen. Yeah, people having fun at my expense, which is exactly what I deserve.
No. And actually, a brilliant tournament, I think, by Sanan Sugirov, who actually beat Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He finishes on 2 losses, the Azerbaijani player. Let's see how that finished in time trouble. Somehow this pawn, how did this pawn become passed?
Let's show. We actually discussed this position. We thought this might be slightly awkward for White, but he played a very nice control move, queen d2 here, making it difficult for Black to assume control over the d file. I'm not sure I like Shach's next couple of decisions. I don't know how bad his position actually is, but he went c6, which I very much understand, and then he made this very strange, quiet move, king h8, which I understand less. Rook e5 forced him to take with the bishop, which is very, very unfortunate, due obviously to the fork on d7.
Yeah.
And knight c4, queen e7, b4, king g7, h3. It doesn't look like it should be that bad, but the d6 square is very awkward to handle. And
somehow the bishop on e5, even though it controls a long diagonal, it's not actually doing anything at the moment, and sometimes a little bit of a target.
Yeah. Bishop c7, rook e1, queen d8, knight d6. You can sort of see how this is going badly wrong for Black.
Rook on b8 should be somewhere else, anywhere else.
And also, you would like to play queen f6 here, but knight e8 checks, collects everything.
Yeah, so and queen d7, queen d4 also just winning.
Yeah, so he took and went queen f6, but now d7, d7, rook d8, rook e8 looks completely lost. He tried to prevent this by going king f8, but then queen e2.
Yeah.
White is just coming in, and here he resigned because the rook is getting picked up on d8 next move. So Sanan Sugirov finishes on 6.5 out of 9. Apparently, I read on the website, as you could have as well if you visit the official website,
QatarMastersOpen.com.
Yeah, he apparently booked his original flight via Turkey. Which became somewhat tricky, and the organizers provided him, I think, with a free ticket via Moscow to save his journey. And he gave an interview at some point saying that after all the kindness shown to him by the organizers, he felt he absolutely has to play well. And he probably will be disappointed by losing yesterday to Kramnik, but 6.5 out of 9 and a share of second.
That's
third potentially. Yeah. But still, is a fantastic result for the young Russian player who...
and especially considering the amount of draws that we expect on the 5.5 group.
It will not be as big of a tie as we thought.
Yeah, as we thought. So let's go back to the Yu Yang Yi game.
Sure.
See how that's progressing as we see a couple of moves being made on the webcam. And
so
93 check.
I think he gave a check on h5 here,
Yeah.
king g8, and this is the position on the board right now. They made the time control, so he doesn't need to hurry anymore. He can consider his options quietly. I very much like the move rook e7. I think rook e7 is
A controlling move.
Is a very difficult move to actually react to properly, because I actually create a huge threat of queen e7. Let's say even after knight d5, for instance, queen f7. I need to uncheck the queen f7, and regardless of where the king goes, I go rook e4, and then I go rook h4. This is a very big threat. So after rook e7, perhaps you need to play rook f8. Actually, so maybe an argument can be made for doing
it after, first,
for doing it after the check.
What do you actually play in this position?
I'm not sure.
Because trading queens already looks. No, you can't even trade queens. I don't even know how to do that.
Endgames are.
But how do you get in an endgame?
You can play rook d6. But then I can actually pick this thing up and go back to g2.
Yeah, no, but this is completely winning.
This is completely winning. Yeah, I'm not sure. No, I think there has been
some kind of problem here for...
Wesley does not look particularly happy.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what you play in this position.
Actually, maybe you go king h7 because of this. This could be a reason. So that after rook e7 you can at least play... Oh, no, it's not the same. Yeah, you can do this.
Okay.
Because queen h5, rook h6. And rook h6 is a big threat. Big threat, yeah.
Okay, this is definitely different. Okay. All right. They told us that to join the 6.5 group, so far it's Vladimir Kramnik who drew against Magnus Carlsen. He had 6 points today. He's already on 6.5. Sadan Sugirov beat Mamedyarov, so he finds himself in 6.5. And we're told that Nihua is on 6.5 as he beat Lin Chen. We haven't even looked at that game.
Yeah, we haven't even touched that. And we like our unrated Chinese players. Well, not unrated, but...
this one's an IM, 25-30, But it seems like he fell to Nihua. We might want to take a look at that game.
Yeah, while we are waiting for Yu Yang to decide on a move here, Lin Chen against Nihua ended in a black victory, and it seems like it was some kind of a typical Scheveningen, which went poorly for white. We actually discussed this position with you. Remember during one of the earlier rounds, we discussed the fact that e5, knight e8 looks awkward, but seems to be playable.
Yeah, there's a DVD by Grandmaster Ramirez that you can find, and he recommends this line.
Okay. He probably knows what he's talking about, in my personal experience. Anyway, a5, bishop c6, rook c8, queen d3, bishop c6, f5 takes, rook f5, knight d7.
That's a pretty typical treatment of the position.
Yeah, bishop d4, knight, bishop f6, takes, knight e5.
And
at some point, the game continued sort of along the normal lines, black transferring the bishop over to e6, white playing knight d5. This is all fairly straightforward, and also I think generally favors black, because black has a much easier way to improve his position. And then the young Chinese player decided to sacrifice on f6, and it didn't work out for him eventually. We will not really go through the rest of the game.
But let's just say that black's up the exchange and the compensation is...
As you can see in the final position, the attack didn't pan out, whilst the extra exchange is the extra exchange.
So Nihua joins the group of 6.5. So far it's only 3 people. It will be at least 4, as either Yu Yang Yi or Wesley So if he somehow manages to win, will reach at least 6.5. But... also possible are Karjakin, who's still playing his game.
Actually, we should perhaps update this. The game between Karjakin and Zhang Zhong currently looks like this. Yeah, white completely consolidates consolidated, and now he just needs to find a way to open the position up and give mate because he has more pieces on the board.
Also, there's the ability to transfer the bishop somehow to f5 would be crushing.
Yeah. Actually, this is a very, very strong idea here. Just start with bishop d1, queen d3, bishop
g4.
Yeah, seemingly black is stuck completely in a waiting mode, sort of a waiting execution here.
Yeah, I think so.
You cannot really, you cannot play g5 ever because rook h6 will give mate. So you are basically waiting for white to further improve his position and then
win. Yeah.
Once the c2 bishop joins the attack, it's over.
So we really expect Karjakin to win this game and join the group with 6.5. He had a solid showing, and Ivanchuk.
Yeah, and we were saying that the drawing tendencies there are very, very high, but it seems like the 1 minute was a very telling factor there, because this is not a nice position now for white.
No, this bishop on c5 is quite dominant, especially this knight on h3 feels really awkward.
Yeah,
rooks are better for black.
Yeah, these positions are very often quite bad. And for instance, just to illustrate, if white does nothing for one move, let's say I play f5, g5, h5. After rook d3, I play bishop a7, rook c3, bishop d4, rook d3, c5. This is actually a position of king g3 spoils my perfect picture. There is actually a way for white to continue here. I thought it was just a complete zugzwang. But still, this is a very, very difficult endgame to hold.
No, this is very, very difficult. And very unpleasant considering the position that we last saw it in, even though Svirts had...
Somewhere here we felt like it shouldn't be that difficult for Svirts to simplify and sort of get out of the corner.
Yeah, but perhaps in time pressure he misplayed the endgame that arose between rook and bishop against rook and
Sure,
knight.
Let's have a look at how he finds game maybe.
Which is the most important game, I think, so far in the women's prize. I'm not really sure how the other games are going.
Dubov actually beat Karavade, so...
And we can show the end of that game, because I thought it was pretty.
Okay.
And also remove it from here. Dubov. Yeah.
Yeah, the final position is very picturesque. We won't go through the entire game. This was some kind of a symmetrical Grunfeld slash Reti slash something. Actually, just a straight up symmetrical Grunfeld. I thought black did not play, white did not play d4, but yeah. These lines are not considered to be particularly dangerous for white, but you can misplay them, and it seems like somewhere along the line white got a better structure.
I don't think we've mentioned it, but yeah, Kiri drew, by the way, against Kopian.
Yeah, so that game was never really
never took off.
Particularly exciting due to Vladimir's approach to it, I think, more than anything.
Yes, agreed.
And Anish tried doing something with black, but the position to start with was so solid for his opponent that it was difficult to get much of anywhere. And here Daniil eventually won this rather typical structure where white has a pawn on d5, which allows him to put pressure on the e7 pawn, which is normally connected with the plan of giving mate on the king side. This is exactly what he did. After repeating for a while, I guess to gain time, he started the very normal plan of opening up the king side, and after h5 he played this very nice break in the center. Rook e6. I'm not sure you're absolutely required to take, but I guess white plays d6 if you don't. But still, I probably would have preferred not to take if there's a choice. Maybe
queen d7.
Queen d7, and at least wait for d6 before you take on e6, because compared to the game, the rook will not land on e6.
Right.
So I'm a little bit surprised his opponent took on e6 so eagerly, but probably she miscalculated something. The game finished takes, rook e6, and here she went queen c7, which also allowed check on d6. And
now it's crushing.
Yeah, white is now breaking through after queen d7. Probably the most aesthetically pleasing way to finish the game is bishop d5.
But several wins in that position
several other wins probably. And after queen c5, Dubov played d7, and if you take, you mated in not like this. You mated in 2 moves by rook g6 and queen g7, and if you don't take, well, you will be down material and with the continuing attack for white.
No, it's a good time to resign.
So she did resign.
Yeah.
And in the fight for the women's prize, I guess Hoifan is now once again a huge favorite because
Kosteniuk actually lost her game against Bolog, and she was unable to defend a rook endgame, which at a glance we thought it was just hopeless.
Yeah, and Hoifan seems like she has very, very decent winning chances here.
Yeah, she'll actually only need to draw to clinch first.
She probably will win the prize even if she draws, but
yeah, that's true.
But it's a position which looks very attractive for black. Even though if you make what I thought was the most obvious move, rook a2, then perhaps the f1 rook could rejoin the action via the b file, which is I guess why she went queen e8, attempting to do the same thing but without allowing white any kind of a freedom on the king side.
It's always nice to be up at queens at the end of the day.
Yes. Rook a1, I guess you probably want to play, but
maybe in queen b8, I guess.
Queen b8, or maybe even the idea of playing knight e7 followed by knight g6.
Both of them seem pretty tempting. Queen b8 is a tempo, right?
Yeah. Is it? Ah, yeah. Now I understand what you meant. Yeah, I'm slow. The threat now is after, let's say, a5 to take on g2 and play queen b2 check and pick up some material. Well, a lot of material.
Yeah.
So Hoifan is once again a favorite to win the women's prize. And let's go back to the central event of the day. And rook e7 has been played as expected. As expected, Wesley replied by rook f8 because there's really not much else.
I was wondering if you should have played here as white queen e5. I'm not blundering anything.
No, I don't think you are, but I think immediately creating a passed pawn
is better
on the queen side is a very decent idea as well.
It begs the question, what is black doing, I guess?
It is 4 pawns for the knight, and the king on h3 is very, very safe. So...
yeah, you want to reroute this knight, but it's actually not even obvious.
I guess you want to play knight f5, but even the simple rook e8...
yeah, it's surprising, but
here maybe you can play queen d7.
Takes, queen g4.
I'm not saying this is good. Yeah, I'm actually saying this is not good.
Yeah, because now any trade of queens is completely lost, right?
Yes, this is kind of grim for Wesley, and what a dramatic time travel they had in this game.
Because, yeah, certainly.
Yeah, somewhere around here I think white is doing well. And even after rook a7, knight g4, queen e4, queen c4, queen e3, knight c2, even here, seemingly he could have played queen c3, which is probably a draw of some sort, but it is a draw that, according to our analysis at least, needs to be made by black, not by white. Instead of this, Yuengi spends 59 seconds and plays queen e7, a move which, after knight e1, king f2, and rook d1, which is really not a move that requires a, PhD in nuclear physics.
Yeah,
would have been a difficult position to hold probably for him, at least once again according to what I could find out.
It's pretty simple, and this is pretty much the position on the board, except black's missing the f7 and h7 pawns and
h5 pawns.
Yeah, f7 and h5 here.
And it seems like both rook e8 and queen e8 are just one check.
Yeah.
And allowing queen d4 check is completely impossible.
Right.
Maybe he thought rook a8, king h7, and something like queen e5 is strong. But I mean, it's not very difficult to understand that this is just instantly winning. Queen e2, rook d2, king e3, rook e1.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very, very baffling turn of events. Yeah, that's a good word, because. I mean, the only explanation I can find is that he just felt that queen d4 will be met by a handshake.
Yeah, but that's definitely not what happened.
Yeah, maybe he thought that king takes e1, queen g1 is very convincing.
Which it is.
As is queen e3 takes and knight c2 check.
Yeah.
And black is very, very easily technically winning here. Yeah, and as is correctly pointed out to us, what we wouldn't give for a confessional right now.
Yeah, I would really wanted to know what went on through Wesley's head, especially considering the position he has right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never really seen him that upset during a game. I've seen it upset after a game, but during a game with the position, I've never really seen him as badly as after or before Yu Yangyi played king g2. I think he really felt that he spoiled his chances.
Yes, and it was a very, very important game for him as well. He would have got, I mean, he couldn't get into the tie for first, but he could get into a tie for second by winning. And,
right, and, probably
that would have been a very, very good result.
Yeah, his tiebreaks were not like top notch, but still, considering the amount of players that ended up on 6.5, it probably wouldn't even have mattered.
Yeah, so the position on the board right now is White has played the a5, and we feel that, well, history is repeating itself to a degree. Yuangi is not beating a player he was directly chasing, so he will not overtake him, but he will, if he wins this game, catch up to Magnus Carlsen, and they will play a tiebreak, as we're told, directly after the round, right?
Directly after the round, we'll have a tiebreak. The position is so good that I will go ahead and perhaps explain the format of the tiebreak for the audience. I'm being told it starts with a 5+3 couple of games. If those are drawn, they move on to 3+2, guys. Yes? No?
5+3 again.
5+3 again. So 2 sets of 5+3, then 2 sets of 5+3.
No. That's already 2 sets. Yeah. Let's just read it off the screen because it's safer. The playoff consists of the Blitz game matches with time control of 5 minutes with 3-second increment per move, starting from move 1, and will be played according to the rapid and Blitz rules of chess. And we understand 4 games maximum with this time control, and then an Armageddon, which I very much hope will be 5 against 4 and not 6 against 5. Please tell me it's 5 against 4 in case of an Armageddon.
Which we all feel is the fairer of the
I think 6 against 5 favors black too heavily.
But I felt that 5 versus 4 it's like 50-50-ish, right?
Yeah, people actually take both sides of this argument.
There'll be a 2 games mini match played between them. Okay, that's pretty much what we said.
In the event of a tie in the match, another 2-game match will be played. If the second match is tied as well, a new drawing of lots will take place, and the winner will be revealed after the decisive game.
What?
So you draw lots for white, and then if white wins, it's just over.
Oh, that's
no
curious.
Armageddon. Just
so basically, what happens is that after the 4 Blitz games, there's a random drawing of lots for the colors, and if one side wins, that's it. If they draw, they do it again, until eventually one side wins.
Well, I thought I was.
Well, yeah, that's pretty sudden death as far as chess goes. Yeah.
Yeah, an interesting format, and okay.
Yeah.
Now I understand. No Armageddon at all.
No Armageddon at all.
Basically, someone will start with white. And if
completely
he wins,
randomly,
completely randomly, and if he wins, there is no black game.
No, but again, if black wins, that's it. Also, right? Yeah.
Okay, so an interesting format, and perhaps a fairer format in some ways than your classical Armageddon.
I've seen worse.
It's definitely not bad at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so still waiting on Wesley to make a decision here. They received their extra half an hour, so he can now. In some ways, it's actually a bit unfortunate when you realize just how big of a chance you miss.
Oh yeah.
Having all this time to ruminate on that subject is perhaps not ideal, because you really do not want to be thinking about what went on before. You need to sort of concentrate on every single new decision instead, but. Which is sometimes hard.
Yeah, especially because, as you had mentioned earlier in the broadcast, I mean, you have this ugly position after time travel. You really want to go back and see what happened. We saw this in I believe, the Ganguly game against Mamedov earlier in the tournament.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is really unpleasant.
It's very human nature to just stop and start thinking about the positions you had and the decisions you could have taken. But that actually makes your mood worse rather than better.
And he needs to hold this draw. I mean, if he scores only 5.5 out of 9. In this tournament, you're not getting a lot.
And also, there's very few feelings as unpleasant as finishing a tournament on a loss.
Yeah.
Because the emotion you carry out of the tournament is the last one you had.
Yeah.
And finishing a tournament with a painful loss like this will linger with you for a while. So.
Yeah, especially with the missed opportunities.
Yeah. So this is still far and away the central game of the round, but perhaps we could round up some other things. What else is there?
I'm going to start opening some games because we have a lot of results already.
Le Chaglet beat Veilly. Perhaps we can have a look at this, because this is a game between 2 very exciting young players. And this is a line I think I've seen Wei Yi played before. Somehow this is a feeling I get. This was a bishop b5 Sicilian, to which Wei Yi replied by playing g6 and taking with the b pawn, as is I think the custom among most of the Chinese players these days. They go for this precise line.
Once upon a time, this was considered to be dubious actually for black, but it's been revived.
Well, they used to play, and I was among the they I refer to here. They used to play f6, knight h6, knight f7 here, but these days it's connected with different plans.
Right.
And Wei Yi here plays rook b8, which is not really as much a threat against the b2 pawn, although that as well. But it's a useful waiting move to force white to settle on a structure before committing to any kind of structural ideas yourself. c3. Knight f6, d4 takes, castles, knight c3, d6, h3, and knight d7. And this is a very typical position, but I would have gotten it with a knight on f7 and a pawn on f6. And I like this better, of course, because a knight on f7 and a pawn on f6 is not really something you necessarily want to have if you have a choice. But white is still very comfortable. d3, c5, bishop e3. Yes, black does get to trade off half of white's center, but the structure is still very, very comfortable for white. And Wei Yi tried to do something about it tactically. He left the pawn on c5 on prise, and he went for this tactical operation, exchanging it for the e4 pawn. But after cd6, bishop takes f3, Liu Shanglei played takes, and here an important intermediary move, bishop g5.
Yeah.
Which I guess works out, because if you have to play queen f8 as Wei Yi did, something probably has gone wrong.
Yeah, some calculation mistake.
Yeah, but frankly, there is not much choice that I can see. He maybe thought he will be able to take on c1, but if you take on c1 here, simply bishop e7, rook e1, queen e1, and the fact that the bishop on f3 is hanging means that
bishop
yes, you can win the bishop on e7, but you will still be down a lot of material. He played queen f8, but now queen d7, rook c1, bishop a8, rook d1. Yes, there is some compensation because there are two bishops, but should be quite unpleasant for black, I guess. Yeah, and he wasn't able to hold it.
Yeah, which, considering the position, is not entirely surprising.
No, not at all. It's just not a very pleasant position here for black. It's important, of course, not to let black ever attack the g2 pawn. Allowing queen e4 here would probably be lethal for white, but of course Liu Shanglei keeps those squares under control. And once you have to play queen b6, if you have to play queen b6, your situation is dire. And the b6 pawn actually fell very fast.
Okay, but this is completely lost.
Yeah, by now this is completely lost. The game continued for a while, but no surprises there. In the final position, white still has those two extra pawns, and he also exchanged one of black's bishops. And the f7 pawn is not that easy to hold, and the king on h5 is in trouble. So all in all, a comprehensive victory for Liu Shanglei, who I think, once again, I'm not entirely sure about this, but I have a feeling he has a very decent score against Wei Yi. I think in their head-to-head, maybe we could spend a brief time researching this, but I have a feeling that head-to-head is very much in favor of, well, not maybe very much, but it is in favor of Liu Shanglei. And Wesley is deeper and deeper into trouble, because he allowed queen e5 here. This is the position on the board.
And he snap took that, but I think he had no choice.
Yeah, and
this is really ugly.
He is now visibly disgusted with his position. I think it's fair to say.
Well, it's really a really ugly position to defend. It's just so many pawns.
Yeah, even the 4 against 1 on one side would potentially be quite unpleasant. But considering that the a pawn is also still alive,
and will be alive for a while.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure you will ever be able after rook b5 and I don't know, something like rook c5, a move I like, to stop rook a8 and to ask you a question. If you play rook f6, you can never actually attack the a5 pawn, and if you play knight b4, once again the knight is cut off and it's nowhere near attacking the a5 pawn. So rook c8 is just completely lost because you cannot pin your own rook, because you cannot trade rooks here. Yeah, it just seems like this is now very, very bad. It's a good thing I didn't say anything as stupid as I will eat your head or something, but still, my absolute assuredness that the perpetual will be given around move 35.
I'm very glad out of all the things you could have said, it wasn't that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, this looks really, really bad for So.
I managed to sort of half dig myself a hole there, but it was a smaller hole than
it could have been.
Could have done otherwise. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, definitely Yu Yang Yi favorite to win this position over a draw.
Should be a reasonably straightforward technical task, I would say.
There's still some problems. I mean, even in this variation, you have to calculate the move knight d4, which is surprisingly not trivial.
Yeah, knight d4 is a move I missed, obviously.
There are some tricks always when the knight's alive.
Yeah, so perhaps white doesn't need to start with all this. Perhaps we can play something like king g4 here. And if you play rook a8, I can play maybe rook c5.
Yeah, this I like to put the rook on c5 and the knight. It's uncomfortably
Although
placed.
rook a6 does collect the a pawn. And you need to start running very fast with
then we have to calculate e4, knight c6. You have to trade rooks if you're... I know, you don't have to.
No, you don't have to. No, this is the point. If rooks come off, maybe it's still winning. But with the rooks on... No, it still requires, of course, some precision from white. You're never absolutely sure you're completely winning in a position like this. But it's a nice position to have, let's put it like this.
Right.
It's a very nice position to have, and also you're playing against somebody who, with great justification, is very, very upset with how the game is going.
And if we go more straightforward, you go rook b5,
knight c6,
knight c6, rook a6.
Yeah, that's always an option.
Rook a8, rook b6.
Well, I can play
knight b7, knight b8, a7.
Knight b8, a7 is game over, actually.
Yeah.
So knight g4. Once again, this annoying detail.
Yeah.
I'm one tempo short. If I could go king g4 here, black would probably resign.
Yeah.
But I can't.
Yeah, you can just pick up the pawn.
Actually, the knight is very far away, but it's not completely controlled yet. The time situation is 20 against 25, so they have time of plenty here to consider.
All right, let's see if we have updates in any other board that perhaps is of relevance. Somebody wrote that board 21 between Ho Yifan is crazy, but I don't see many updates.
Well, she did play queen e8, a5, queen a4, and after bishop e6, she now has to calculate. This is a game between Lidi and Ho Yifan, who we were being told, I think she played 3 Indian players and 4 Chinese in a tournament in a foreign country.
3 Chinese,
3 and 3. So her spread of nationalities was very uneven, considering how many people from various countries are playing here.
Yeah, especially considering that they're pretty much all from that region of the world. And 2 Turkish. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
So very, very closely bunched together list of opponents. And in the current position, yes, the a5 pawn falls, but the rook comes to g4, and the black king on h8 begins feeling a little bit uneasy, I would say. Although it's hard to activate the remainder of white pieces. I mean, the pieces which are already sort of attacking will not give mate all by themselves. The rook on f1 is not that easy to include, and yeah, we'll keep an eye on this, because the endgame we're watching on the screens right now as a video feed, it will continue for a while, obviously. It's not that as easily won as I originally thought.
And we're being told we have a tweet by one of the players, Anish Giri. Bleak finish for me. After I messed up my chance, I no longer got one more. Am I reading that right?
Yeah.
Things can still get exciting in Doha. I bet you. Haha. The puns.
The puns.
Yes.
Oh, the puns.
All right, yeah, unfortunately for Giri, which actually was on the top boards most of the tournament, I think that the chance he's referring to me really was the game against Ganguly, where
that's the one.
Yeah.
He played a fantastic game against Surya Ganguly. I almost said Surav there, which would have been, you wouldn't understand the joke, but I almost said Surav Ganguly there. The game he played against Surya, he really should have won, I guess, and after he failed to win that one, he made a very solid draw against Magnus, but in the context of the tournament, he needed more.
Yeah.
He needed more, and today he was held to a draw by an opponent who was quite set on not allowing any kind of
play
monkey business at the board. Yeah, just straight up trade all pieces and keep the position as solid and as uneventful as possible. So.
VL Maxime Vacher-Lagraf, who I'm sure is following the tournament with great interest. He also has a tweet for us.
Yeah, a new type of convincing imitation. I'm not sure who's imitating who, life imitating art or whatever it is. MVL is deeper than I generally am, and I end up not understanding many of his tweets, which doesn't really bode well for my mental faculties.
Comes from being French?
Possibly. An imitation of...
apparently Anish called MVL brilliant but bleak sometimes during the London Classic.
Yeah, so that is now a hashtag in the chess world. We are really...
Brilliant but bleak. Yeah, we're so far behind.
Or ahead, potentially, of the rest of the world with our hashtagging.
All right, we have one move, I guess.
One move, but it's an important decision and an interesting one. He went rook e4 here. I guess the point is he actually cuts the d4 square from the knight. And if you play something like knight c6, a6, knight c6, a6, rook a8, I want to play rook a4. And I want to say to black, if you want to take on a7, you will have to trade rooks. I mean, knight b8, a7, knight c6.
I'm not even sure how you do it.
Yeah, you actually need to spend the tempo
before this to go king
h7. You need to play king h7.
And we should
just
to
illustrate why, if you go knight b7, knight b8, a7, knight c6, after rook a6, you cannot actually play knight b4 because rook b6 wins and rook b8 check. And if you are forced to take on a7 with a knight, you're just dead lost because this construction will never untie itself.
Never.
Just king g4, e4, f4, h4, and so on, when black is just left playing with the king only. So
king n4 versus king n1.
So you need to play king h7 first and then play knight b8. And here, for instance, I can probably play a7, knight c6, and just... Although I'm not so sure 4 against 1 is winning.
I don't know.
Yeah, interesting. So...
And the idea is that after rook a6, knight b4, you don't actually trade immediately.
But maybe rook b6, rook b7 is stronger.
Rook b6. That's actually really annoying.
This is very, very annoying. So perhaps if black needs to do this, if black wants to do this, he needs to bring the knight over to c8. But that wastes so much time. And also, even this doesn't secure it. Because
rook c8.
Yeah,
rook c6,
I can play e4, for instance, knight c8. And I will play, and I will play rook c6 here. If you take, you're once again completely tied up.
Yeah.
And if you go knight e7, the rook will now, of course, go to c7. And this is now should be completely lost.
Because after knight c8, you play...
Oh no, I forgot about the existence of knight c8, frankly. Yeah. But at least we won a lot of time.
A lot of time.
Yeah, at least we gained a lot of time to do something on the king's side.
Yeah, then you can start playing like something like f4, f5 and real threats.
I'm not sure why I played king h7. An argument probably should be made for putting it on f7 instead.
True, but in those variations, a lot of times we were playing rook on the 7th, and here would be with check.
Like king g4, knight b8, a7, knight c6, rook c4. Knight e7, rook c7.
Yeah, now you're pinned.
And now you cannot play knight c8 immediately, but you can maybe play king f6.
Though, in some cases, I'm not even sure why you play king g4, by the way.
Yeah, that also is true. Yeah, maybe I can just start pushing immediately. I don't know. I don't know if I need this move at all.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, it does look like it should objectively end in tears for Wesley here.
It does look like it. And speaking of tears, isn't Karjakin versus Zhang Zhong going to... I feel like it should pretty soon.
Should somehow
finally
be made somewhere. He decided against including the bishop in the attack, decided that the pieces he already has on the king side should be enough to finish the game off, and he's probably not incorrect. Has 19 minutes as well to calculate the decisive blow here. One thing I will point out is that after rook takes g5, black will take with the f-pawn, and actually the rook f2 check threat after both knight g6 and knight e6 means that giving mate will be not as easy. So my first idea doesn't work, but something should.
There's actually a cute line there, but it's just cute, it doesn't make sense. After rook takes g5, f takes g5,
yeah, we can do
queen
this,
takes g5, but I'm not so sure you even have a real threat.
But maybe it's an improvement actually, because you opened up something on the king's side and you just continue slowly after this. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure you need this.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Black definitely doesn't have any threats because knight takes e4 allows knight e6 check, which is probably not a good idea for black. So you can still continue improving and sort of safe in the knowledge that, or at least relatively safe in the knowledge that not much is going on there.
All right. Let's see, Svirts is still suffering against Ivanchuk.
Yeah, it's going sort of according to how we described it, so there's no real need to return to that position. I think as soon as there's some kind of a serious structural change, we will refresh you on that game. Wesley played knight d5 instead of knight c6. I think we will sort of do this game interspersed with brief updates on the rest, because I think this is by far the most important one. Put the rook behind, I guess. Although knight c3 is a bit worrying. Yeah.
Put rook d4 first and ask the knight where it wants to go.
And
then
where?
e4 and.
You want to give up on f3? You think it works?
No,
this is why I always want to start with king g4, but it's not an option here.
Yeah.
But
interestingly, after rook a8, you're not really threatening the pawn, right? Oh no, you have rook b5.
I'll have rook b5. Yeah. I thought that another half decent idea might be to take a short break.
Yeah, that might actually be.
And come back with the probably the conclusion of the round.
And a lot of coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be right back. We'll take a short break, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Chess.com is about playing. At any moment, there are thousands of people from around the world playing on Chess.com. So whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster, you'll find a game quickly with someone at your level. You can play at any pace, from 1-minute bullet to 5-minute blitz to 60-minute games. Or you can play more relaxed games where you have several days to make your move. There are tournaments starting every few minutes. Or you can play against our customizable coaching computer. Chess.com is for learning. Chess isn't just about playing, it's about getting better. Chess.com puts the best training tools at your fingertips. Sharpen your game with over 50,000 tactics puzzles. Improve your strategy with training videos by top grandmasters. Get instant feedback after your games with real-time computer analysis. Regardless of where you're at now, you can take your game to the next level. Chess.com is for sharing. Join the community where you can discuss chess ideas in the forums and follow the latest chess news. Or join a club with friends and play in a league against other clubs. You can find all this in your browser at home and at work, or on the go with your phone or tablet. Signing up is free and easy. So what are you waiting for? Enjoy your game.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 9th and final round of the Qatar Open 2015, and we had a short break, and during that short break I realized something and I want to open with it. And to those of you who know a little bit of my recent events, you will understand how painful of a confession this is. I just realized how properly to describe what I did in the time trouble of the game between Yuengi and Wesley. So I did a Lawrence. I did a Lawrence, people. This is horrible. This is so horrible. I honestly, right now, I wish, you know, Earth would open up and swallow me, because this is really not something I expected to say ever. Okay. I am as a as a cult character in a series of books would say, I've forgotten the face of my father. Okay, moving on.
So can you explain that? Like,
well, Lawrence famously tweeted at me after I won the second game in the World Cup and congratulated me for winning the World Cup, which of course immediately derailed my campaign. And so
yeah,
I'm so sorry. Exactly. What else can you say there? Some games still going on despite all, you know, a feeling for me personally that, you know, life has stopped. Life is actually still going on out there in the playing hall.
Yeah, especially for Wesley, who life is not pretty, but it's ongoing. He's just played this couple of moves, and are we starting with them, or we can probably stay?
I think we
can stay with this game. Perhaps,
let's start with this. This is a game between Karjakin and Zhang Zhong, in which Sergei eventually decided to include the bishop in the attack by moving it to g4. We left it somewhere around here, and in this position he went actually bishop d1, rook e4, bishop g4, queen b7, and now was forced to, after a very long think actually, was forced to make a quiet move king g2 f1. Well, forced, I don't know if it's objectively forced, but he felt he had to.
It's not the first move that I would have thought of in this position.
But I guess he felt something like rook d5, rook f4 followed by queen d5 check was very annoying, or he just needed to strengthen the idea of knight e6 check, because now the d5
actually
pawn,
make it playable. Yeah,
the d5 pawn is no longer pinned, but it doesn't feel, you know, as clear cut.
It feels like something went wrong. Honestly.
His victory no longer feels as obvious.
Even if it might still be there.
Yeah, he might very well still be winning, but it no longer feels like it's a clear and easy win here for white. And he also left himself on 6 minutes against 12 for his opponent.
Who just played the move
Zhang
b4.
Zhong played b4.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, reminding white that there's also the queen b5 check he has to contend with at all times, more or less, here. And potentially an exciting finish on the cards here.
It definitely got messier than I expected it to. I mean, I'm not really even sure how he lost the e4 pawn, but he's not delivering checkmate. And I have the feeling that he thought he was giving checkmate.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he went for this rook g6, knight g5, queen h5 idea, absolutely convinced that this ends the game there and then. Yeah. Black played king f8, and here he found no clean solution with the pieces attacking that he has already.
Yeah.
So he included one more by giving up the central pawn, and after queen b7, he couldn't find any mate with checks. So he decided to improve his position a little bit, and now black played b4, and he needs to work out if he can, for instance, play knight e6 check. What happens here?
All right, let's say I take with the knight, I suppose. Pawn takes.
Many moves come to mind, actually. Rook e5, for instance.
Rook e5, even rook e7, I'm not so sure is dying immediately.
Maybe not, but I quite like the idea of driving the queen back towards somewhere like h3, and only then thinking about your options.
I can take on e6, right?
What is this? Also take on e6, actually.
Yeah.
But that is somewhat less forcing, which is why I wanted to go f5, because here maybe I can play something like bishop takes h6, but it gets very, very messy now, because bishop h6 I will start giving checks.
Not even sure who's playing for a win.
Yeah, it's and to explain why we're leaving a rook on prise, this is not good for white.
No, this is just a mate.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's... we kind of blithely assumed Sergei will just convert this effortlessly, but he might still win. He might very well still win, but I don't think it will be an effortless conversion from here on out.
No, well, if you cannot play 96 check in this position, suddenly you have to come up with a move, which is
I don't know. If you need to consider something like bishop f3, you feel like
something is going way wrong.
Your previous play has been perhaps suboptimal, because it doesn't feel logical to bring it all the way to g4 to give up the e4 pawn and then have to come back.
But even after bishop f3, rook e5, I mean...
Yeah, I was trying to sort of make it work tactically by giving this check, and even though everything hangs, I thought maybe what hangs in the black side...
It hangs more, but you still have check on b5.
There's still check on b5, yeah.
And after bishop e2, rook h5, everything is still hanging.
Yeah, it's a weird position. You can actually kind of play like this for white, but I'm not sure you will be happy. Like queen b7, ef, queen e4, queen e4.
Even queen f7 is not so bad.
Yeah, that's true, but this
this
potentially
also
just wins.
Yeah.
Because after rook g4 I will start, no, there's bishop p1. Bishop p1, bishop c3, so yeah, this probably actually does win.
Yeah, crazy position. Well, yeah, I didn't expect to start calculating variations in which black won, honestly.
Yeah, that is a bit unexpected. But the main dish, so to speak, is still the game which I called about an hour ago, and I think people will never let me leave this down.
I think we might, but I don't think you're going to let yourself leave that down.
That is true. It progressed quite a bit. After rook e4, knight g5, Yuengi, after a bit of time, he chose to cut off the c3 square altogether from the black knight. Rook f6, rook c5, rook f5. An interesting trappy move, because if you play e4 here, well, knight f4 immediately is very strong, obviously, but also rook h5 followed by a check somewhere. So rook c8 check, king f7, a6,
and by the way, e4 doesn't win a piece, because you have rook h5 check, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yeah, that has to be the reasoning. And after king g2, you will have to give a check from e.
But this looks kind of, you can go knight e7 though.
Yeah, knight e7 is quite decent, I think.
Yeah.
So instead of all this, he went a6 straight away. Black played knight e3. Otherwise, it's very difficult to stop the a pawn altogether. But the threat of mate in one move forces white to play g4, rook a5, check, check, and now he simply played king g3. And it is still not that easy for black to actually attack the pawn on a6 with a knight.
Yeah, and you can't really pass either, because white has really strengthening moves with h4, h5. So what to do in this position? If you go knight d5, then e4, knight b4, rook c7, I think.
Yeah, knight e4 looks good, and after knight b4, rook c7 seems to be winning, to be honest, because the knight will never come back.
Yeah.
And if you go knight to e7, I can play. Though you can try this.
Again, after rook b7.
But check, check is very strong here. And if the king has to go to the 6, we can play rook c7. Yeah, this is the problem, that the knight is a very strong and a very tricky piece, but what it needs is a square where it's supported by a pawn.
Right, and it doesn't have
an outpost, so that you can work around that knight with the other pieces. But here, wherever you place it on the board, white can hit it with a rook.
And it has to move, yeah.
And it has to move again, and it's just not a very comfortable situation.
No, not at all. No, it looks more close to losing than it was a few moves ago, I think, because I don't see where the knight's going now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you need to start by playing king g8, because there are all those checks along the 7th. Maybe if you start by king g8, and let's say I make a very useful move h4, you go knight d5 here, and after e4, you can at least play knight b4, and you will win this pawn now.
Right. Yeah, this is a big difference.
Maybe you actually need to sidestep the checks
first. After rook c4,
he goes g5.
Committal, but
this is very committal, because now if white plays h4, he actually will have an extra passed pawn, and also the checks now cannot be avoided. The g pawn was at least useful as a shield. So let's say h4
takes.
And he does play h4 tempo, because you want additional passed pawns. And we were told during the break that the positions, if let's say the a6 pawn is lost and the rooks come off, but the positions we briefly discussed with one of our producers were the positions where white has e, f and h pawn, not e, f and g pawn. And there, many positions which you wouldn't really think are drawn are actually drawn.
Yeah.
But once the pawns reach the 5th, most of those positions become lost, because it's way too close to the to the queening point.
This position,
GH4 hasn't been played yet, so let's not jump the gun. But I'm not sure Black has many useful alternatives.
Well, I mean, taking on G5 is a pretty serious threat.
Well, you can take. I mean, no, you cannot.
No.
I wanted to say you can probably maybe play Rook A2, but it just looks wrong.
Yes.
And allowing 8xg just feels
lost.
Extremely strange. Yeah. Why would you give White an extra pawn there? The timing situation is they both have around 9 minutes, which in this position is plenty, because the variations you have to calculate, you do have to calculate a lot of them, but they're all short and reasonably straightforward, I would say.
I would agree, but I dislike this idea. I mean, we didn't find anything better, but I really dislike giving White the 3 connected passed pawns.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he didn't try King G8, unless we're missing something very
Right.
simple. It seemed to me like this might be the better choice in terms of
at least trying.
Creating issues for White. Yeah.
After G5, H4, I mean,
yeah, this
is a lot of pawns.
Yeah, this is now the position on the board, and more than the fact that it will update itself in a second. Yeah, he took and went knight G5. More than the fact that there is now an actual passed pawn on the board.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fact that the Black king will never be able to escape checks. I think this is the most important one, because after knight G5 here, I can play E4, and all those variations we discussed, where Black tries to attack the A6 pawn, and he runs into checks constantly, which help White sidestep the attacks on the rook. You can now no longer really hope to avoid any of that, because the G pawn is gone.
And so many of the variations where I force you to trade off rooks,
And
I mean, as
E4,
we mentioned,
E4 has been played as well on the board, yeah.
they're losing. I mean, if you ever trade rooks and the knight's far away, I get my pawns to the 5th rank.
Yeah, it now feels very, very grim for Wesley, I have to say.
Yeah, it's very difficult to believe Black can survive.
Yeah.
It's also so much easier to play for White.
Yeah, White's play is completely straightforward. He goes knight e7. I think rook b6 is the best move, but no, there's no, knight g6 check is just a check. It doesn't really improve your situation very much.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, knight e7 was played.
Yeah, I expect Yuan Yi to play rook b6, although. And instead of e4, White could also start pushing the g-pawn straight away. But I think e4 is a very natural and a very human move to make. So I would hesitate to criticize it. Although now after rook b6, maybe Black's idea could be to do this. To do this.
Head on, for example, g5.
Maybe start attacking.
More than attacking, it's actually annoying.
Yeah, and it's kind of stopping the White's march towards victory, so to speak.
Yeah, I wanted to have some kind of tactical solution here, but I can't quite see it.
So maybe actually starting with g5, so
That's
that after
a little
knight
better.
e7 you can maybe aim for a slightly different pawn setup on the king side, like check, king g7, and maybe king g4 now, followed by f4, not e4. Maybe it was more precise. They are, of course, very, very tired by now.
Yeah, it's been a long tournament. It's been a long day.
and grueling tournament, and it also has been a long and grueling game with a lot of very tough decisions they both needed to make. So he did play rook b6.
Yeah,
And I think knight g6, rook a3 has to be the best chance available to Wesley here.
Yeah, interesting with the structure without the pawn on f4. There's still some problems on improving the king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he may have misevaluated knight g6 check. I think he kind of realized knight c8 is bad.
Yeah,
And he thought if the knight goes away from the a-pawn, he will just win somehow.
It's not so clear.
Yeah, but somehow is not really... Yeah,
Knight
knight g6
g6
check as expected. We'll just wait for our board to update itself, I think.
Yeah, and then rook a3, I
They're
believe.
still following what we've discussed, so... I think rook a3 is a very... Although you don't actually need to, because f4 is not a threat because of rook a3, so you can actually play something like king g7 here.
Problem is, I'm not so sure king g7 helps you.
Yeah. After rook a3, White has the option of putting the pawn on the 7th, but I'm not sure it helps him that much. And also knight e5 is a serious issue which needs to be dealt with somehow.
Yeah, it's not so clear because, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure what's going on.
Yeah, I think he may have forgotten about this idea altogether, as I did, for instance. And it is now tricky for him to actually make progress. And if White loses the a6 pawn here and the rooks are removed, this is a draw. I mean, with the pawns where they are. If the pawns get very far up the board, it probably is no longer a draw. But somewhere around where they are now, 3 in a row against a lone knight is not winnable. So he does go rook a3.
Though on the other hand, I mean, trading rooks seems really, really hard. And the addition of the rooks on the board obviously helps black. So I'm not really sure that we'll ever get a 3 against knight. Because I can't see a scenario in which, with the knight on the king side, you'll ever trade rooks.
Probably not, yeah, I think he created issues for himself here.
Yeah, interestingly. So against g5, we wanted to play knight e5. Yeah, and I was trying to make king f4 work, but I couldn't make it work.
Yeah, I don't think. Once one of these pawns goes, especially the one which breaks up the remaining 2, it gets very, very close to a draw, I think.
Yeah, and unless you have an immediate refutation, but I can't find one.
Yeah, because if you go forward, checks begin, and once they begin, they're very, very difficult to stop. Like king e5, I can give a check and go back to g4. And winning this will now be, I would say, almost impossible, because you can maybe exchange a couple of these pawns for the knight, but that will, in most cases, will not be enough for a win.
It's funny that this e4 move might have been so imprecise.
Yeah, we were absolutely convinced this was the right way to go, but it seems like he created this momentarily imbalance in his position, and his king was cut off along the 4th, which is very, very important, and suddenly it's no longer as clear cut as we thought.
Yeah.
This is the situation: 7 minutes against 8.5, and he no longer feels as confident in his decisions as he. I mean, visibly, he realized that now variations need to be calculated, and it's not straightforward anymore.
No, I'm not even sure what to play.
Maybe you need to play rook f6, check here, and after king g7, you're so tied up that perhaps you need to switch to this. Just completely forget about the a-pawn, push the knight away from e5, and start running with the king side. But I mean, knight f7.
No, but
knight f7, king, I don't know, g4, rook takes a6. This probably is holdable. I mean, very
high probability, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, rooks off, we were told this is a draw. With the rooks on, it is, I think, slightly less clear because you can harass the black king and.
Really, I mean, it's less clear. I think it's less clear because we know the solution to one of them, but I mean, with the rooks on, can you really make that much progress here?
I don't know. Rook. I don't know. Play rook. I don't know. Let's say c5.
And okay.
I want to play a 4, followed by a, you know what I want to play.
No, I know what you want to do.
Yeah, but stopping it, I think, might be a bit tricky. And g5, as we speak, g5, knight e5 is on the board. Rook f6 check has also been played. We expect king g7. And in this position, white is so severely tied up that I think...
Needs to let go of the a-pawn.
I think he will probably need to let go of the a-pawn, which is a huge blow, of course, because the plan was not to give it up as easily. And this means that the move e4, which both myself and you, both of us, we felt that...
He actually plays king e7.
King e7. This is somewhat surprising to me, but shouldn't be a huge deal.
I don't think so either.
But I don't really understand the reasoning, to be honest. I don't see why you would necessarily cut off your own king, considering the fact that white probably will switch to pushing on the king side. But maybe he just wants to play king e6. No, but you don't threaten rook takes a6 here.
On the other hand, what does white play?
Yeah, I don't know. But shouldn't be a huge deal either way, because...
no, king e7 is also probably okay.
Yeah.
In the context of things, yeah. Wow, e4, I mean, it looks like such a natural move, but it allowed some surprising counterplay.
Yes.
G5
a very, very long game, and the stakes are so high that perhaps, you know, the proximity of what looks like victory must have influenced Jürgen's decision here, because he played e4 very fast. He still had enough time to stop and think about what is coming, and he probably could have found a better solution here. But that's once again all in the past. There were many things in this game which both players will have occasion to regret. So that is only one of them, and not at all the most egregious one, I would say.
He played for a greedy approach, but it makes a lot of sense to play King G2 in this position.
But check on Rook A3. How do you?
Well, I was just going to go F4 now that it's not a. Can I play F4?
A computer is apparently suggesting that after check we can maybe lose a tempo, and this is good for us. I was kind of considering that, but I couldn't believe it was any good. But
I know, but it's interesting.
But maybe passing a move to black here might actually make sense. Yeah.
Oh, it's a kind of a mutual zone.
I honestly thought about that, and I thought this is a ridiculous idea which never works in a position like this. But you know, from a practical standpoint, it possibly is a bit annoying for black because you need to make a decision now.
Yeah. And yeah, you don't want to leave the rook unguarded now on f6. It allows the pawn to just push.
Yeah, if you let's say if you play something like rook b3, rook f5 might be
very. I mean, it's pretty much the same variations that we were looking at, but you're never threatening to take on a6.
Oh no, actually, I can play king f4 now because knight f3, a7. I pick up the knight.
Yeah,
it's even simpler than that.
Yeah.
So leaving the a file is not an option. If you go knight f7, I suddenly assume control over the e5 square, which is also extremely important for white.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, knight d6 is maybe a bit awkward, but perhaps I can even play e5 here. I see no reason why this shouldn't be possible. Rook a4, king g3, and the knight has no good squares.
No, let's continue with g6. Yeah.
So an idea to just give black a move here.
Huh.
Somehow. Perhaps you can play rook b3 here, but allowing a4 looks so scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the position is still very unpleasant for black, but at least now you can see the outlines of how this can get saved by Wesley.
It would be a really cool maneuver there on rook c2, king h3 at triangulation. We do have a result in the Ho Yifan game. She won her game. That means that she takes the women prize, as none of the other players that had 4.5 even survived their game. Actually, I think they all lost. I think Karjakin is still playing, but last time I saw her,
still playing. It was
pretty lost.
It was grim, and none of the other players on 4.5 out away did well today. So Ho Yifan does end up, according to form, winning the women's prize.
Right.
We're still sticking with this one. There has been development. Maybe we could briefly show you what happened in the Karjakin game.
He's up a rook.
Yeah, he's up a rook now. In the position we were talking about, he went not knight e6, but bishop e6. And seemingly, Zhang Zhang couldn't find anything here better than making a very, very quiet move, bishop d4, e5, bishop f7, bishop f4, and knight f7. He's down a full rook here. But white pieces are so stuck on the king side that perhaps he feels he can get some counterplay here. But it's not obvious. It's not his pieces are also not very active, so.
Yeah, I want to put a knight on e5, but
you do, but also you are trading pieces when you're down a rook.
That's a problem.
Yeah, that's a kind of a conundrum.
I'm not even sure what to play here. I mean, if you do go knight e4,
he went c4, I think, but that feels a bit vague, because queen b6 is not really a threat; it's one check.
Feels like hope for chess more than anything.
Yeah, it feels a bit vague. It feels
after takes on c4, I'm guessing he wants to go b3 and harass the
probably king. They're also playing an increment, so perhaps we can watch what should be the conclusion of this game.
I guess they've played a lot less moves than you and so they're further down the clock.
Rook takes g7 is possible here, but I think black can play rook takes f4 and there's no mate. Otherwise, rook takes g7 I think would just finish the game on the spot. If you take on g7, I can take on h6, and I either give mate or pick up everything with check. Yeah, he goes queen f5 instead, which is a very sensible move, bringing more of his pieces towards where they should be. Yeah, I think c4 was very, very slow. Not that black necessarily had anything much better, but the time you see on your screens is off, but not by very much, by maybe 5 to 7 seconds, something like that. So they both are very, very short on time here and have to play fast. Yeah,
it's a position that's difficult to believe that under normal circumstances black can survive.
Yeah, he goes queen b6 check, but now Sergei just goes king f3. Pieces are getting heat, and after rook e8 or something like that, I think maybe even rook takes f6 is now winning, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised at all, but you don't need to.
Not actually. Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
I think it should be enough somehow. King G8 and I don't know. Maybe even this.
Maybe
just simply this.
You take Queen G6. Yeah.
Take Queen G6. Queen takes H6, and then I give a rook from the E file, and I will pick up a rook on E8. So
yeah, that's the chance, but I mean, it's
he did play rook E8. So we'll see if Sergei feels he needs to calculate this, or he can just play B3 takes C4, for instance, just sort of extreme greed.
No, but it might be the most practical approach.
Yeah, I have a feeling. Yeah, rook F6.
I mean, the white king is actually kind of safe in this position. Once I put it on H3, what's going to happen to it?
Yeah, it's one variation you need to calculate sort of once, and you no longer. Yeah, but B takes C4 is what he plays. Yeah. Black probably wants to play Queen D4, but it creates, Queen D4 has been played immediately, but it doesn't really create any real immediate threats. The king will be safe on G4, there are no checks, at least immediately to it.
Pick up an exchange, but I guess it's not that relevant.
No, I mean, I don't play King G4, I wait for you to give a check on the third, and then I play Queen G4.
Don't tell us. How dare you?
Yeah, they're giving us helpful hints about the Yang endgame,
which actually are not that helpful.
Yeah, which are completely unhelpful actually.
Considering
our understanding of how engine evaluations work, the answer they just provided for us is not an answer. It's like a huge glaring question mark in itself.
Right.
Seems like Vasily Ivanchuk is eventually winning his endgame against Dariusz Svirch. So that when this is over, we'll perhaps update that game.
Yeah, Dariusz had an amazing run actually. He had like a 27-50 or 60 performance going into this game.
Vasily, if he wins, will end up on 6.5 out of 9. So his win in the Ashdod Rapid, as many people expected, returned him to a much better frame of mind. And Vasily, in a good frame of mind, is a
powerful contender.
A fearsome player. Yeah,
it's interesting in the Swisses that are so strong. Giri, I think we saw him on the top boards all the time, and a couple of missed results, and suddenly he finishes behind Ivanchuk, who I don't think even once was in the top 5 boards.
Probably not. Yes, I think this is the highest he played, because I think he won yesterday, right? And today he was playing on board 8 against Dariusz.
Right.
Sergei goes Queen C2. It feels like there could be something here for Black, but probably not. Probably White should be able to carefully extricate himself, get the rook from G6 towards some kind of safety, and
just playing rook G4 at some point it should be enough.
But once it's on G6, I can understand why the Black player might feel sort of still very interested in the game, because it's completely stuck there. He goes King G8.
It's an interesting
sort of sidestepping potential checks, and also I think mainly just passing to White, and maybe
hoping that White takes on H6.
Maybe the reasoning is after rook G4, bishop takes D6 is no longer a threat, so you can reply with I'm not sure what, but you have more freedom there.
Yeah.
But Sergei doesn't bother with any of that. He goes King G2, continuing to slowly get his positions to proper squares. Still no checks available to Black apart from the ones which exchange pieces, which Sergei will not mind one bit.
Yeah, you're just up too much material in this position.
Yeah, with an extra rook, you don't mind Black even exchanging queens and picking up the C4 pawn, as long as the rook from G6 gets to safety.
Yeah. No, bishop H6 will just finish the game.
No, not really, because but it doesn't matter. Black plays rook E4, which is kind of the same, because rook D1 here actually forces the exchange of rooks. Well, sorry, queens. But the rook is still stuck on G6. It is surprisingly not over after. If you play rook D1, queen C4, queen C4, rook C4, the threat is king H7 followed by G5, and Black will win some material back.
Right.
And
quite a bit of material,
It's actually not that easy to stop that. You can play something like king H3, but even something like knight G5 check kind of suggests itself.
More than suggests itself. How is
well, after king G2, I don't really want to play king F7, because this probably is lost. But yeah, I mean, what I wanted to say is that if you have to play like this, it's a bit tricky. Maybe H5 actually, in some positions.
Why didn't you take when you play knight G5? Knight G5 just rook.
And he goes rook G4. No, this is becoming a bit exciting, I think, maybe.
All right, rook G4.
Do I have anything
as Black
good here as Black?
You want to go G5, but kind of a committal move.
Bishop E3 probably wins a lot of material. This is actually the threat here.
Bishop E3,
Let's put this on the board. This finishes the game effectively, because White picks up more material. in addition to what he already has.
And it's the same thing to knight e3, right?
And he did play queen takes c4. And actually, even here, this rook is a bit stuck, but you can play, no, rook h4, you give check first, and then I play g5. Black has, black has 3 for the rook.
Well,
that actually is
that's not bad.
Is a half decent amount of points.
The important thing is that if I win any material, the 3 suddenly are important.
But probably taking and rook c1 should solve all of these issues, yeah. I think this kind of wins. Because if you allow rook c8, rook c7, what?
Okay, I allow it.
What? You have to allow it, because if you take, the rook rejoins the action. So you have to play something like rook d4, check, rook c7.
King back.
And now something like rook g6 back. But king h7 is still a move. King h7 is still a move. Can I find something cleaner?
Right.
Like, I don't know. Surprisingly, even this is not entirely over. Although you feel like
there's some way to finish the game cleanly.
Here, he plays just rook. No, but this is a bit weird. He played rook gh4, and you can actually meet this with g5. This is a strange decision. I mean, they are playing on increments, so
what happens after g5?
Well, I play g5, you take, I give a check, and I pick up the exchange, and I might not actually have to lose this.
As black?
Yeah, well, I mean...
or who's playing for a win?
Not sure. Not sure. But I think rook gh4 is a... I mean, if black does play g5, either immediately or after rook c2 check first, which is also... No, but then, then you actually
you have to,
if you go rook c2 check first...
Check mark,
yeah, then... But it still works, because after rook h2 I have rook c3 check, but g5
Bishop
first...
B3?
Ah, yeah, sorry, I'm going crazy.
It's been a long session, yeah.
So g5 immediately is what he plays, bishop takes g5, and now rook c2 check. And well, the question who is better is
not
suddenly not ridiculous, which is not something you would really guess you could say about this game.
Yeah, that was a little strange. So rook d2 is of course forced. Sorry, rook c2 check.
Rook c2 check, the king goes forward, you cannot really go back. He goes king f3.
Now,
I would take with the h pawn, I think.
Me too, and then f5, and then knight e5 is an idea, right?
Rook takes b4 probably is forced. And then I would actually probably waste the tempo on rook takes a2. It just feels like it's such an important pawn that you don't want to let it leave. But your idea also makes a lot of sense.
Well, I wanted to play knight e5 and rook g2.
Black is probably not at all worse even here, that's true. Yeah, maybe white should think about cutting this short actually, because...
Well, what do you even play here?
Yeah, the black pieces are so active.
Here, okay, we actually got to that position in f5.
Yeah. This is on the board, and f5, he hasn't played f5 here, and rook takes a2 is also a very, very sane choice, which should not be at all unreasonable.
But they've reached time control in an important game.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick update on...
Yeah, we absolutely need to, and he does play f5, very impressive. Yeah. Let's check the main game though, because there has been a lot of development there. This is the position on the board currently. I'm a bit surprised because we left it here.
So how do you lose this pawn?
Wesley went knight d3, and here...
I expected f4 here.
Yeah, we thought f4 was very strong, but maybe Yuengi wasn't sure he will win perhaps this position. Which is understandable, because I'm not sure it's winning, to be honest.
I think the table basically say once all the pawns are in the fifth, it's a win, right?
But those were different pawns. Yeah, we do suspect this might be winning, but we don't know. And anyway, instead of all this, he played rook h6, rook a5, and suddenly the g pawn is getting hit with check. And a7, rook g5, king f1, rook g8, of course, just to point out that rook a5, rook h8 would have been a large mistake. Rook a7, rook h7, check. So rook g8, king e2, and he went knight e5, f4, knight d7. Still feels very promising for white somehow. But I'm no longer sure about anything in this game.
No, I have no idea.
I'm no longer. I mean, I'm sure white cannot lose, but that really isn't what people are interested in, I suppose.
There are suddenly variations where black can start thinking of giving up the knight for only 2 pawns, and a lot of king and pawn games will be drawn.
I mean, I would want to start by doing this.
Forcing rook.
He started by king e3.
No, he started by rook a6.
Sorry. Rook a6, rook a8, and playing king e3. This is exactly what I wanted to do. And after knight c5, I can play something like rook a3. And this knight is not really doing very much right now. And I want to continue cutting it to stop it from hitting the a7 pawn. It doesn't really have that many squares from which it can do that.
Yes, I agree.
So Yuengi is quite short on time. He has 1 minute and 17 seconds left. He will get 30 seconds, of course, after each and every move, but
this felt like cheating.
Sure.
Yeah, rook h4 was inexplicable.
Yeah, rook c1 wins, and after rook h4, and it's unclear who is
better.
No.
Now I'm going to turn it off.
Yeah. So this is what they have on the board. Knight c5 has not been played yet, but it's difficult to imagine black having much more useful move than that. So he does go knight c5.
And I like this rook a3 move. It's very natural to put the rook on a diagonal from the knight, because it's very difficult for the knight to actually hit it.
Unless, no, but rook c6, knight d7 back is uncomfortable. Otherwise rook c6 would have been a decent move, but knight c7 kind of forces you to go back to a6.
Yeah.
Also knight takes rook a1 even. He went even further away, which is not such a bad idea, because this gives him the option of playing rook h1 maybe at some point if he chooses, if he wants to.
The only weird thing is that you don't have king d4 next move.
Yeah, that would be one thing. I wonder if Wesley should just start running towards the a7 pawn here. King d6. It's not that easy to push these things. e5 you don't really want to play, because after king e6 they get stopped, kind of hard countered. The advance of the white pawns gets hard countered by this.
But f5 also king e5.
f5 also feels a bit weird.
King e5 maybe?
King e5, rook a5.
Rook a5. Oh, and
now I will start from the other side.
Well, you have check actually, e5.
Yeah, or e5. Yeah. So still a very difficult position to understand all the nuances.
I don't think it's only difficult to evaluate, it's also very difficult to practically play this position.
Yeah, especially considering that we're sitting here in a studio, and all we're concerned about, frankly, is not making a further fool of myself. I'm not talking about you here, as you understand.
We're a team here. We're together on this one.
No, I'm not passing any of the blame on you here. That was all me. Whereas they are actually playing for fame and money and things.
And glory. Okay, speaking of money and fame, Ivanchuk won. So he joins Kramnik, Sugirov, and Nihua on 6.5 points. I expect him to have the worst tiebreak out of that sequence of players that I just threw out. But still a really good result at the end for Ivanchuk.
Obviously, yeah. And as we discussed earlier on the show, his play greatly depends on his frame of mind, more than maybe anybody else I know in current chess. So in Karjakin's game, as we watch Wesley think about this position, in Karjakin's game the position now looks like this, and it feels like Zhang Zhong misplayed it quite badly actually.
Oh, he's getting mated.
He's not getting mated because there's rook c5, but once one pair of rooks come off...
No, that's dangerous.
That probably is once again...
How did this happen after f5? Perhaps the move was not as brilliant as I thought.
Well, he didn't play rook a4, he played rook b7, which is of course a much stronger move. Which is why, to be honest, this was the reason I wanted to play rook takes a2, so that I could go rook king g7, g6 later. I didn't want to commit to anything on the king side to open up my king. But after f5, rook b7, if you go king g7 here, rook e1 kind of cuts those ideas completely short, because I will meet any king move with rook e6 check.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So he went knight e5 check, but now his king is cut off along the 8th, and this is now the position on the board. Rook c1 had to go knight f3, rook takes d5, knight d4 check, and now king e3 just seems to be very, very strong. And this is what Sergei played, rook c5, and simply take.
Yeah, you simply take and take the pawn.
He is winning now again, I guess. Yeah, this should be a reasonably straightforward win for white, I guess.
Yeah, you have technically material balance at this position, but let's be honest, this rook is so powerful, and the knight is going to be,
Yeah, this will happen on the board, and I think we'll abandon this for a while, because it seems like after a huge potential turnaround in the game, Zhang Zhong is once again in grave trouble.
That's what it looks like.
As he was for most of the game.
Yeah. He had one chance, I think, after going into this endgame, but I guess he displayed it.
Just to sort of cover this properly once and for all, if you take on a2 and white tries to bring both of his rooks to the 7s, I can't play king g7 and meet any of the
such a big difference.
Any of the rook moves with the move king g6, and it actually feels very, very safe on g6, which is why I wanted to keep it on f6 at least for the time being until I get my king off the 8th. It's so important in these positions not to end up with a cut-off king.
And that's exactly what he ended up with.
And that's exactly what happened to him, and I don't think he will survive that.
No.
Back to our top board.
Just actually pretty quickly, since we don't have a move. Oh, we do have a move. Knight b7 was played.
He went knight b7, which is probably knight d8, knight c6 is probably the main idea he has here.
And if you go king d4, maybe you can check.
Hang on a second, but why is this good?
Why is what good?
How do you play?
Like for black or for white?
For black.
Let's just follow his plan. Knight d8.
Okay.
Knight c6.
Oh, sorry. And e5 has been played in the meantime. Knight c6, I wanted to go rook a6. And if you do have king d7 there.
And if you take, that's lost, right?
If you take, I'm pretty sure that's lost, but king d7 is strong there. Because king d5 is actually running into a very, very annoying fork.
Yeah, 2 pawns, no way win.
Yeah, if the a pawn is lost, you will not convert this. Let's try, can we try this first?
Then again, king d7.
I thought maybe f5, but it just doesn't seem fast enough. e6, king c, or king d6 actually even.
Yeah.
This should be a draw, I think.
Yeah, because e7 is a draw.
f6.
Takes on...
e7. I think I tricked you there a little bit.
Huh. You tend to do that. Yeah, okay, this is one.
So this is perhaps our current front runner for causing any kind of trouble for black. Because if you waste a tempo on king e4, I think you're just not fast enough. You need to start pushing your pawns up immediately. Yeah, rook a6, king d7 is on the board, and we expect you to go f5 now. And this is the position we need to assess.
All right, but f5, knight c6, e7, king c7. Let's take a look at that one.
King c7, I wanted to obviously go
f6, but I can go king b7. Right?
You can, but
I'm not sure it helps me.
Let's say I just go all the way down.
Rook e8 just loses.
Rook e8, I play a8
yeah,
check, of course.
Of course. Yeah.
This now looks horrible again. But I mean, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Knight a7, f7 is resigns. This looks horrible again.
Yeah, rook e8 loses.
Yuengi doesn't have much time, but his moves are also very, very easy to understand and predict. So f5 has been played. This is now...
Yeah, this is very concrete already. Either... You can safely assume you can evaluate this to a win or a loss already. Or a draw.
I would think so, but... hang on. So, knight c6, e6, king c7, f6. What about this? But rook a5, probably.
Not so clear. King b6.
And I will just switch altogether to that side.
To that side of the board.
I don't really need the other side at all anymore. I think I'm completely winning on this side now.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you can still try knight c6 or something, but...
Yeah, knight c6, e6 check has been played, and king c7 banged out by
Wesley, actually.
By Wesley, but yeah.
f6
is not a hard move to make here.
Oh, it's the only move, I think, yeah.
Yeah, f6 is not a hard move to make.
And we're still... And then knight b4, very quickly played.
He probably thinks knight d5 check is such a huge threat that you cannot deal with it, but...
Rook a5 is coming.
Yeah, rook a5 is... Yeah, this is the position they have on the board, and rook a5 is probably the only winning move, but it seems like it should be enough.
It doesn't seem that difficult to find, but can I play f7? F7 in this position?
Yeah, actually, yeah, that is a good point. f7 and Wesley plays king b7, which is a...
That's not the move you want to make.
That's a trap, basically. It's inviting white to play e7, and then you will play knight d5 check.
But
more or less...
any other move, no?
Yeah, rook d6.
Rook d6
just crushes. Probably ends the game, yeah.
Yeah, that's it, right? Rook d6 cuts off the rook. Oh, sorry, the knight.
Yeah, that is game over.
Yeah. Wow, that's game over. Wesley so resigns. Yu Yang Yi ties Carlsen for the lead. we will have a tie-break playoff to determine the winner of the 2015 Qatar Masters, the strongest open tournament of the year. We will have that playoff at 6 p.m. Qatar time, we're being told. In 45 minutes from now, in case you don't know what Qatar time is. And that's actually all the games that have that we're looking at. Karjakin is still playing. Howell and Grandel is finishing the draw. Actually, without the Karjakin game, we probably can look at the standings with that game pending. Okay, yeah. We're preparing the standings 1 second.
I think so.
Yi finally converts that end game against Wesley So. Wow, what a feat, huh?
Yeah, an incredible tournament yet again by the Chinese player, and he keeps on winning those decisive games on demand, which is incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
And today's game saw a great many reversals of fortune, but still a tremendous feat of will and endurance and everything.
Absolutely, disappointing finish for Wesley So. I think he
very much so. He had a chance there, and
and under the assumption that Karjakin wins, which seems pretty fair considering the position I'm looking at on the board.
Yeah.
These are the final standings of the tournament. Both Magnus Carlsen and Yu Yang tie for first place, not first to third, first to second. They will play a tiebreak to determine the winner of the Qatar Masters. The rest of the places will be determined by tiebreak, which is simply rating performance. I'm not 100% that these are accurate, but the people that are tying for 6.5, Kramnik, Sugirov, Nihua, Ivanchuk, and Karjakin, and a large number of strong players finishing on 6 points with strong performance, but not strong enough.
Yeah, not quite enough to tie for the medals, so to speak. But obviously, in a tournament of this magnitude, plus 3 is not something you can be very disappointed with.
And there's a little mistake. Actually, So only reaches 5.5, not 6 points.
So that's a wrap for the main tournament. Apart from the Karjakin game, which is still ongoing, but we expect Sergei to convert this. And actually, I have a feeling with the pieces standing as they are, the a pawn will just simply cost a knight.
Yeah, I don't see how.
It just seems to me that this is now a very easy technical win because
it's a pretty fast pawn.
Yeah,
you have to create some kind of counterplay. But
like King D7, I can play A6, Knight C7, I play A7.
No, I think you have to go with the pawns if you want to create some kind of practical chances. F3.
F3, A6.
It's not very good practical chances.
C3 though.
I was thinking F2 and King E2 C3, but.
He has played F3, so let's stick with this for a while. We don't really have anything else on the top boards to cover. Vasily has converted his advantage against Darius Svirch. So one thing to note is that Rook takes E6, King takes E6, A6 is not a winning attempt because Black will queen his pawns, perhaps even faster than White. Sergei goes King E3. I guess Black needs to play C3 now.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah, but you can probably even take actually.
Really?
Because after C2 I can play Rook G1.
Check.
You do play Knight B3, but
you're out of the square.
Yeah, A actually queens first. So yeah, Sergei seems to have overcome his slight hiccup in the time travel due to a return mistake, so to speak, from his opponent. Yeah, I feel like this should be winning for White, although. Of course, you can still go wrong in a position like this, but it should be.
Knights are always tricky, but
yeah, you can always blunder a fork somewhere, but you shouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just keep on this game as well. Zhang Zhong is down to like 20 seconds.
Yeah. So this shouldn't really take too much time. Yeah, everything else in the top games I think finished.
And we've covered.
And we've covered most of those games. We haven't touched the game between Hismatulin and Li Chao, but when I last took a walk in the playing hall, they were playing some knight endgame 3 against 3.
Yeah.
Li Chao continuing the tradition of playing positions where not much can go wrong, but not much can go particularly excitingly well for him either. So yeah, seems like even King takes F3 is possible here, but maybe it's not even the most clear-cut solution. Maybe you can do something like A6 with the idea of meeting C2 with Rook C1 and forcing the knight to C7, and then Rook C1, Rook takes C2 should just win everything.
Yeah.
Could also be a very decent solution here.
You cut off the
Yeah, knight c7, a7, and the king does not reach b7 because I go rook c1 and rook c2 and rook takes c7.
Yeah.
So yeah, and he has played a6. So yeah, this is
finished.
This is wrapping up actually. I think this is close to a full wrap.
All right. We want to stay around just for the result.
There's nothing else going on, so perhaps we could wait for this game to finish. But yes, we expect it to finish reasonably soon.
And let's just remember, we do have a tie-break coming up for you guys. It's going to be 42 minutes from now between Yang Yi, who finally won his game against Wesley So, and Magnus Carlsen, who drew a lifetime ago against Vladimir Kramnik. Well, it'll be interesting to see.
It will be very interesting to see.
It'll be amazing if Yang Yi can pull it off again.
I will, refrain from saying anything about that tiebreak because Lawrence received death threats after what he's done from myself, and I don't want the same thing to happen to me.
Fair enough. Zhang played king d6 in this position. And after a7,
a7,
knight c7 is forced.
Rook c1 once again.
It's just resigns.
Rook c1 is game over. Yeah, you cannot really continue from here.
No.
The king will never reach. Will never cross the c file. If the king could actually reach b7, it maybe is just a draw.
Yeah.
Although even there, black faces some technical issues. But
I think it's just a draw, right?
Yeah. Knight c7, rook c1, and we expect a handshake. We don't actually have the video right now because the arbiter, I think, was standing in front of the camera, but. Maybe he left. Yeah,
he left.
There you go. And I expect a handshake, especially since Zhang doesn't really have much time to ponder his options. So we won't even have to wait long for it.
Yeah, hopefully.
It's a completely lost position. Also a very exciting game, but it became more exciting than you would have guessed at some point.
Yeah.
At some point it looked like Sergei will just win an easy technical game, but in the end it was nothing but.
And there we go, handshake. Yeah. And Sergei Karjakin joins the group of people with 6.5 points. With this, I guess we are ready to take a break until 17:55 UN European times, 5:55 Doha time. Carlsen and Yu at the top of the standings. Kramnik, Sugirov, Nihua, Ivanchuk, and Karjakin with 6.5, and then a bunch of people following them with 6 points.
Chess.com is
a very, very good showing by the Chinese players yet again. One of them tied for first, one of them tied for third, and further Chinese in the tie for the 8th place. 2 Russians in the tie directly below the lead, but the main 2 people are Magnus Carlsen, who played, apart from his hiccup in round 1, he played an excellent
phenomenal tournament.
Phenomenal tournament, and also Yang Yi, who second year running wins a decisive last game on demand to this time force a tiebreak against the world champion for all the marbles.
For all the marbles, we'll be back with 2 blitz games to start off. Let's just remind the audience on what the tiebreak situation is. They will start with 2 blitz games, a set of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. If those are drawn, another set will be played of 5 minutes plus 3 second increment, one with white, one with black. And if those are drawn, then we will go in sort of sudden death. They will draw lots for who gets white and who gets black, and it doesn't matter anymore if what color you are. That game, if it's decisive, will end the match.
Yeah, if it's decisive, it ends the match, and if it's not, then they play it with reverse colors, and if that one is drawn, they draw lots once again, I suppose. Yeah,
I suppose.
Yeah, that's how.
Although they might do reverse colors again. Just keep going.
So potentially a long evening of chess, even from here on out.
Potentially. We'll stick around and see what we have in store. We're gonna take a break until 5:55, and we'll see you then.
Chess.com is about playing. At any moment, there are thousands of people from around the world playing on Chess.com. So whether you're a total beginner or a Grandmaster, you'll find a game quickly with someone at your level. You can play at any pace, from 1-minute bullet to 5-minute blitz to 60-minute games. Or you can play more relaxed games where you have several days to make your move. There are tournaments starting every few minutes, or you can play against our customizable coaching computer. Chess.com is for learning. Chess isn't just about playing, it's about getting better. Chess.com puts the best training tools at your fingertips. Sharpen your game with over 50,000 tactics puzzles. Improve your strategy with training videos by top grandmasters. Get instant feedback after your games with real-time computer analysis. Regardless of where you're at now, you can take your game to the next level. Chess.com is for sharing. Join the community where you can discuss chess ideas in the forums and follow the latest chess news. Or join a club with friends and play in a league against other clubs. You can find all this in your browser at home and at work, or on the go with your phone or tablet. Signing up is free and easy. So what are you waiting for? Enjoy your game.
Welcome everybody, we are back on our coverage of the Qatar Masters. This is the final of the finals.
Yeah, this is the final segment. The two heroes of the tournament, I think it will be very fair to say this, are
absolutely
facing off in a tiebreak for the first prize and the title of the winner of the Qatar Open 2015.
Yep.
Magnus Carlsen will be playing the white pieces in the first start of the first set of 2 blitz games against Yuangi. The time control is 5 minutes plus 3-second increment after each move. If the first set of 2 games will be drawn 1-1, they will play another set exactly like this one. And if this one is also drawn, they will start playing single games. And the moment one of those single games is decisive, the match is over and the winner of that game is the winner of the tournament. I hope this is clear.
Yeah.
We still don't have the game active on ChessBase, so for now we will be going off what we see on the screen. Yeah. And as soon as it appears, we will bring up the board to perhaps show some variations. Although the game being as fast as it is, I'm not sure.
Okay, and we are told though this is the live game actually, so we can't actually move it. But
d4 knight6 bishop f4.
And Grishchuk making his appearance.
Opening strikes again.
All right, let's see what Yuangi has prepared against it. He plays a quick d5. Okay.
So far, there's not really very much to discuss. This is a variation aimed solely at achieving a reasonably unknown position you can just play, something Magnus always excelled at. E6, knight f3, I'm sorry, not bishop d3 first.
Yeah, a normal approach for the world champion, I think, also to sidestep theory.
A6. This is already slightly offbeat. I'm not sure what this move is about. Perhaps Black is waiting to decide on his next approach. He could switch to. It might find it useful if for instance, White plays c4, but Magnus goes bishop d3, and generally after bishop d3, it will feel in some positions that this is not necessary. c5, c3, of course, White wants to preserve the bishop on d3 on the b1, h7 diagonal. This is very, very important. And Black normally plays something like knight c6, bishop d6 here.
Yeah, you definitely want to trade off this bishop on f4, which is
it's
kind of dangerous.
Yeah, but bishop generally retreats to g3, and Black is invited to take on g3, improving White's structure.
Right.
And if he doesn't do it immediately, White will, on occasion, play knight e5. For instance, here after castles, I expect Magnus to go knight e5.
So knight e5 already in this position is something that we can expect.
I think it's a very, very standard reaction here, trying to occupy this square, perhaps support the knight later by f2, f4, and start a kingside attack.
It's a pretty standard idea in these positions. What else can we think of here from Magnus?
Well, you can castle, playing for the queenside castling, which you sometimes see in these lines.
And do so knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5. I thought that was the most likely choice from Magnus. Knight c6, e7 is.
Yu Yangyi's quick response, actually transferring to f5, I would guess.
Yeah, that's generally the point. Black wants to play knight f5, b5, bishop b7 on the other side of the board as well. So. It's actually quite harmonious from Black, and he plays b6, perhaps not wanting to give a target to play a4 against.
Right, a more solid development, I would say, than...
Bishop h4 is an idea, but I think Black can play knight g6, and he is quite comfortable doing that. So Magnus now has to come up with a plan.
He does play bishop h4.
He does play bishop h4.
We expected the move here, knight g6, with the idea that any recapture really is
But I think he wants to take on f6, and after queen f6 he will play f4, and he got rid of the bad bishop. I think this must be why he played bishop h4.
Some kind of stone wall, followed with queen h5, for example.
It doesn't really matter what you do after. It's just it matters a great deal that you got rid of the one bad piece you had in the structure. Right. You would want to play f4 immediately instead of bishop h4, but then the bishop on g3 is completely useless. So you start by doing this. You prompt Black to react to it somehow, and then you trade it off, and you play a stone wall. I would actually maybe consider with Black playing knight g6 and taking with the g-pawn.
Yeah, so it's forcing the knight
to come. Yeah, it's not a decision. You cannot take on g6. It makes no sense whatsoever. So you play knight f3, and Black plays something like bishop b7, and just
instead of that
continues normally.
Yu Yangyi put the knight on f5, which changes things quite a bit.
Yeah, that is different because now...
Well, e3 is under attack in the end of the variation. For example, if I take...
Yeah, queen takes, now you can no longer play f4, so this is interesting.
Yeah, he could take on f5, which changes the structure a great deal. And after pawn takes...
And now we need to look for a good move for White here. Yeah. Perhaps you could maybe make an argument for... No, see, I wanted to go c4, but I think after c takes d4, I can't really find a... I thought knight c6, but queen c7 is very awkward.
Okay, yeah, this poor decision here.
Yeah, I thought this is maybe interesting for White, but I don't think this is particularly strong.
Yeah.
Maybe takes queen f3?
Takes queen f3, threatening some pawns, but I can go bishop e6.
Bishop e6, I guess, is very solid here.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks solid enough, I would say, in this position.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad at all for Black. And if Black is given some moves, he might consider playing, let's say, h6 and g5, untying himself in this fashion.
Right. So yeah, it's an important decision here for Magnus on which pieces to actually take off the board.
He's down to 3 minutes against 3.5 for his opponent, but it's the first real decision he has to face in this game, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. What other options? No, nothing
much.
I
think having played bishop h4, you need...
I was thinking about bishop g5, but I didn't see the big difference.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the idea after h6 is, whether he just wants to play bishop f4 actually and return it to that diagonal after winning some time. Could be a cute maneuver, which I'm not sure it makes such a great deal of improvement. That sentence didn't come out right, but maybe he probably didn't like the other options. Right? Yeah, and he just he keeps the position alive, and After h6, I
h6
think the way to justify this is to play bishop f4. I'm not sure there is much else.
Yeah, I'm starting to think about g5 is too much.
Maybe take on f6 and go e4. We could check maybe this for a second.
Well, what is the difference between?
I don't know, but just as a general idea. But maybe c takes d4 is very strong here.
C takes.
But I have knight g4. Wait, I have knight g4 here.
Knight g4.
So he goes bishop f4, so we can abandon this line of thought.
Yeah, in which. It's more to his style. I think he
I expect the bishop b7, but maybe the idea is in some positions to go g4, g5. Now that we have a target on the king side, I can imagine white actually playing g4, g5 in some situations.
Even right away? I was actually even thinking of playing g5 here for black.
But then knight c6 I think is very strong. I think it's easy to miss actually that after g5 white plays knight c6, trades on d6, and returns the knight to e5, and black has ruined his structure on the king side for nothing. For nothing at all. Yeah. So I think that would be
very unfortunate for black's position.
That would be very advantageous for white. I think bishop b7 is the most normal move here, or something like maybe queen c7. Although I don't really see why you need this.
This queen there, yeah.
Yeah.
And he plays bishop
b7, and here I'm curious about g4, g5.
Yeah, we can just take a look. g4, and
he goes h3. He goes the more conservative route to. Now he has a h2 square to retreat to if black plays g5.
And in a blitz game, I think h3 is really nice. You can play it quickly. It makes a lot of sense for your bishop, and you can always play g4 even stronger later now that g4 is reinforced.
Yes. A non-committal move, which makes a lot of sense in the situation Magnus is in here.
And also, I've always found it difficult to find a move for black in this kind of position.
You can play.
You can make moves, but I don't know how they improve the position.
Yes, it's now a very stable situation for both sides, but I think it's easier to see what potential plans are for white than they are for black.
Right.
If you get g4, bishop g3, and the bishop on g3 is no longer feels as pointless as it would have been earlier, and then you can start pushing on the king side. And white's structure on the queen side is so solid here that creating counterplay on that flank is not that easy. He goes bishop e7, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what he played.
Freeing up the d6 square for the knight. I think that's the idea of the move. He wants to meet g4, potential g4 with knight d6.
Yeah.
And Magnus goes a4.
Playing on both flanks.
Improving his situation on the queen side as well. Knight d6 anyway. If white plays a5, black has c4, so this is not an idea right now. And he probably also wants to, f3, this is what I was going to say, that stopping knight e4 is probably a very sensible idea. It's not so much that white wants to play e4, at least in the immediate future, that he wants to stop black from landing on e4 with one of his knights. Knight d7.
Yeah, you're trying to create some more threats, and Magnus Carlsen is really picking up the pace. He's playing quite fast. Yu Yang down. Considerable amount of time, 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 30 seconds in context of a blitz game is a lot.
The increment exists, it's 3 seconds per move, but it takes a while to...
Yeah, but objectively black's position I think is quite fine, but there's a lot of play left, and Magnus is doing well on the clock.
Extremely well, already over a minute advantage on the clock.
Yeah, it has to be mentioned that he is of course by far the fresher of the two, with Yu Yang winning a very difficult and a very long game against Wesley So, whereas Magnus played a short game and went back home to rest.
All right, well, alternative say for Yang, he really needs to make a move. I mean, he spent already over 30 seconds here.
But this is the problem with playing a long classical game and then playing blitz. You don't really understand that you don't have enough time to think about things. And he actually returns to f6, which I find curious. I would play something like slightly, even bishop h2 is what I expected Magnus to do, sidestepping all the knight h5 shenanigans and sort of passing the move over to black yet again.
Rook
e8. Yeah, you could start thinking about expanding on the king side already here.
G4,
h4, but also, playing against somebody who has 30 seconds left, you perhaps don't really want to sharpen the position too much.
You want to just keep it alive a little bit longer, let him use more time.
Yeah,
let him get to 10 seconds before you do that.
Yeah, rook ac1 is a bit of a waiting move, and black at some point could think about starting expansion on the queen side with c4 and b5, but that makes white's play in the center much easier, of course.
And after a5, well, you did prevent this idea of putting the bishop back, which I think was possible for Magnus.
But it also kills off potential black counterplay on the king side very drastic. Yeah, and g4
makes a lot of sense.
Very nice to see Magnus correcting everything before pushing the clock. Some people don't do that, but that's what you're supposed to do if your pieces drop when you make a move. You don't start your opponent's clock. Rook f8. Yeah, it seems like now with white having much more space, it should be a pleasant position for him. Queen G2, Knight D7, and
it doesn't seem like Black's achieved anything in the past.
Yeah,
few months.
Black hasn't really made any kind of a progress, but his position is still very, very solid. So
F4 comes in, and I like it now that the knight has left the F6 square. You don't have knight E4, which
it's now very, very concrete, and probably playing something like, but you can't really play F6.
Yuan has 7 seconds on the clock, from what I can see.
Yeah, and he just plays Rook C8 here, which is a very calm move considering the situation he finds himself in.
He's pretty much living on increment, and increment's only 3 seconds per move.
Rook C1, maybe just continuing to improve.
Yeah, Rook C1 is what he plays. Why not? Play it quickly.
C takes D4, E takes D4 has been played. Maybe
not really a move he wanted to go.
If he wanted to go, he can't really go Knight C4. I thought he could, but he cannot. Bishop A8, but if he plays Knight C4, which now is legal, White will just play Knight DF3, and it just improves White's position. And also, you can probably you can start playing G5.
Let's go. Yeah.
H takes, F takes. You cannot take because you will lose a piece after Knight takes D7 and Queen takes G5. So he goes Knight E5, Bishop E5. This is now objectively, I think, a very, very dangerous position for Black.
Well, you still can't take on G5. Knight C4 was played.
Taking in Bishop E4 is the most obvious solution, but maybe you can even just go Knight F3 here. Because you don't really want to include Knight F3. Positionally, it's much better because you want the bishop on A8 to be out of play. Knight E5, and just taking with the knight actually and playing something like Rook
takes. Okay.
Yeah, Magnus doesn't want to calculate. But Knight E5 and Queen G4 was also very promising.
And G6 is also a strong idea in this position.
Yeah, Bishop D6, Rook just. But also, even here, Queen G4. Queen G4 looks very, very strong here. You might be winning if you play Queen G4.
Queen G4, this bishop on A8 is just completely dead for the attack. I like Queen G4.
But also just retreating to E2, you will win, I think, eventually. Your position is just so dominant that you don't want to sacrifice anything.
Rook E2, keeping the attack for free.
Yeah, G6 and,
Knight E5, I guess.
H5 or Queen G4. Any of these
King
moves.
G7 was pretty quickly played. Yang is doing relatively better on the clock, but still, it's only less than 20 seconds.
And his position is
really bad. This bishop on A8 is really not participating in the defense.
Yeah, you can play H4, and after Rook H8, even Rook takes E6 comes into serious consideration in many cases. So this position is. Yeah, H4 has been played, Rook H8. I have a feeling Rook E6 is winning here. I don't know if Magnus wants to involve himself with it, but
why not? It doesn't.
I have a feeling it's very strong.
Yeah.
Black has to take and play Queen E8.
But then you take on.
But there's Queen E3 check. You do need to be sure, but he does go for Rook E6.
Yeah, Rook E6, very nice.
If you don't take, you're just completely lost. You absolutely need to take because otherwise you're down a pawn and White will just crash through.
Yeah, Queen D7 doesn't work because of Rook takes G6. So
he takes Queen E6. He has to play Queen E8 here. White can also start with Queen F6 checks, which could be useful here actually. But he just takes on
this Queen E3 check is
and Rook F2, I guess, or
Rook C6.
Rook C6, but then Queen E4.
Yeah, Queen E5 takes, Rook takes E5, Knight takes E5. Sorry, and that's pretty much all she wrote in this position.
After Rook H4, which is what Yuengi played. I mean, the position after Knight C6 is winning. Also, Rook F7, Rook A7,
Rook A7 is completely winning.
Yeah.
There's several ways of winning this position.
Yeah, Rook F7 followed by, I think Rook A7 and Bishop takes G6 should be enough. More than enough.
Yeah, this Bishop on A8 is pretty dead.
Yeah.
Rook A7 was played as expected, Rook here.
And Bishop G6, as expected. Yeah. And this should be completely lost.
You can't even play Bishop C6 because Bishop F5.
He went Bishop F7 check, but it doesn't. He just picks up material immediately because Knight G6 is mate. Actually mate on the board.
It's not made on the board, but it's good enough.
Yeah, it's not, but yeah, sorry. So, a comprehensive victory for Magnus there.
Yeah, pretty straightforward.
Who took a quiet position, and in the maneuvering phase, he was improving his, whilst Yuengi was burning time and not doing very much at all, and it ended up in a very, very nice victory with a direct attack on the king's side.
We're being told that 3 of Carlsen's 4 losses at the World Blitz came as white. Well,
and he should have lost another one to me, but didn't. Very sad.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. And we are going to follow up with Magnus playing the black side against Yuengi, who is in a must-win situation in order to continue the match.
Yeah, we'll continue our coverage until they come back. There shouldn't be a very long break. We don't know exactly how long this is, so we'll check and let you know. But the game. As a player, I would prefer for the game to start immediately, but I don't know how they feel about it. For me, breaks between Blitz games were always sort of unwelcome.
Yes,
I always felt that you get into a kind of a flow as a Blitz player, and if there's like a 10-minute game and then a 10-minute break, It makes no sense. And this is, for instance, what happens during the World Blitz. But they can't avoid it because it's a huge, big open tournament, and they need to make pairings.
Yes.
But here there are no pairings. There are no pairings to be made, so it should be a reasonably brisk restart.
We're being told that it's going to be a 5-minute break between the games, so we have a little bit of time to cover what happened in the game. And Peter, tell us, what was the decisive break in this position?
I think if you take the position after move 15a4, and look at where black pieces are, and then you look at the position here. If anything, I think black sort of made his position worse, and this is
especially putting the bishop on a8.
Yeah, this is 10 moves in a row during which black basically played a7, a5, killing off his own queen side. Played rook e8, rook f8, shuffled the knight of f6, d7, f6, d7.
He just did nothing.
Yeah, and in that time, Magnus managed to improve his king side, bring the rook to e1, actually in 2 tempi. That is with white having played rook c1 and then corrected himself and played rook e1.
Well, actually, even the trade cd4, ed4, I think it helped white.
It did help white, but on the other hand, by this point, I think mainly you have to, without taking anything from a very, very nice victory by Magnus in this game, you have to slightly feel for Yang Yi here, because he had about a half an hour break after an incredibly difficult game he played with the completely different time control. And adjusting to a new time control, especially when the difference is so stark, is, I think, this was one of the major reasons why he found himself in as much of a troubled situation. He just played too slowly. I think it sounds simplistic, but when you're playing against Magnus, falling too far behind on the clock,
he felt way too far behind.
Very often completely fatal.
Right. So score is 1-0 to Magnus Carlsen. As I said, we have a small break here, but
there's a small break. You see the board, and the players are perhaps catching a breath and thinking about what they want to do. And as you see, this tiebreak has not attracted too many players back to the playing hall, but they're all, I guess, watching our brilliant coverage in their rooms, and who can blame them?
Hi guys.
Yes. Hello. It will restart in about, I guess, 3 minutes' time, with Magnus needing a draw with black to win the entire event. Yeah,
it's a nice situation to be in. And Yang Yi really needs to recover and remember that it's blitz. I think
I think
he was really in the scenario that you have this 30-second increment, and this is not a 30-second increment. It's 3 seconds.
In the days when tie breaks and World Cups were still played on the same day, I remember how difficult it was to even adjust between, let's say, a 25-minute rapid game and a blitz game later in that day.
I remember those.
And and switching between classical and blitz is hard.
It's very difficult.
It's hard. So I think he should just keep on telling himself, I must play faster.
Yeah.
And trust himself to make the right moves, because he is a very strong player and a very good intuitive player, and he should just remind himself, make a conscious effort to remember that the time control is not forgiving.
Yeah, he's in a must-win situation. He really needs to pick himself up. Can he do it? Let's take a look. We got Magnus Carlsen, the world champion,
is back at the board.
Right.
And Yang Yi is still
preparing.
Yeah, preparing mentally more than anything, because I don't think opening will matter very much. It didn't really in this game, because Magnus did not play the most challenging of openings, and then went on this strange walkabout with the bishop f4, g3, h4, g5, f4, h2, and even this didn't really matter in the end, because his position was so solid that once he started improving, it improved drastically, very, very fast.
Being told that in the one black blitz game that he lost at the World Blitz, the opening was a knight f3, d5,
d4 a6. And
we have the
Yang Yi goes d4, knight f6. I don't think there will be any sort of show-off openings in this game from Magnus. I think he understands that he needs to take this seriously, play his main lines, knight c3, bishop b4. So we have a nimzo.
Straight up into the nimzo, yeah.
Knight f3, and he can now switch to the Ragozin, but he goes b6, keeping with the nimzo theme. I'm sorry, e3. Yeah, this is still heavily theoretical, and black has various approaches here. Bishop b7, bishop d3. You can take on c3 and switch to those types of structures, or you can play castles and then perhaps follow it up with d5.
Right.
Castles is on the board. And now I think is the principal choice. And Magnus goes c5, which is something I did not mention, but is also very possible. Sometimes white plays knight a4,
right.
forcing the capture on d4, takes.
That's all well known. Still
rook e8, the bishop returns to f8, black plays d6, knight d7, g6, bishop g7.
I think they tried to make c5 work at some point, but it didn't quite.
Yeah. a3, the bishop returns all the way to f8, of course. Yeah, this position I think is considered to be, it's a complicated position, but
it's supposed to be okay for black.
As far as I know, it's supposed to be okay for black.
Yeah, that's what
d6, bishop takes f3 and knight c6. This is a very concrete approach, actually.
Okay.
I was expecting d6, but Magnus...
I think he knows what he's doing.
He probably actually knows the theory in this position. I expect him to play knight c6 here, otherwise it's hard to justify giving up this proud bishop on b7.
And I guess there's problems defending the d4
Yeah, I guess bishop e3, e5 is simply, everything comes off, I guess. Followed by d5, knight e5, take on d3 and d5, and just everything comes off.
Just to exploit the live. We have the live game on the blue screen on the bottom left, but this is the analysis we're doing. Here e5 forces white
more
to
or less
take,
forces
because e4 is a big threat. Yeah. But if you take, and let me do something like this.
Yeah, I think this
takes
is
and d5.
Takes and d5. This should
be
very hard for black to. I mean, c5. If not for c5, it would be completely equal. But after c5, I have a feeling black should still be doing quite well.
Yeah.
And also he can play d5 earlier. Actually, it's probably more precise to play d5 one move earlier.
Instead of
taking on d3, because you then create the threat of d4, forcing white more or less to take on d5.
Yeah.
And then you will swap everything down.
Yeah, I agreed.
So it seems like Yuengi finds himself in a situation where
he doesn't want to allow anything like this, but how to defend
how to stop it. If you play queen e3, I think d5 might be very strong.
He goes d5.
He goes d5 straight away, but then I think e5, c5, knight e5, I would say is probably maybe slightly better for black.
You still you now have a target, the bishop's going to come to d6.
I mean, if we're at all interested in the objective assessment,
right.
I would probably pick black if I had to pick a side. There's also knight d4 in this position, which could be interesting.
And he does take, and
but this is the simplest.
Yeah,
knight e5. You force white to capture, because otherwise I think he loses material. Queen g3, knight h5 is very strong.
He goes queen d1, which actually preserves the material.
Yeah, but knight g3, and there's rook e4. I think the game might be over, actually.
Yes.
And Yuengi just noticed that
rook e4 hangs a piece.
Yeah, I think we could have a rather brief conclusion to the entire affair, because that's a whole piece.
Yeah, and I can go ahead and say that Magnus Carlsen is the winner of the.
Don't do it. Don't do it. We will be found, drawn and quartered if something goes from here.
But okay, this is
queen d3, rook e4. You can sort of catch it on a4. Let's just show this because nothing else to discuss. Like bishop g5, rook a4, b4, but a5 just frees it up. No. a5 followed by a b4, and you support it by the other rook.
It's not even close to being trapped.
The game is just over. Yeah, especially considering that, I mean, it's over. Even if he didn't need to win it, the game would be completely dead.
Yeah.
So in the end, seems like a comprehensive victory for Magnus Carlsen in the tiebreak.
Yeah, 16 moves only, and black is completely winning already in this position.
A bit of an anticlimax in our second game, but the first one was a very nice one.
Interesting, yeah.
The first one was very nice, but the second one is perhaps regrettable for the purists. But
such as life.
Magnus will take it.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure Magnus will take it. He doesn't really care, and no one else would either. I mean, a win is a win. Yuengi is you can play knight c3, g3 and drive it towards g4, but you're never ever capturing it. It's just a full piece.
It's a full piece. I mean, it doesn't matter which variation. There's not even a slightly bit of compensation for it.
Yes, I think this is more or less a wrap, frankly. And I understand it's unpleasant for Yuengi to just resign.
But
you feel slightly ridiculous. But yeah, it's gone.
No, yeah, it's gone.
The thing is gone, and this being a blitz game, he doesn't even have much time to debate the question with himself.
No.
A bit of a sad conclusion to a fantastic tournament by Yuengi.
No, definitely.
Let's restate this. I mean, he is definitely a hero of both of these events. He won it last year, beating Vladimir Kramnik with white in a must-win game in round 9, and this year he once again beat a 27.
Yeah, he beat one of the top 10 players in the world. Yeah.
Beating a 27-75 player on demand in the last round.
Yeah, he had a monstrous 28-63 performance in this tournament, and that's really amazing.
But in the end, it will be Magnus Carlsen who wins the Qatar Masters 2015. I did it once, and I think I can sort of safely do it again now, because seriously,
this one seems pretty over.
This one is a bit.
This one's too much.
And
in this one, your co-host agrees. So.
Yeah, you were trying to warn me in the previous time, and I went ahead and said it anyway.
There's the
there
resign.
you see, there's the handshake, and the
tournament resigns. Magnus Carlsen finishes as the winner of the Qatar Masters 2015. Strong performance, dominated the Blitz.
Absolutely dominated the Blitz, and also did extremely well in the classical, playing after the draw in the first round,
and actually, we did have a lot of players show up to the playing hall, but I think they were left away from the board.
Yeah, they weren't simply allowed close to the board. You can see them in the shot now, so I was wrong on that. Yeah, a very, very convincing performance from Magnus, and a heroic performance in a way by Yuengi, who once again did all he could.
But
it wasn't quite enough in the Blitz.
He played a 5.5-hour game earlier today,
and a very, very difficult one with lots of very, very tough decisions.
He'll still be happy with this tournament, of course.
Although of course you feel a little bit of what if there.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, it's not nice to finish the tournament in a loss, and even though it's a Blitz tiebreak.
I think he will not have to work very hard to convince himself that he actually finished the tournament on a win, and this is
that's true.
This is just extraneous, because he did beat Wesley So in a very, very interesting game.
Absolutely.
Just 1 hour previously. So a great performance by him, but Magnus Carlsen is a deserved victor of this edition of the Qatar Masters.
No, he did amazing. I mean, after round 1, his tournament was pretty impeccable, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so. He did not go on as much of a rampage as, let's say, Anish Giri and Vladimir Kramnik did last year, but he kept on winning games at crucial intervals. And in particular, I think it was, as he mentioned himself, it was very important for him to win in round 8, to make sure that in round 9 he wasn't in a situation where he needed to win on demand against somebody like Vladimir Kramnik, who he actually ended up playing against.
And we see the final standings here. Carlsen wins the tournament playoff over Yu Yang-yi, 7 points out of 9 for both of them. Vladimir Kramnik is actually 3rd place. 4th place will go to Sergei Karjakin. 5th place goes to Syugirov. 6th place to Nihua, and 7th place to Vasily Ivanchuk. All of them tied with 6.5 out of 9, but of course, due to tiebreak, they are actually ordered a little bit different than we see on the screen.
Yeah, and a large tie for further places as well, of course.
Yeah, which are also important. I mean, Giri does get 8th place, and actually Su got 9th due to his amazing performance rating.
So a very exciting tournament to comment on. I think we were very privileged to witness all this exciting chess.
We had so much action every day.
And it seems like Magnus will not be joining us for the 2nd time in one day, because he's now busy giving interviews to all the people who want to interview him, rightly. So, and also maybe we did not, me in particular, didn't do us very many favors in the race to that interview. So for us, I think it's pretty close to a wrap.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with you.
Same here. Enjoyed it greatly. I hope you also liked watching us for the past 9 days. And with this, you can see the final report, pictures, and everything else.
The website is over there, QatarMastersOpen.com. And thanks for joining us, guys.
Yeah, thanks for watching.
Chess.com is about playing. At any moment, there are thousands of people from around the world playing on Chess.com. So whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster, you'll find a game quickly with someone at your level. You can play at any pace, from 1-minute bullet to 5-minute blitz to 60-minute games. Or you can play more relaxed games where you have several days to make your move. There are tournaments starting every few minutes, or you can play against our customizable coaching computer. Chess.com is for learning. Chess isn't just about playing, it's about getting better. Chess.com puts the best training tools at your fingertips. Sharpen your game with over 50,000 tactics puzzles. Improve your strategy with training videos by top grandmasters. Get instant feedback after your games with real-time computer analysis. Regardless of where you're at now, you can take your game to the next level. Chess.com is for sharing. Join the community where you can discuss chess ideas in the forums and follow the latest chess news, or join a club with friends and play in a league against other clubs. You can find all this in your browser at home and at work, or on the go with your phone or tablet. Signing up is free and easy. So what are you waiting for? Enjoy your game.